Benzinga, how are you, Matt? You all right?
Hey, Patrick, how are you, bud?
Oh, great, man. Great. It's a beautiful day here in Michigan. We're finally getting some of that summer weather here. So, not all of us can enjoy Texas like you can, my friend, but we'll take what we can get.
No. The upcoming months for you are a hell of a lot better than the upcoming months for me. I can promise you.
Well, I hope that AC is tuned up for you. How about that? Um, well, listen, you guys, Matt Hawkins is with us. He's the chairman. I believe we also have Tom Giovanni, who's the CFO of Harborside, and Roman Stahl, VP of M&A and IR. So with that, I'll let you guys dive right in, and maybe we'll have some time for some
Great,
questions.
perfect. Well, thank you. We're going to do this a bit differently. I'm going to kind of give an overview of how we got to where we are now, and then a little bit of the presentation. But a lot's happened. Uh, I'm the founder, managing partner of Entourage Effect Capital. We're a long-term investor in Harborside. We led a dissenting shareholder movement at Harborside back in the fall and took over the board with the mission to become the premier single state operator in California. And we listed out a whole slew of initiatives we wanted to accomplish, and we've recently checked a bunch of those off the board as we've got to where we are now. Harborside, as most people know, is one of the oldest dispensaries in California. We're now completely vertically integrated, and I'll explain that why. We've got 5 retail locations, 200,000 square feet of cultivation, almost 40,000 square feet of processing. Our market cap is 119 million. We've got close to 72 million in standalone gross revenue, 7.4 million in EBITDA, and we've got 31 million in cash. We're extremely undervalued right
Good
now,
luck and have
and we'll
fun.
explain why in a second. This shows kind of the storied history all the way back to 2006 when Harborside, the health center, was established in Oakland, the flagship
Not
location
enough
of
minerals.
our 5 dispensaries. We've launched brands since then. We've built the greenhouses. Um, we've refreshed the board of directors, as I mentioned. We raised the $35 million PIPE. We made a strategic investment in Loudpack. We raised $12 million, which was one of the first commercial line of credits in cannabis. We closed on Sublime,
Minerals
and we
now.
closed on our
Get
Salinas
'em.
campus as well. In addition to that, we engaged Heidrick& Struggles to find a permanent CEO to replace our interim CEO, Peter Bilodeau, who's done a wonderful job navigating us through some choppy waters. We're really in a position now where we're poised to continue on the big goals that we set back in November. I mentioned all of these items we just accomplished, and Sublime was something we've been working on, but it's only the first of many acquisitions that we have in the queue. It was bought for less than 2 times revenue. Gives us a complete vertical integration. Um, we now It's the largest pre-roll brand in California. In-house statewide distribution, serving 526 active customers, almost 70% state coverage.
Not
Um,
enough minerals.
One of the things I want to mention about that, as we move forward, is the fact that California, believe it or not, is the additional growth potential that exists here. Is there's only 2.2 stores per
Your
100,000
command center
residents.
upgrade is complete.
Well below Oregon, Colorado, Nevada, and Michigan. And so the fact that we have that history, we know the regulatory framework in California cold. We've got a board that knows M&A. We're showing that with how we closed on Sublime and are going to close on a couple others shortly. And we're extremely excited about the prospects that we have going forward. This is what's really important to us, is that in addition to our 200,000 square feet of canopy that we have in cultivation, the Sublime acquisition gives us 38,000 square feet of manufacturing processing. Plus all the trucks, the branding, and the retail that we have. It's a complete vertical integration that now we're just going to build out further to become that preeminent operator. Efficient cultivation. We produce 20,000 square pounds of annual flower.
We finished that add-on.
Diversified
Nice.
canopy, both light cultivation technology, we have supplemental lighting, we have state-of-the-art Dutch Vinlo greenhouses, and we're scalable. We've got 47 acres of prime Salinas farmland. We've also got an experienced team that both knows cannabis and also has big ag backgrounds. So the value through processing and statewide distribution is exactly that. What we wanted to do from the start is to become that vertically integrated player. We had two prongs of that with cultivation and retail. Adding the processing manufacturing just completes that cycle. You can see all the different locations we have. San Francisco is going to open shortly. They're all high traffic locations. The vertical integration allows Harborside to best promote our brands at retail. And the M&A pipeline is strong, as I mentioned. Experienced management team. We bring the Sublime team with us. Amr is the Sublime CEO. You can see he has experience at Amazon with supply chain integration there. It's a huge,
Not enough mineral. Not enough
boost to our management team. A very purpose-driven board of directors. Andy Sterner is my partner at Entourage. But then we handpick the rest of these board members due to their M&A
You're gonna need a tad bit more energy.
We're also very active in the community of Northern California. And then our results. 5 quarters of positive EBITDA, trailing 12-month adjusted EBITDA of $8 million on revenue of $62 million. So we're continuing to grow. And that's without adding any of this accretive M&A that we have in front of us. Relative to the peers, we have an incredible opportunity for value. Even though we're still compared to mid and small cap operators, we are well positioned to have significant growth based on where we are. Capital structure is pretty simple. The enterprise value we believe is incredibly low for our revenue right now and our earnings, but that's okay. This isn't a play for right now; it's a play for what we're doing as we go forward. That's all I have for the presentation. I want to open up the Q&A, and we look forward to working with you individually and collectively as we go forward.
Jumping back in here, my friends. Okay, so Tom, Roman, feel free to jump in as well. You guys throw your questions in the chat for Harborside. Really quick, I don't know that we did this, but the ticker here, HBOR on the CSE, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, HBORF on OTC. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, good. So, you guys, the market seemed to react positively to the news of these two recent acquisitions, Salinas Production Cannabis and Sublime. Any more detail that you want to share with us? Anything specifically you want to share about the importance of the acquisitions for Harborside and how that's sort of changed the game?
Sure, I'll hand it over to our CFO and then define a couple of those.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so for us, Sublime, I think it'll be a game changer for us because in addition to the really strong brands that Sublime has, they've got the biggest brand is called Fuzzies, which is a brand of infused pre-rolls. They almost invented that category in California, and they are the market leader in that category, and they've got a really strong pre-roll record in the state. We've got a couple of in-house developed brands on top of that. One is Harborside Farms, and the other one is called Key. And we'll tag our brands onto their distribution and take all 3 of those brands across the state. They've got about 70% penetration across the state. As we mentioned earlier, over 500 active accounts. So we're really looking forward to tagging on their distribution. And then the other thing that's really synergistic is we can lower their cost of raw materials because we can basically now start moving the production from our campus in Salinas, the 200,000 square feet of grow that we have there. We can take that biomass and start sending it over to Sublime and lower their cost of production. So we're going to see a pretty big EBITDA lift is what we expect from this. And as far as the farm goes, you know, when we put together the line of credit with the bank, we're out with an initial interest rate of 5.75%. So that's a super attractive cost of capital.
Wow. Yeah.
It's probably the lowest in the industry in the United States that I'm aware of right now. And so, you know, by using that capital to acquire, basically it improves our cash flow. It allows us to, you know, invest more as we continue to scale the business. And we become, you know, even more vertically integrated. We don't need to rely on anyone else to produce flower. So we're super excited about both of those things. And it really does set the stage for Harborside as a platform company to continue to scale inside of California. A lot of people might not know this, but when you look at California economically and geographically, it's as large as 2 or 3 other states. It's a huge marketplace, which is why we're doubling down on a single state. There's a lot of ground to be had in California.
So let's dive into that for 1 second, because California is a market that we probably don't talk about enough. It's almost like a foregone conclusion that California is a crazy good cannabis market, right? But let's talk about specifically any challenges that you guys foresee in that market. Supply chain, the brand strategy, right? There's a lot of California players. I'd be interested to know what specifically you guys are seeing as potential catalysts or opportunities, you know, that could result from some of those challenges.
I'll start off, and then Tom, I want you to chime in. The good thing about where we are as a company is that, I mentioned this in the presentation, is that we know the regulatory framework in California cold, probably more so than any other operator in California because of our longevity. We know how licenses are issued. We know, what's on the, we know how to navigate the choppy regulatory waters. We can handle, living in the crazy taxation world that exists in California. But we're also figuring it out for, the MSOs ultimately. They are going to enter this space in a big way. There's kind of some toe dipping right now. We want to pave the way for the MSOs to have an offering on a silver platter, whether we end up exiting to one of them or partnering with one of them as we go forward. Or heck, maybe it's even somebody, post legalization. Who knows what's going to happen? But we know it cold because we've been doing it since the early 2000s. So Tom, do you want to add any color to that?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier California is like 2 or 3 other states. There's over 400 jurisdictions inside of California, and right now only about 30% of them actually allow cannabis. And the way the licensing works in California, you need local approval first, and then you get state approval. We sort of have that locked in. But as I look at it, there's a lot of growth opportunity. There's no single dominant brand yet inside the state. It's a rather fractured market. When we talk about Sublime, they have probably the largest name in pre-rolls right now inside the state. So they're one of the few exceptions with a very, very recognized brand that's across the entire state. But we have a lot of opportunity as we look at, we have a relatively strong presence in Northern California. There's a lot of growth opportunity in Southern California. And, we sort of have the geographical width of California dialed in. And, again, it is a big state, and there's a lot of opportunity here for sure. There's no question about it. You do have, different than other states, right? The market in California has existed for a long time. So the people that basically grow here, it's probably the best place in the country to grow. You have the best growers here. My personal opinion is, some of the big brands in California will become national brands as the industry continues to evolve and mature. And they say, right, as California goes, so goes the nation. So I think you'll see a lot of the industry leadership start to now scale outside of the state as well.
Yeah, that's exciting. That's exciting. I think from, and Matt, you can probably speak to this, Tom, you too, but when it comes to what we've seen over the last several years in this industry, obviously it's been a roller coaster, right? Access to capital has gone up and down. Those companies with cash in the bank seem to be situated better. You guys have, now I don't want to misquote this, Matt, 30+ million cash in the bank. That seems to be a good place to sit right now. Is there anything you want to tell us about what's next for you there? Are there other potential acquisitions coming? What are you looking for in terms of what to do with that money?
Yeah, no, I mean look, the reality is that we are in a good place from a cash position. We haven't spent any money because we're cash flow positive at this point. So we're in a good place operationally. Got a lot of things we're working on to make that even more efficient. We did spend some money in the first quarter on uh, on consulting to figure out where we can be more efficient, and that's good because now we're going to be able to implement those strategies going forward. I think that, as I mentioned in the presentation, we are squarely focused on accretive M&A to get to the next level. There's also the organic growth that we seek on a quarterly and yearly basis, just through additional licensing and efficiencies within our wholesale operations. And having Sublime in tow now will only help that. We also have, one thing I failed to mention is that, we our founders were obviously very outspoken about fighting the government on 280E. We're just not doing that anymore. We're way down the road of just settling with the IRS, paying what we owe, just like every cannabis company should. And the reality is that hopefully one day in the not too distant future, that's going to change, and these punitive and penal tax regulations that we face as an industry will dissipate. And it brings up an interesting point, and I say this all the time. Cannabis companies are operating in the most inefficient times that they'll ever be operating, both from a tax perspective and a cash management perspective. We got a line of credit that was commercially viable, but that's a rare occurrence. We like any cannabis company, we can't get AR lines or really true working capital lines to help us manage cash flow. I mean, all these things are on the right on the precipice of occurring, and it's part of these tailwinds that exist in the industry. That's why I just think that getting in with some of these companies, Harborside included, it's the second or third inning here, and the upside is tremendous. And so I say this all the time. I don't know of another industry that has this type of opportunity. So I hope that answers your question, Patrick.
It does, and I want to, I want to sort of further break that open for a second, Matt, because I think it's interesting what you're saying there about, a lot of this industry started with activism at its roots, right? And especially the founders of Harborside were in it from the beginning, and they're still in the industry, right?
Yeah.
In various capacities. And I think it's very interesting to hear you say, hey, we're not going to fight the government. We're going to work with the government. We're going to try to change things in a different way. We're going to wait for those catalysts to come down the pike. And obviously, I know we're all expecting some of that with the MORA Act, the Safe Banking Act. And it sounds like we're going to hear more about that today. But I think it's really interesting to hear you say, especially from a corporate perspective, hey, we got to operate under the conditions we've been given, and we're gonna sail that ship downstream and see what happens, right? And it certainly seems like you're better positioned. You correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're 100% right. And look, I love the D'Angelos. And they've been very, very beneficial to this industry. Obviously, they founded this company. We owe them a lot. And I think, and they're large shareholders of the company. I think Steve is supportive of what we're doing. It's just we had a difference of opinion on how we handle things from an activist standpoint. And it really is. It's not really even a difference of opinion. It's just a matter of where we were as a company. Another example. I mentioned the CEO search we're conducting. And by the way, we're very close to making an announcement there too. We engaged Hydrogen Struggles to execute that search for us, and I'm on the compensation committee at the board, and so I've had first look at a lot of the resumes. You wouldn't believe the amount of talent that we're seeing coming into this industry. I'm talking about brand names from retail, CPG, just brands in general. It was. I got so excited looking at these resumes. Thinking,
how cool is that?
These are C-level people from top-tier companies that want to get into our business, and so it's happening right before our very eyes.
That's super exciting, and that's fun. We don't often get the peek behind the curtain in these executive searches, so that's fun, Matt. Thanks for sharing that. It sounds like we've got a question coming in from the chat right now. I hope you don't mind me asking this. Hi, Matt. Thanks for sharing. How many pounds of flower are you guys projecting to cultivate annually from your 200,000 square foot facility? What percentage of that will be sold wholesale versus through your retail stores?
Tom, you're well versed in that. I'll let you attack that.
Yeah, sure. So out of that facility this year, we're expecting 20,000 pounds of flour to come from the facility. And this is where, so historically, Harborside used about 10% of its own production on our own retail shelves, right? So we would package it into CPG and sell it on our own shelves. We had a small distribution operation. We're in the process of reforecasting that because we expect that the amount of self-consumed flour is going to go up dramatically. And this is one of the reasons that we're looking to expand as well, because we don't really want to be a wholesale production company that's selling into the market. You don't get a big lift on enterprise value through selling wholesale flour.
Sure.
The big lift comes from transforming it into something that consumers want. And so, with Sublime and some of the other things we're working on, we're going to divert a lot more of that flour, and I expect instead of 10% self-consumption in our own stores and distribution, that it will grow to somewhere close to 90 to 100% over time. That is going to be the hedge. And the other thing, if you watch what's happened in the legal markets as they've gone adult use, about 4 or 5 years out, you start to see a glut of production, wholesale prices start to come down. And really the hedge against that is to have a strong brand and actually transform your product into something else and sell it through the CPG channels. So that's really what we're working on. We do have a couple of greenhouses that we've started production on at the campus in Salinas. And we're now going through the process to see whether or not we want to finish those greenhouses and expand the capacity there as well. But we're working through that right now, and we may expand our overall capacity at that facility as well.
I want to point something out really quickly, especially for the audience listening. What Tom just said there is key, because as we start to see this industry shift, and especially as it gets more competitive, prices will come down. Right, so companies will have to battle that by again hedging their bets. Putting emphasis on brand, on how their retail footprint differs from the next guy. So, really interesting that you said that, Tom. Thanks for that, guys.
Yeah,
we have about 1 minute left. Any last words to leave our audience with today?
No, I think if anything I say is going to be repetitive. Just keep a close eye on us in the next couple of months. It's going to be real exciting.
All right, well, thank you, Matt, Tom, Roman, all from Harborside. Roman, next time we'll let you talk, man. I'm sorry, we were having so much fun with Matt and Tom here. Guys, have a great day. I'm sure we'll see you throughout the conference, but please let us know if you need anything. Folks in the chat, it's HBOR. It's a pleasure. HBOR, HBORF. All right, let's keep this train running. Next up, Item 9 Labs. Andrew Bowden, CEO, and Mike Weinberger, Chief Franchise Officer. This one is a really cool company. They're doing something very different. And so, Andrew, I'm going to let you jump in, and I know Mike will be joining us. It's INLB. INLB is the ticker. But how are you, man? You doing okay?
I'm doing well. How are you, Patrick?
I'm great. It's a beautiful day to talk cannabis, man. I'm going to let you jump right in, and we'll see if we've got some questions for you guys.
Depot thingies
awesome.
Needed.
That sounds great. I will not be repetitive, but Andrew Bowden with Item 9 Labs and our franchise brand, Unity Road. It's good to talk to everybody today. If you've seen a few of my presentations in the past, you know of my personal experience with my mother and our connection to the cannabis industry. And I'm really excited to go into the story again, and you're going to see something within this story that is, it's a one and only in the market right now on a national franchise level. And so let's jump in. Obviously, we need our forward-looking statements. We can take a look at this later. So 3 things I'm going to talk about today are, number one, we're going to talk about our modernized Unity Road retail franchise and which different states we're looking at and walking into. For number 2, we're going to be talking about our premium Item 9 cannabis products, which are currently here sold in Arizona, and we're going to be expanding those into several different states, which again, we're going to be talking about soon. A few other pieces we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about our ongoing education to different communities nationwide, and collectively just inspiring confidence in the benefits of cannabis for all. And then lastly, we're really going to dig into our team. So Item 9 Labs was founded in 2017 in Arizona, and this last year we just uplisted to the OTCQX under our ticker symbol INLB. A couple of really big highlights, which we're going to talk about soon, is a quarterly growth of over 228% from last year. This is massive, but also what's also very important is our 101% sequential quarter-over-quarter growth. With our recent filings. So we do have over 1.3 million packaged goods sold, and we have 54 acres approved for cultivation, and that's broken into a couple different pieces. We have 50 acres in Arizona, which we're going to expand on, which is about an expansion plan of about 650,000 square feet of cultivation and production. And then we have 4.6 acres in Pahrump, Nevada, which is just outside of Las Vegas, about 60 miles. And one awesome thing that we did this year is we did close our acquisition of the national franchise brand Unity Road, which this is what's going to propel us into the future. And our team is amazing. We have over 200 years combined experience in cannabis and franchising. And we have multiple agreements through our Unity Road franchise brand and our dispensary permits and dispensary templates acquisition back in 2018. And we've won licenses in 15 different states, and we have over 15 different entrepreneurial groups right now, spanning across 8 different states. The beauty of franchise, the franchise model, is that it requires an extremely low capex because franchises are locally owned and operated. With this, we'll be able to grow faster nationally without needing to raise capital. As Unity Road franchise partners open shops nationwide, we plan to bring the Item 9 products to the market through developing or partnering with cultivation facilities within that state. This gives Unity Road operators the first access to the reliable product supply chain in the new markets, and our products gain immediate distribution points in the new markets. For Item 9, we see increased revenue in product licensing, wholesale, franchise royalties, and we're supporting local entrepreneurs, opening the door to cannabis entrepreneurship for more people, and supporting legislative initiatives. Buckle up, because we're on our way to make this a national household brand. So something here, nearly 1 in 10 retail businesses are franchised, as you can see, with the vast majority of different companies that are in the franchise business. And franchise businesses are 2.5 times more likely to succeed than non-franchise businesses. This is a really big piece because, when supporting local ownership, they need to know that they're going to be more successful through our brand. Over 3,000 different franchise concepts are available across a broad array of different industries. And what sets Unity Road apart from others trying to franchise in the cannabis industry, or just saying that they're franchising in the cannabis industry, is that, or doing a licensing model, is that we are a traditional franchise concept. The ongoing support and product consistency you would expect at any of these franchise brands that you see here, you're going to get with Unity Road.
You have to defend
and we have the foundation, team, and the momentum needed to make Unity Road the first national household dispensary brand in cannabis. As you can see here, we've got a heat map. In the orange, we do have our existing operations and agreements. In the teal, we have targeted near-term expansion. And with the flower or the leaf, we do have our headquarters and current cultivation and production. And again, to hit this highlight, we have over 15 entrepreneurial teams developing the franchise business across 8 different states. Currently, our extensive catalog of Item 9 Labs products includes 75 active cannabis strains and over 150 differentiated cannabis vape products, as well as premium concentrates. Everything starts with our responsibly cultivated flower. From the live resin in our Apollo and our Orion 710 series products to the terpenes in our broad
More
spectrum
shoebox depot
cartridges and beyond. Item 9 Labs with intentionally
Not
grown
enough
flower
minerals.
hand trimmed to best preserve those terpenes. We keep a close eye on the emerging technologies, and we're always making advancements to our product lineup, consistently setting the new industry standards in the market. For example, our Apollo and Orion technologies are a next generation vape system that provides a full spectrum flower experience on the go. The efficient vaporization services offer a consistent delivery mechanism with a quality recognized by those who can actually really taste the difference. Since 2018, our products have earned 8 first place awards and then 14 total in the Arizona Top competitions. And sold by our high-performing sales team. We've got an extremely high-performing sales team and a really high-performing marketing team as well. And our CPG marketing veterans, alongside an expanding distribution network through Unity Road and Item 9 Labs products, have an established platform and a really focused growth strategy. I like to look at these two different pieces. On the left-hand side, you have the franchise model, which is $100,000 upfront franchise fees. And you've got the 7% gross revenue ongoing royalty and a 10-year agreement. On the right-hand side, you have our Item 9 branded products and an extensive product offering across all cannabis categories. We have a really vast product offering and one of the biggest offerings out there. And we have 8 first place awards in top AZ cannabis competitions and more than 50% profit margins on all of our consumer packaged goods. And what that's going to bring us is a household dispensary brand with a built-in premium supply chain. And next, we're going to talk about our team.
Gas, buddy. Come on.
We've got over 170 years in retail, over 130 years in consumer packaged goods, over 100 years in legal cannabis, and over 65 years in franchising.
SCVs.
So when it comes to the franchising piece and cannabis, we are the leaders.
Add-on complete.
I know some of these numbers are a little bit small, so I'm going to read a few off to you so that you can really understand, where we came from and where we're going. On the left-hand side, you've got Q2 of 2020, and you can see our revenues of 1.862, 1,862,000. Another thing I want to point out is our adjusted EBITDA was a negative 817,000. If you fast forward all the way to Q2 of 2021, what we're looking at is 6.1 million in revenues, and our adjusted EBITDA is now positive 955,000. This is a massive growth plan, and we have previously hit a 20% sequential quarter-over-quarter growth. However, if you look at our previous quarter, in Q1 of 2021 to our Q2 of 2021, we had over a 101% growth. I spoke a little bit earlier about the expansion of our operations in Arizona. And we do have 650,000 square feet that we can expand on our 50 acres. That's broken into 80,000 square feet of indoor, high quality grow facility, production facility, and then also 314,000 square feet of greenhouse, 60,000 square feet of ancillary buildings for the greenhouses or head houses, and also 5 acres of outdoor. And once we open franchise locations in these different states with our extremely asset-light model, we are going to move our Item 9 products into those states, and so that we can have that sell-through on the franchise side. We are going to become the most trusted brand in cannabis through our premium award-winning products and our national franchise model. Again, we have over 15 agreements with entrepreneurial groups over 8 different states. And with the extremely favorable regulatory trends in key markets, this is going to be a huge growth driver for us. And also to hit our quarterly growth, it's up 228% from last year, and over 101% sequentially from last quarter to this quarter. All right, so on the left-hand side, you've got our contact for investors, and then on the right-hand side, we have our franchise opportunity contact. I think that we've got some time for some questions.
Yes, you do, my friend. And if Mike is with us, I'll ask him to join. Mike, anything you want to say right off the bat? Anything that our audience should know about how this franchising system works?
No, I think Andrew did a great job. Just say good morning to everyone. For those on the East Coast, you probably had your coffee. For those on the West, I hope you're enjoying it. And yeah, let's dive in.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, so the footprint, you described this briefly, but I'd love to get a little bit more color on this. The Item 9 Labs brand footprint, right? What are your plans? Any upcoming expansion there? It's a very reputable brand, so I want to spend a little bit more time on this and then jump into the franchising. And any interesting partnerships on the horizon. Obviously, we're seeing brands, you know, move across the country with some of the partnerships in place and in the news lately. So I'd love to give you a chance to talk about that.
Absolutely. So, you know, we are targeting the different states that we have franchisees in order to bring our product in so that we can have that sell-through, so that we don't have to necessarily bring as much marketing back into those states. So right now we are targeting Colorado as one of our next positions with the Item 9 Labs products. We also, obviously Q4 this year, we are targeting Nevada. And really it is dictated by the community goes where we're going to go next, as we definitely want to support those franchises.
Yeah, cool. So here's an interesting question from Happy Glass. Happy Glass, great name. That. Okay, are the Item 9 products a particular strain or formulation franchise works because McDonald's burgers taste the same? Right, an interesting point. So anything you want to say to that?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we do have particular strains that we utilize, and you know, we have I think 75 different strains, and we will try to bring those into the States. However, you know, one of the biggest things is we have standard operating procedures on how exactly we grow the flower. We've got, you know, an amazing cultivation team that can definitely replicate what they do. One of the, actually, Corey Carter, we ended up getting, you know, through the acquisition of Unity Road. Mike, do you want to talk a little bit about his background? I know you.
Mineral field, not enough minerals.
So our chief cultivation officer has worked for 3 MSOs now: M. Hardin, I want to say Vireo, and now OCG, and then Item 9 Labs. So very skilled in what he does and scaled. I think his number's over a couple million square feet of cultivation. So him and his team are ready to deploy as we move into Colorado and a few of the other states where our franchisees are.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And I think you used this term earlier, so I'll throw it back at you. How does Item 9 define responsibly grown? How would you define it?
You know, we honestly don't use any sort of
You're gonna need it.
pesticides or you know, anything that would be outside just a fully natural grow. We definitely take a ton of care in the process, from you know, planting the clone, I guess, planting the clone all the way to the trimming of the plant. We're still fully hand trimming. You know, everything we do is with intention.
Oh, yeah, I like that. There's a tagline for you. Everything you do is done with intention. I like that. So pivoting to the franchise part of the business for a second. I'd love to know, because I'm in Michigan, about your recently announced plans to enter Michigan, right? And specifically, how this local alliance program works. How does it help the existing local dispensary owners on one side, in addition to the entrepreneurs interested in getting into the industry on the other? I'll give you a chance to answer that.
Michael,
Yeah,
let's
so
jump in.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I saw you cut out at the last second there, but I think I got it. So the local wellness program and our franchise program are really set up to help people who've been in business for 5 or 6 years in these markets or want to get in business and they don't have the skill set, they don't have the knowledge to bring that to the table. But particularly in Michigan, there's a big push towards localization, right? And localization there means they don't want MSOs there. They want locally owned and operated businesses. So for us, we are curating some of the best and brightest dispensary owners that are already there and people that want to get in the business and helping them keep businesses local in Michigan. They might have, obviously going to fly the Unity Red flag, but when you walk into, Ann Arbor or you go out to Grand Rapids, wherever you go, you're going to see someone from your community who owns that business, where the money stays in the community and can better it. And I think that's, for me, that's what cannabis is supposed to be. Sharing the wealth and the distribution. So it's exciting.
Well, so Mike, take that a step further, because I know, Michigan is one of these states, right? That I forget the overall number, but it's something crazy, like 1/17 of all the municipalities in Michigan have said yes to cannabis, right? So there's a lot of room to work with, right, over the years, and getting those folks to buy in to this industry and the opportunity. But let's take the city of Detroit, for instance, right? That city itself has held off on allowing recreational, right? Because they want the local population, right? They want the local entrepreneurs to benefit, not to see a ton of companies come in. So, that being said, are you working with, any municipalities or government officials? Are you guys having those conversations with any of those folks? Because clearly, if you are benefiting the local population, it must be a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I'd say every day we're talking, not just only Michigan, but across the country, we're meeting with local municipalities. I'm sitting on town halls and talking about an actual model that can succeed, because for the push for redistribution of licenses via social equity or that local component, which I think is brilliant, what is the vehicle that's actually going to set people up for success? So if you go back to Andrew's original point on the success of franchising through the U.S. in any model, right, and how that can actually create better success, this is where franchising and cannabis meet. So in Detroit in particular, our franchisee there, it's a mom and a son. They've resided in Detroit for over 30 years. They're grandfathered in for social equity. The Wolverines, which they went to University of Michigan. That's the only problem with them. I'm a Buckeye, but we let that go. We're really excited to have them, because it's the fruition of what we've been working on for the last 5 years, of bringing good people into business with support.
Love that. I love that. I really appreciate that, and I think it's a very timely issue. And one, I've been getting calls lately about, how do we help local entrepreneurs, and not just here in Michigan, but all over, right? Some of these heads of licensing in some of these states are interested in figuring out ways to help move the needle for some of these folks. So, super interesting. Definitely going to keep you guys, on our platform to understand how you help move the needle for cannabis. I really appreciate you being on here. INLB, Item 9 Labs, Andrew Bowden, and Mike Weinberger. You guys have a great day.
Thanks, Patrick.
All right, take care. Guys, moving right along, this one, I'm really excited about. One, because I get to welcome a friend to the stage, somebody that I don't get to see often enough, and also someone who's going to walk us through what's going on with some of these tickers and what strategies are out there, right? So here to present, JC Peretz. Welcome up, pal. How are you?
What's going on?
Just hanging out. Listen, if you're gonna do your little California mug, I'll do my hustle. Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice little mug you got there.
I was clever enough to have thought of that beforehand. It's just I just like this.
That's all right. You do you, man. You do you. Well, I'm thrilled that you're with us. You're here. The title here is Transform Your Trading with the Power of Technical. that right? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that works for me.
Base is
That sounds
under
like a good
attack.
title.
Why not, man? Why not? All right, well, listen. I'll shut up. I'll get out of the way. These guys want to hear from you, not me. But it's always good to see you.
Minerals now. Get 'em.
So, you know, big shout out to Benzinga, Jason Radnick, if you're watching, everybody. You know, listen, for me, I'm looking at these charts all day long. I'm a really smart man. I'm incredibly fortunate to be able to be able to call some of the top portfolio managers and analysts and traders in the world. They're all drinking about this money. So when you hear me talking and when you hear me sort of walking through price behavior and what the market is doing, understand that it's a collection of two things. Number one, we have a monster team. You know, Grant is in Moscow, Louis is in New Zealand, Alfonso's in Venezuela. We've got guys in California, New York, Florida, Massachusetts, Chicago, Colorado. I myself am about an hour west of New York City. My name is JC Peretz. I'm the founder of AllStarCharts.com, and we rip through about 5,000 charts a week. I do personally, not to mention the slew of charts that are being sent to me. So it's a combination of all of this work that's being done, plus all of the conversations that I'm having on a daily basis. That's what comes to what you see here. So there's a lot of data going behind this, and we're price driven. I'm not going to sit here and tell you stories. That's not what we're here for. We're here to talk about what's actually going on, not what potentially could, or changing the world and all this stuff. We're talking about what's actually happening. I'm going to give it to you whether you like it or not, because the market, we can't play the cards that we wish we had. I mean, we could pretend we have pocket aces all day, but chances are sometimes we're not, or a lot of times we're not. We got to play the cards that we're dealt and understand the environment we're in first, and then pick out which tools and strategies are going to be best for that environment. So we're going to talk about the cannabis stocks, obviously. So that's the focus of this presentation, but we can't do that properly without putting it into context with what else is happening around the world. That's what we're going to do here. The first chart, I could start in a number of different ways. I could start a number of different ways. But give the people what they want.
Not
is
enough
what,
minerals.
What they tell me. So you guys want some cannabis stocks? Let's get after it right off the bat. What I see here is the cannabis ETF MJ, and let's understand what's in MJ. You're looking at GW Pharmaceuticals, is the largest component, 11%. Apria, Tilray, right behind that, growth generation next, and then cannabis growth and Chronos. So when you compare the cannabis ETF relative to the rest of the stock market, particularly the S&P 500, what I see here is a monster base throughout 2020, last year, right? We broke out to start the year, monster run. This was like weed stocks ripping, SPAC stocks, that was this period right here. And then we've sold off since then with a lot of growth stocks in general. Growth stocks have gotten absolutely destroyed with money flowing into value, is one of the things that we're going to talk about. So I would argue, based on my experience, if the marijuana stocks are going to take over that leadership, and this is just a pullback out of this monster breakout, which is entirely possible, we're going to know very soon, right? This would be a logical place for marijuana stocks to resume.
Your command center upgrade
leadership.
is complete.
One of the things we like to do, regardless of what we're talking about, if this was a presentation on global stocks, we'd have all the countries here. If this was a presentation on cryptocurrencies, we'd have all the cryptos lined up, right? We do work across the board, across industry groups and asset classes, stocks, bonds, commodities, cryptos, etc. So what we like to see is where the relative strength is. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm smarter than somebody else. I'm not gonna pretend that I know something that the market doesn't know. Like, are you kidding me? If you think that, you've already lost. We know we don't know anything, right? So we want to follow the people who do know something. So the most powerful institutions in the world with the most amount of money and the most amount of connections, trust me, they're gonna get the information they need, and they have way more resources than you will ever have, and myself, and etc. So they're gonna go out and they're gonna find the information, and then they're going to act upon that information. Whatever they choose, they might take that information and buy a ton of stocks, or they might take that information and sell a ton of stocks. I'm not really interested in what information they have. I'm more interested in what they're doing with that information, right? You can see that in price. You can see that in relative strength. And I want to point out 22nd Century Group whose relative strength is off the charts. I'm not going to be the guy that's going to tell you the story like this is the Canada and this is the this and these are the picks and the axes, but these are the flour. I'm not going to be that guy. I really don't care. I want to know where the money's flowing, regardless of what sort of area of cannabis they're in. And this is a relative strength stand for the ones doing the best. And then just, you know, right off the bat, you know, what I'm seeing is, you know, 4.5. That's really the level. We're above 4.5 in XXII. You want to be long. Let's punch it up right now to get a live quote. XXII right there at 4.5. So 452 as I speak. So if we're not above 4.5, I don't think you can own it. You want to give it a little room to the downside, let it breathe. That's up to you. You know, you manage risk however you need to. But I'm just telling you right now, if we're not above 4.5, I don't want to own it. But if we are, and cannabis stocks really take over that leadership, which we were just talking about here, this would be a pretty logical place for cannabis stocks to take over leadership. So if that is going to happen, right? If that's not going to happen, you're going to know right away because you're going to see XXII hanging out below 4.5. And we don't want to own it. It's somebody else's problem if we're below those levels because, and for you guys wondering, below this corner resistance. So this is the mark, this is the level, right around 4.5. And again, we don't draw our lines with a kind of pencil. We draw with a crayon, sort of a range. Think of support and resistance kind of like a mattress. You go to the hotel room, little kid starts jumping on the bed, right? There's like some give to that. That's what support and resistance is. There's some give. So what we're looking at is resistance. What's happening here? The market telling us that at these prices, for whatever reason, there's more sellers than buyers. There is an overwhelming amount of supply relative to demand, right? And then when we got back here, what, 4 years later, boom, what happened? Prices got to this level, sold off again. What does that mean? It means that where there was more supply than demand, where the sellers were being more aggressive than the buyers back in 2014, 2015, and that's still the case today. And then the market sold off once again.
Not enough.
So where the buyers came in 2015, that was the market indicating that at those levels, again, for whatever reason, there's more buyers than sellers. There's more demand than supply. Sure enough, when we got back there recently last year, the buyers came in again. So we know it's not JC's opinion or Benzinga's opinion. These are facts. There are more buyers than sellers. There has been more demand than supply at those levels. So here we are back to the scene of the crime. Every time we're here, we sell off. Why? Because again, there's more supply than demand. So if we were to break out, that would be the market signaling to us that the demand has finally been able to absorb all of that supply. Now we can move on, right? Simple supply and demand dynamics. I don't know the story. I don't know the first thing about this company. I couldn't care less. I know that it's in the industry, and that's what this conversation is about. If it was a uranium stock, if it was a cryptocurrency, if it was Apple, Newmont Mining pretty kind of looks exactly like this, for example, and we're buying Newmont too. Stocks that we want to buy. So just hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm JC. I'm signing out. No, I'm just kidding. I hope you enjoyed that. I really wanted to get off right off the bat and just really point out where the strength is. This is what's most important. This really stands out to me, but I think it's really important to take a step back.
Your command center upgrade is.
You got 30 minutes. Maybe what you want. You got your great idea. You got the macro analysis on the marijuana. Oh, great. Now let's take a step back.
We finished that insufficient
all
vesting
within
gas.
the context of global markets moving, flowing from stocks to bonds to precious metals to base metals. To all the currencies, right? Interest rates, markets going up. All of that is going to
Additional
supply. We're going to talk about dollar CAD in a minute as well, and the U.S. dollar potentially getting
more
pounded,
shoebox
right?
deep. You can't.
All right, so now let's take a look at think about what's going on in the stock market in general. We just got a monster ripper off of the lows in 2020. Stocks in general, S&P, Dow, global markets, pick your pick. They all bottomed out in March. We had the best year for stocks in over 75 years, right? Nobody's going to argue that that's what happened.
Get them.
But that is awfully similar to is other historic thrusts. We call them year one of a new bull market. You can see Europe breaking out of a 20-year base. You can see emerging markets and the ACWI Country World Index coming at a decade-plus long basis. You look at financials, the XLF breaking out of a 14-year base. So there's a lot of indication that that was year one of a bull market cycle. And after year one, what tends to happen? Year two is usually really choppy and messy and gross. And guess what year 2 has been so far in 2021. Messy and choppy and close. Right? So let's talk about 2009. I remember this bottom vividly, and then we had an epic ripper, year 1 thrust. What happened in 2010?
Additional supply mineral gas, buddy.
We get 2003, this is the tech bubble bursting. We hit a new low in 2003, and that was year 1, that thrust. And what happened in 04? Chop, 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 chop. Go back to the year of our Lord 1982, when J.C. Perez was born. And then the market bottomed after a bear market that has lasted multiple decades. People win.
Gas, buddy. Come on. You need gas.
Either way, JC comes to the world and the market bottoms, absolutely rips into 83. And then what happened in late 83, early 84, year 2?
More energy.
Chop, 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 chop. And then again, 1974, we put in an epic low. The market never looked back. However, it took a pause in 1976, year 2. After that year 1 thrust of 1975, which was a historically, one of the best years ever. Year 2
Minerals
was
now.
chop, chop, chop.
Get 'em.
One thing I'd like to point out is that if the stock market today was not as messy as it is, that is what would be a mineral, right? What we're seeing is actually perfectly normal under any historical measures. This is exactly what the market should be doing. It should be a messy mess, and that is precisely what we have been seeing.
Research
and then what I will also add
Command
is that
Center
on all
better.
4 of these occasions, and in my opinion, on this occasion as well, you will ultimately resolve higher, and the stock market will go on higher for years to come. But that doesn't change the fact that year 2 is going to be a hot mess. People are having it just like all these other things. It's really important to know this concept before us. Not to mention all of the things that we're seeing that we hadn't been seeing last year. 2021 is not 2020. The yen's been going up, gold's been going up, bonds stopped going down. Everything's not going up yet, but at least they stopped going down. It's all new things, right? Consumer staples and utilities bottomed on a relative basis on March the 1st. It's not things we were seeing before.
Minerals
things
now.
we tend to see when stocks are under pressure, and they have. Here we're looking at the Fibonacci extension levels. You can either contact me directly, or you can go to allstarcharts.com/Fibonacci to see how we calculate these numbers. We calculated way before these levels were hit. Again, clear. But our extension levels are being hit. Dow Jones Industrial Average, target achieved. Dow Jones Transportation Average, target achieved. And what do you see? I wake up this morning and I see the fewest amount of bears since January of 2018.
Finished learning.
Oh, you can't draw it up any cleaner.
We're gonna need
Remember what
bit more
happened
energy.
in January 2018. Stock market got crushed. Global markets went into a multi-year bear market. And this was the last time there were this few amount of bears. There's no bears left. So what? Funny thing happens when there aren't any bears left. The market price action tends to create a few. In my experience, it creates a lot of them, and pretty quickly, I might add. This was the magazine cover at the end of March of last year, the week the stock market bottomed. New Yorker could not have been more pessimistic. Right? And then fast forward to today. Oh my God, look how adorable is a beautiful family going out, leaving their house for the first time, entering the big city. Is there anything more adorable? I say you short the hell out of it. This is what you buy, this is what you sell.
Not enough.
We're shorting stocks just as a reminder. The Economist loves to be a contrarian indicator as well. And this was their magazine cover, again, the week the stock market bottomed in March of last year. This, just to take it the other side, this is the week the market topped in February of last year. Literally the week the market topped. We were already shorting technology, but come on. Impeding robot bulls? I mean, really? You can't make yourself. Tech and the rest of the market. And just as a reminder, what happened after the tech bubble burst, the biggest crash, NASDAQ lost 90% of its value. The New Yorker, in their infinite wisdom, comes out with this beautiful cover of a chart literally falling out of the bottom of the earth. This was the stock market bottom after the
Mr. Nowley, how's it going?
Can't draw it up any better.
The
When the
stocks
New
are
Yorker comes
so-so.
out with something as adorable as this, we want to short the hell out of it.
took a swing
meanwhile,
trade
what
that's
is the
currently
culprit, right?
losing
Every
me
bear
money.
market, every sell-off in the market has sort of
It's
group that you can
down
point to. It's like, okay, those are the
more
downside
than I
leaders.
want it
That's
to
what's
be,
dragging the
which is a
market
little
lower.
uncomfortable.
What are we
But
seeing
it
growth
is what it
stocks
is.
making new
I'm
relative
trying to
lows,
switch
new,
my
12-month
style
lows in large
to
cap growth
being more of a
relative to
swing
large cap
trader than
value,
a
and
scalper,
16-month lows
which
in
scalping
small
is
cap
like
growth
when you
relative to
usually
small cap
hold
value.
positions
Remember
only
what
for
a lot
like
of these are composed
maybe
of.
10
Growth
minutes.
stocks are technology,
A lot of my positions were less than 2 minutes.
direct to consumer, like
And
consumer
I'm
discretionary. All those
decently
are crazy
consistent
growth
with it, but the
stocks
problem
that have
is
been doing so well.
scalping is a
The
lot of
value areas are
work
things
and
like
you miss a
energy
lot
and
of big
financials and
moves.
industrials and materials and things that haven't been in bull markets in a long time.
So I'm trying to basically do less work on the transaction end and get more profit, more moves. And I kind of got into a stock that is traded really thinly, which can be good and bad in a way, where once it heats up, it moves up really quickly. It's this ticker right here, SADG. It's a solar company. And once it moves up, like takes off, it starts taking off really quick usually. But at the same time, if it's moving down and there's not a lot of like buyers, it's hard to get in and out, because obviously if you want to sell your position or sell your stock, there has to be somebody there to buy it. You can't just sell it to no one. So some of these thinly traded ones can be hard to get in and out of. But I'm just gonna leave it on unless it breaks. If it holds below this white line, I'll have to let it go and just accept it as a pretty sizable loss. It'll sting a little bit, but it is what it is. But other than that, I'm just gonna try to hold on to it. There's two different analyst groups, one called Guggenheim and another one analysts from Goldman Sachs Bank. Both upgraded this in the last like week, and Goldman Sachs says their price target is 295, and Guggenheim says 314. And if it hits, if this even gets to like 270, I'd stand to make like $4 grand, $4 or $5 grand, something like that. But what are you up to on this Thursday morning?
Small caps, I think, are really going to be the tell if markets are really going to roll over hard. 216 is the level, so it's either like this or it's like this.
And honestly, if it surfs down where it's at right now, down in this range, but it closes the day strong, like it closes the day kind of moving up, then maybe I'll add, a few shares. Probably not many, but probably only about 20. I'm sitting on 200 right now. But I feel pretty good about it with literally just this morning Guggenheim analyst group upgraded it to a price target of 314, and then there's another one back here. There's another one back here that was a little over 300 for the price target. But yeah, so this one doesn't move very much, so it's been slow going, because the normal trading I do is like really fast paced. So it's like I'm in, I get somewhere between 10 and 30 bucks, and then I'm out, and then I just do that multiple times a day. Battle Cruiser. Turn on a couple lights here,
Good luck, have fun, and beat them, probably.
Materials and financials do not resolve higher, and instead they resolve lower. That's going to be a big
minerals now. Get them.
Going to resolve this consolidation lower. This would be a perfectly logical way.
Not enough minerals.
So I think the short banks.
Okay. Get in another game, eh?
I think shorting stocks is the wise move. I think, as we go, has been the wise move. I think it continues to be even wiser.
Additional supply
Ah,
depot.
fuck. I didn't realize this guy was Terran, so I already messed up my build. I wasn't paying attention. Oh well.
A mind of its own. Sometimes it shows unusual relative strength in a weak market. And sometimes it turns into a risk-on, risk-off play where stocks are getting crushed, these things are getting slaughtered too. Kind of like what we've seen over the last several months as growth stocks have gotten crushed, so is marijuana. So again, if you're interested in these slides, info@allstarcharts.com, password cannabis. So the MJ ETF here, right? 23 is really the level. That would put us back above that former support. It would put us back above that 38.2% retracement. Again, go to allstarcharts.com/Fibonacci if you're interested in how we calculate these numbers. They're pretty standard. You've probably seen them before. 23 is really that level. If we're below 23, you leave it alone.
Good luck and have fun.
You get a nice 31 and a half, right? That's a nice little trade here. Look at MSOS, similar setup. I'm seeing a lot of these things where you had sort of a classic top, right? MSOS, classic top, you broke down, and it's been hovering near that support. So if we were to resolve higher, that would be incredibly bullish for the space. So that's
Not enough minerals.
Solo, same thing. If we get above that support, like
Minerals now. Get them.
first quarter, it's turned into resistance. Same thing here. Look
More
how
shoebox depot thingies needed.
you see YOLO above 22, I'd say that's
Not enough minerals. Minerals now. Get them.
31. Gotta be above 31 to be long. If we're above 31, I like it towards 48.
Not enough minerals.
Above 30.
Minerals now.
Look
Get
at,
them.
Scott's Miracle Grow. That big momentum divergence suggests weakness here. I'm not a huge fan. I think at best this is a mess. ACD, nice little base here, bullish momentum divergence. Not enough for me to buy, but this certainly does not look like a bottom. Doesn't look like a continuation pattern either. Seems to me the path of least resistance is higher. If you happen to be short, I would not be short. I would only be short if we're below the recent lows a few weeks ago. I would not be short here. But long-wise, it's like a massive signal right now. You see them short.
Not enough minerals.
Here, it's on a long-term basis. So this weak stock is not happening. Easily. We go back to smaller again, consider long-term, and then we go short-term for more tactical opportunities, right? See, bottom, right, like we marked here, potential bottom, but this is a hot mess.
Command center got
If we're
better.
below, if we're above these former lows, you can't be short. If we're above $7 bucks, if we're above 7, you can't be short. How long can you be? I don't really like it. Leave it alone. So here we're going to Cure Relief. 17 and a half is my level here. I see former resistance in 2019. Retested that, broke out, hit that 161 from that level. Has been bottoming out. How long does it take? I don't know. I'd argue the longer the better. But if we're above 17 and a half, we want to be buyers of that breakout. Target up above 26. Let's talk about Green Thumb. This is really Green Thumb a lot. Looks awfully similar, right? Resistance in 2019, we broke out, tested and consolidating. Resistance in 2018, broke out, target achieved, tested and consolidating. Look at the gotta leave it alone. It's like if we're below 17 and a half, you gotta leave it alone. Okay, so we only want to be long above that breakout because this hot mess right here, I want nothing to do with it. See this hot mess? Nothing to do with it.
Add-on complete.
But if we're below 970,
Minerals now. Get them. Not enough minerals. Minerals now. Get them.
we're below 59, you can't touch them. This is like extraordinary amount of risk. Like look at this gap to fill. This sucker can get back down to 11. You definitely don't want to be long for below 59. You can do whatever the hell you want. I certainly would not be long for below 59. With a target of 88.
We finished that add-on. Nice.
Look
complete.
Same thing with True Leaf, PCNNF. You know, big uptrend, consolidation. Right? Let these dissolve. You know, these are basically the same thing as these guys, except these guys are cleaner, right? Curly and Green Dom are cleaner than these guys. So let's talk about Fresco Labs. You know, big bottom, getting back above.
Not enough minerals. Research complete.
We're above these former highs.
Mineral field depleted.
And you know, one of the things that I've
Your command center upgrade is complete.
again, the theme there. Many times have you heard me say hot mess, right? In this presentation, it's for good reason. Speaking of hot messes, look at innovative industrial properties, IIPR. When we say gap and go, this is what we mean. Look at that, baby. Woo! So, you know, a lot of times you got resistance and then the market gets back to that resistance, tests it, sells off, and back to resistance, sells it, and eventually breaks out. The most powerful breakouts are when you literally wake up one morning and it is now above all of those former highs. That's what we call a gap and go. And we believe the 1940s would call such a thing a breakaway gap. Call it what you want. Just
You're gonna need a tad bit more energy.
ask questions later. So anyway, target gives us 200 bucks, and since we got there, just like all the others. But on a breakout of 200, I'd argue this is one of the ones showing.
Not.
Yeah, this thing could really go. Really go. 6270 next, why not? Tilray, I think, is really interesting. Above those former lows here in early 2020. Right, a lot of market movement there. I'll give you an exact level. So the exact level. So the exact level is going to be right around 15 and a half.
Mayday.
We were talking about this last week. So I actually did not get in. We were talking about it on Clubhouse. I even said it's 5. Literally got
Minerals
straight up
now.
and they said,
Get 'em.
what are you gonna do? You can't catch them all. You can't do it, you know? You can't do it. But by going through this process, by going through this exercise, at the very least, it gives us the opportunity. Like at least I can say, oh yeah, I missed that one. I never pulled the trigger because I was busy doing other things. Market don't guarantee. One thing it does is that we will have more opportunities. So there's no like FOMO.
Gas, buddy. Come on. You need gas.
There are no cold strikes on Wall Street, right? If you're a baseball
The
player,
minerals
well,
have.
swing at anything. Strikes down the right, the umpires will call you and Williams,
Okay.
wait for your pitch. You know, swing at good pitches. And a lot of these setups are just not good pitches right now, but on breakouts, I think they are. This Hexo's interesting, right? Looks like a bottom. He looks like a lot of oil stocks and energy stocks, actually, which is interesting. Planet 13, again, you know, this one definitely showing relative strength, right? Look at that resistance, right? Broke out of that base, hit the target, consolidated, broke out of that base, hit the target, consolidated above support, has continued to. In my opinion, that's impressive. Now, with that being said, we're definitely stuck in this range, and I'm not going to touch this thing. I don't like trading these things. Like if you're an options trader or something like that, if you want to take advantage of this range down market, by all means, go ahead. It's just not for me right now. I'd rather sit back, wait for this consolidate, and buy a breakout, or a shorter breakdown if it breaks below 5.5 or so. But the truth is, this seems like more trouble than it's worth. So those are my weed. I'm getting the 10-minute warning. Perfect. So those are my weed stocks. I want to go over a few stocks from another scan of ours, just to show you, like, I'm not just Mr. Perma Bear, you know, don't buy stocks, you know, the cannabis stocks are a mess. Like, you know, listen, you want to talk about cannabis stocks? We'll talk about cannabis stocks. A lot of them are messy. What do you want from me? But let's talk about one of the other scans that we do, because, you know, listen, there's always something going on. There's always a long, there's always a short, and it's impossible to cover everything, right? Look at Canopy Growth right here showing up on our follow the flow scan. So we're looking for unusual options activity, and not like, listen, I you know, you hear it all the time. Oh my God, unusual flow, and just blindly buying unusual flow. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. The first thing we want to do is identify, make a list of
Good luck and have fun.
unusual flow, and like very unusual flow, and very specific on the bid, on the ask, like very specific. Where is the flow coming from? Is this a big time bearish bet someone's putting on, or a big time bullish
Not
bet?
enough minerals.
It's not so much the smart money as it is the very, very aggressively positioned,
Minerals, now.
positioned
Get
money
'em.
is what specifically we're looking for. And then that, just because that happens doesn't mean we're going to buy or sell. All we're doing is creating a universe. Now we go and dive in and hand select the best risk
Additional
versus reward
supply
opportunities
depots are required.
for us, right? So all we're doing is building the universe, not following them along. Now we just have a catalyst on all of these names. We go, we dive in. This is from the weekend, so Oxy's already really taken off, but if you get any weakness, Oxy Petroleum near 24. If we're above 24, I like it long for a double of 48. Look at BRFS. Let's call it $5. Again, this one's already taken off. I like it towards 640 if we're above 5. And then just getting a lot of, you know, we're already short the Qs, short Apple, you know, looking to put on shorts on the small caps. So for me, you know, the underperformance of growth, you know, what I love about the setup is that there are people who have convinced themselves that they are quote unquote growth investors. And all you're telling me by telling me that you're a growth investor is telling me that you can't overcome your recency bias. There's a time and a place for everything. There's a time that growth stocks are doing great. There's a time in their market environments where they suck and nothing's worse, right? Which is
not
now,
enough
right?
minerals.
What it has
Minerals
been,
now.
the last, like, 9
Get
months.
'em.
And you can't just be an investor in one I mean, listen, you can do whatever the hell you want, right? If you only want to invest in one sector, God bless you. I know people 15 years ago that were quote-unquote energy investors. How'd that work out?
Command Center got better.
Right? People that are, oh, I'm a gold investor. What are you talking about? There's a time to buy gold and there's a time to sell it. Now it's time to buy it. Then a time to sell. You know, there's a time and a place for everything. These ARK funds, Cathy Wood, blah, 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 all that's great when they were going up, but that ain't happening anymore. Now you got this hedge fund manager who uses Apple as their cash equivalent. Man, that scares the hell out of me, because I think Apple's going to get crushed. So if their cash equivalent is getting slaughtered, how are these ARK funds going to perform? Crushed. And if ARKK, by the way, we're seeing a ton of put activity. These hedge fund managers are short the hell on
That'd be a solid no on this
all
one.
positions. Not all of them, but a lot of
Insufficient
bets on them
Vespine
for
gas.
sure. 111 is the level. If we're below 111, I think you short the heck out of this thing. You know, with a target down near 80, like Apple, like all of these, I think they all get tied up in the same trade and they get smoked. The risk reward is great because if we're not below 111, you can't be short. So we only want to be short if we're below 111 with a target near 80. Here's another scan. The under the hood
We finished that
what we're doing
add-on.
is we're looking for an
Nice.
unusual investor interest. Whether it be, you know, huge volume coming in, spikes in social media mentions, insider transactions, you know. So again, like the unusual options.
Your command center upgrade is
Right,
complete.
just because a bunch of lunatics are paying attention to the stock and talking about it on Twitter and StockTwits and all that, you know, Reddit, just because that's happening doesn't mean we want to buy it. Maybe we want to short it, right? All we want to know is if the lunatics are paying attention to this, I want to take a look. If the CEO of a company is just floating the boat, buying this company stock every day, maybe I don't want to buy it, maybe I do, but I want to take a look at the very least. So these robots help us do that. Look at Tellurian. We're above 4. I like this long with a target above 8.5. Look at Transdigm Group TDG. We're above those former highs of 2020 of 665. I like this long with a target of 950. And Upstart UPST. If we're above 167, we're above 167. I like it long with a target of below 167. Leave it alone. So guys, that's what I got. I'd love to take some questions.
Not enough minerals.
I'll leave this up if you're interested in the slides. info@allstarcharts.com. Password Cannabis Conference. Chelsea.
Minerals
Chelsea,
now.
Anybody? Any
Dude.
questions?
Dude, you killed it. You killed it. I feel like I'm gonna get murdered by the chat right now if I have to move on. So one thing, you know, I don't know if it's something you can pull up or if you just want to talk about it, but we're getting a lot more questions about sundial, SNDL. Anything you want to say about that one?
Not
in
enough
particular?
minerals.
Yeah.
You're gonna need a tad
Sundial
bit more energy.
SNDL. You can talk through my thought process here. So the first thing I like to do when I'm asked about a company is to make sure I understand what I'm looking at. So here what we're looking at is a $2.5 billion company, right? It's $1.35, so I don't really care about the price as I do the market capitalization, which is $2.5 billion. Puts it as a
Finish learning.
stock. It's up 20% today, and it's $2.5
We
billion.
finished that
Okay,
add-on.
so now we know
Nice.
that. Now we're gonna go SNDL. Look at card.
And just so you know, I don't know if you think we can see your chart, but we can't see it right now.
I
We still got
understand.
your side. Got it.
Oh,
Cool.
I get it. But I am pulling it up just so I can give some levels.
Nice, man. Thanks.
Yeah. So right now it's about 136. I mean, you know, I'm looking at. So you know, this looks like some of the other ones that we talked about. How it's essentially at the bottom, apparently showing relative strength. I would argue, you know, that 113 level, which is where it closed yesterday. Yesterday was
Minerals,
Wednesday,
now!
the
Get 'em!
2nd of June. When it closed Wednesday, 2nd of June, that's a big level.
Not enough minerals.
If I'm a sundial investor or somebody looking to put money out to work, $1.13 is going to be a number I'm going to want to remember.
Minerals now.
Because that
Get 'em!
was support back in 2020.
Not
in
enough
February
minerals.
Specifically, it was resistance in June of 2020.
Minerals
It was
now.
support in April and excuse me.
You're gonna need a tad bit more energy.
Support that broke, and now we're back above that. That level. The next level to the upside, you're probably gonna love hearing this. That's the next level. Realistically, $1.75 or so, $1.67, $1.75, 67. Could see some trouble there, maybe temporarily, but $4 or close to it. I think that's where it can go. A lot of upside, but again, that $1.13 is the one I want to remember. If we are not below that, if we're not above that, then it can go to zero.
Unacceptable build location.
Absolutely, man. Thank you. Obviously, we know that there's some
Command center
Reddit
got
stuff
better.
happening there. Just so you know.
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
So listen, you guys. I feel like you got a new fan club in the chat here, man. Everybody loves you. I think they like the sort of unemotional real talk here, and it's kind of fun. It's fun. It's a different take, but we love it. We love to see the charts. We love to see
Research
commentary.
complete.
So I just
Base
wanna
is under
say
attack.
thanks again, man. We love having you on here. I'm sure we'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, listen, I'm happy to do it. It's got me off my ass a little bit to update some of the feed stocks because they haven't been doing anything. So
Add-on
I've just been
complete.
ignoring them. So now I'm updated. There's not much going on. There's a few that stand out. Certainly the relative strength is what I would point to. If you're going to be buying these things, I would be focused on the relative strength, but understand the macro is a headwind currently, in my opinion anyway. So make sure that you are managing risk responsibly. That's really what it's all about. No matter crypto, marijuana stock, or SPACs, or whatever the silver stocks, whatever the
Cool. I love it, man. Thanks. And I want whatever is in that California
under attack.
to brought the energy, and I appreciate it.
Dude, I wish I could tell you like campaign or something. It's like
Mineral field
Oh,
depleted.
what? That's classy of you. I thought it was like, I don't know, Folgers or something, but no, Pellegrino. Look at you.
I got more Pellegrino than I know what to do. My wife just orders them by like the bundle, so I always got it laying around.
Good. All right, JC. Well, thanks a lot, pal. We'll see you again soon. You guys, JC Peretz, All-Star Charts, and an All-Star here at the conference. Thanks, man. Let's keep this train moving. Next up, I get to introduce another side of this market that I absolutely love to dive into. Dan Aarons, get your beautiful face on here. MSOS and YOLO, YOLO. I love looking at these ETFs. I love seeing who you've added. I'm gonna let you take it away. I'm sure we'll have questions, but it's good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Nice to be here, and thanks for the support. Thanks for the love for the funds. So this might be quite a bit different than the last presentation that I caught the tail end of. If we have some people still on this stream from that. So, Advisor Shares Cannabis Investing. We manage 2 cannabis-related funds. Advisor Shares Pure U.S. Cannabis ETF, MSOs, otherwise known as MSOS. It launched September of last year. It has just over $1 billion in assets under management. Obviously, the largest by far focused on the U.S. in the cannabis space. Our other fund, it's smaller now, but it was actually the first actively managed cannabis ETF in the United States. There's only one other cannabis ETF that's been in the United States a little bit longer. That's an index-based fund. It's quite a bit different, which we'll get into. But our Advisor Shares Pure Cannabis ETF, YOLO, it's more of a global mandate. That means it owns US, it owns Canada, it owns Israel. It owns a little bit more spread out, but a heavy US focus. Now let's get into the meat of what that talks about. On the case for cannabis investing. Now, people on this show shouldn't really need to learn this. I think everybody knows this. It's growing like crazy. Depending on where you're getting the numbers from, they vary somewhat. This comes from ArcView primarily. But I want to point out something here. If you look at the chart, we have 2014, 15, 16. We go up to the present of 2021, projected out to 2025. Look at the bulk of the chart in blue. That's the United States. Then you get a much smaller piece of this chart in orange. That's Canada. Then you get an even smaller part, or projected out in the future, almost equal to Canada, the rest of the world. The entire rest of the world is a much smaller market. The North American market is by far the biggest market for cannabis in the world, and the United States is by far the largest market in the world. I'll point out on another chart that the state of California alone is a bigger market than all of Canada. So, all cannabis investing is not the same. Very important to understand. At Advisor Shares, we have actively managed ETFs. That does not mean they're overly active. Passive means it's based on an index. That means a computer might as well be picking the stocks. There's no one actually managing the fund, watching it every day, deciding which stocks to own or which stocks to overweight or underweight. That's what passive means, index-based. We are actively managed. It doesn't mean we're overly active. I'm not turning over this portfolio every day or every week. But we are monitoring it and managing it every single day. We're deciding which stocks to own, which stocks to avoid, which stocks to overweight, which stocks to underweight, and we can take advantage of opportunities as we see fit on any given day. There's not some monthly or quarterly set rebalance schedule, which I'll be blunt, I think is very, very dumb in something like cannabis investing. It changes rapidly. It's extremely volatile. If you're investing in large cap growth, yeah, index-based is smart, possibly. It's pretty hard to beat an index. It's been documented. In cannabis, well, we have a track record that says active is a whole lot smarter than index-based or passive. There's a big difference between the US and Canada. Far too many people don't understand that difference. Canadian companies, Canopy, Tilray, Aurora, Sundial, they cannot sell THC marijuana in the United States. They may never be able to. People talk about legalization. The Canadians may or
Just
may
about
not
here.
ever get access to the United States. They very well might once a lot of reforms happen in the United States, but they're going to be well behind the ball when they do that. They might have to acquire U.S. companies. They might need to acquire licenses in the United States. The difference between the U.S. and Canada is important to understand. People should look inside of an ETF. We have daily transparency of holdings. Look at the holdings, understand what a fund invests in, and understand the difference between a Canadian company and a U.S. company in cannabis investing. We invest in multi-state operators, or MSOs. We really were very groundbreaking in this space because they are not federally legal in the United States yet. It's been well documented that we use a total return swap structure to get access to investing in the U.S. cannabis companies known as multi-state operators. There's also been a good amount of documentation out there looking at the biggest Canadian LPs versus the biggest U.S. multi-state operators, what their earnings are, their profitability is, their growth rates are, and the differences are rather astounding. I'm not going to get into that right now, but we choose to have a heavy weight towards U.S. multi-state operators because of their balance sheets, because of their profitability, because of their growth rates. The U.S. opportunity. Now, please don't pick me apart because of this map, because it changes constantly, but it's pretty accurate. We have orange states that have legalized recreational and medical marijuana. We have blue states that have at least legalized medical. Many people think that is a step on the way in the future to adult use recreational coming in the future. And then we have a state here that shows that they've approved it, but they're waiting on legalization. But again, this state changes, or this map changes rapidly. For instance, we have New York in orange. New York hasn't sold any adult use marijuana yet. It's coming, and it's going to be huge. Many people think that even though the population of New York is not larger than that of California, the New York market for legal cannabis can be bigger than Canada and making it the biggest in the world. Changing very rapidly. That's a big part of the U.S. opportunity. Even without additional reform that everybody thinks is coming, the U.S. multi-state operators have a huge opportunity growing in markets where they don't currently exist. Canada has cannabis legal nationwide. We know that. Again, no adult use marijuana has been sold yet in New York. That's coming. Where only a black market for adult use exists right now. That is a huge upside growth market for the companies that can legally sell cannabis in the United States. So, a little more detail on our funds. MSOs, Pure U.S. Cannabis. It's actively managed. It's focused solely on U.S. companies in cannabis industry. Our slightly older fund, YOLO, Pure Cannabis ETF, invests in global companies, U.S., Canada, and others. Israel is a good example. We both invest in multi-state operators. MSOs has a much heavier weight towards the plant-touching MSOs, but the YOLO Pure Cannabis ETF also owns them. We can be opportunistic. We invest in small companies, mid-caps, we can get in new IPOs. Again, we don't have to wait for any crazy monthly or quarterly rebalancing schedule. And both of these funds, very simply, are listed on the New York Stock Exchange. You can get into these with a single trade, even on Robinhood. These funds are available.
Man, if I would have waited till today
all brokerage firms
to buy a CBG,
again, with a
but that's a good
trade,
learning experience.
They're New York Stock Exchange listed. Our investment
This
process.
guy I'm trying to learn swing trading from always says you wait for something to tighten up and then you buy it at opening range highs. Like once it looks like it's consolidated and starting to take off.
Or primarily supporting the
Now this one I bought in some consolidation, assuming it would pop. It dipped a bit,
but they've
and
invested
now
in
it's kind of
Cannabis.
coming back
It's
up.
a small
So
part
like,
of the business.
if I would have
Don't
waited
think
a day
Constellation's a
or
cannabis
waited
company.
until today
Same
to
thing
buy
with Altria, British American Tobacco,
after this first
Scott's
like
Miracle
green
Grow.
candle,
None of those are cannabis companies.
I'd already
Don't
be
be
up,
fooled into thinking
know,
they are.
so
Invest in those if
like
you choose
4 or
to,
5
but
points,
don't do it as
which
a
would be
cannabis
like
company.
$800.
We're going to be in pure
But
cannabis.
instead, I'm still
is
down
our
a little bit,
name
but
and our
it seems like it's
investment
moving pretty
mandate.
good.
Our portfolio construction, it's a fundamental process. We're looking for companies that are best in their positions. They have balance sheets, profitability.
I think we're looking pretty
not
good.
just doing this on charting. We're not doing this on meme stocks. We're looking for companies that are going to have profitability or a path to profitability in the future, and balance sheets. Those things are actually important if you're going to be a long-term investor. The fact that we're actively managed is a lot of risk management, daily hands on top of these funds. Holdings. Now, we made these charts a couple weeks ago. This is as of 5/18.
The
It says
semiconductors are
at the
pulling
top.
back.
MSOs is on the left. Our top holding is Curaleaf.
TSM looks pretty good, actually.
Prior to mergers, they're the biggest cannabis company in the
TSM
world.
could be a big monster
No,
like next
it's
week.
not Aurora
It's kinda
or
tightening up.
Canopy or even Tilray. It's Curaleaf. Truly of cannabis. Over 50% market share in Florida. They've been profitable for years. Profitable is a word you don't hear much about in Canadian cannabis companies. And they recently announced a
Was
merger
that like a
where they're
subtle
taking over
roast?
Harvest Health. It's gonna allow
Profitability is
them to
not really a
dominate
thing for
the
Canadian
Arizona market and potentially
cannabis
the
companies.
Pennsylvania market as well. And after that merger, they'll be the biggest cannabis company in the world. Again, not the Canadians. You can also notice the top 8 holdings here are all plant-touching, multi-state operators in the United States. We own those via total return swaps. Number 9 holdings, Innovative Industrial Properties, U.S. Listed REIT that services the cannabis companies. And then we have Grow Generation. I think everybody knows that. If you go to the right hand, we have YOLO. Again, the top holding, it's Village Farms International. I think they're the best LP, the best operator in all of Canada. Pure Sun Farms.
I thought YOLO was
British
an
Columbia,
ETF.
is a low-cost leader. And
Oh yeah,
has
it
been
is.
quite profitable
He's going through all the
multiple
holdings
quarters.
of YOLO.
Then we have Innovative Industrial Properties, and
MSOS
again, you see
and
Curaleaf.
YOLO
Right now, as of today,
are ETFs for
our
the
number 3
weed
holding is actually
industry.
Tilray.
I'm actually gonna put those
As
over.
of June 3rd. Do I love Tilray? No, not really. I hold my
MSOS.
nose
There's
a little
another
bit while
one,
we own
too.
it.
I think it's just
They're far from profitability,
MARJ.
but I noted
No.
that they
Man, there's
trade
another
up
one
on
that I
days
used to
like today.
track.
We own
Another
them
weed
because we
ETF. I
want
can't
that
remember what
exposure.
it is now.
I virtually say the same thing about Canopy. We own these because we know they're going up. The reason that they're going up can't really be explained. It's not based on their profitability. Maybe on Canopy it could be based on their balance sheet. It's based on a lot of misunderstandings, but we're going to own them for those reasons. Do I think they're the best stocks to hold long term? No. We're much more on the U.S. side, and on the Canadian side, we like Village Farms. Our holdings are transparent. They're on our website every single day, and you can see what we own, and you can figure out which moves we're making to increase or decrease holdings. Gotta go quick.
I want
so
to see
here's a lot
some
of
news about the
disclosure.
infrastructure plan come out.
And one other
it
pitch.
mentioned solar.
You
That's
shouldn't
what
have
would
all
be a
your
big
money
deal.
in cannabis stocks. We like them for the long term. I believe in diversified portfolios. We launched funds very recently that are quite obviously on the COVID rebound play. Advisor Shares Hotel ETF, ticker symbol BEDS with a Z. Advisor Shares Restaurant ETF, EATS with a Z. It owns all the major hotels in the hotel. It's hotels, it's cruise lines. It's heavier right now towards leisure travel and tourism because it's actively managed. We can switch more to business travel in the future.
82.60 yesterday.
EATS has all the restaurants, fast food,
I should have taken
bars,
a jab
everything
here.
that's related to the restaurant industry. And then we have the Vice ETF. Vice ETF's been around a little while. It has those stocks like Altria.
If AMD can move
Constellation
sideways for a
Brands.
couple days, I think
But
it'd
also
be
has Penn
ripe for a
National
move
Gaming,
back up over
DraftKings,
85.
and Turtle Beach headphones, and Smith & Wesson. Boston Beer is one of its top holdings. This is a good way to diversify all of these funds versus your cannabis investments. I'm blazing through that because I won't have time for any questions.
Is this gonna be ripe for a quick little jab short?
What's
here?
happening, man? This is so cool. I've got a few questions in the chat that I want to pose.
Good, please.
So I will. I mean, here's one of them. I know that this would be really tough to do in the 4 minutes that we have, but okay, hold on. Would love to hear Aaron's breakdown MSO's top 10 holdings, why each currently holds their position allocation in relation to others. Maybe just a quick summary on how you do this, or maybe more importantly, Dan, the value that you see in some of your top holdings here, like Village Farms, for instance, or Cure Leave and True Leave up at the top. What do you think?
Well, again, on YOLO's side, we have Village Farms up there. I'm a firm believer. It is by far the best operator in Canada, and it's wildly undervalued in my humble opinion. But the questions about MSOs. Now, in the United States, we have a unique opportunity, and the opportunity is the overall cannabis reform coming to the United States and what these stocks are going to do in the future, in my opinion. There's something known as the Big Four. Curaleaf, Trulieve, Green Thumb, Cresco Labs. We love all four of those companies. Now, everybody knows there's been a little bit of a pullback in cannabis since the highs in February, down through, I think they may have had a recent bottom right around 420 day. There's been a pullback. With that pullback, I care less and less about the smallest cap or some of the small mid-cap lower tier 2 or tier 3 companies, if you want to call them that. I am refocused
Can see a pullback to that review up here
on these big four.
This lower
and
yellow line
right below, Curaleaf, Trulieve, Green Thumb, and Cresco. TerraSend is an excellent operator, well run by Jason Wild. It's not quite as big, quite as liquid as the bigger four. And right behind that, we got Air Wellness. John Sandelman does an excellent job there. He's involved in a number of other things, such as the SPAC with Glass House and so on that's coming. So it's much more of a tiering thing when you look at the top holdings of MSOs. And again, with the pullback recently, I'm not interested in such and such 30-cent penny stock and what it might be doing. I'm sure as hell not interested in meme stocks like Sundial and Aurora. Those things are dumpster fires. I know there was a big pitch for Sundial earlier. It's up 20% today. It's still down about 89% in the last 3 years. Those stocks are dumpster fires. They're meme stocks. They're nothing to own for fundamentals and future growth for the long term. If you're trading them and making a profit, more power to you. But MSOs, the big four, followed up by the big 5, 6, or 7, is why we have these stocks in here.
I love that.
For a reason.
I love that, Dan. So 1 minute left here. First of all, I just want to shout out, we have 6 of the 10 that you've listed here on the MSO side participating in this conference. So it's really fun to see them in action, telling us about what's going on. Last, I'll give you one opportunity to talk to this. You guys are really the first to do this, right? With an opportunity for investors to have exposure to the American cannabis MSOs all in one place. Now you're not the only, right? Other people are rolling stuff out. What do you think when you see people? I mean, is it flattering to watch people copy you guys?
Imitation is the best form of flattery, and a few of our competitors were trying to say, "Oh, I don't think what they're doing might be legal. I don't know if we can do that." They tried to badmouth us as our fund MSOs.
That was just a small trade. Made $16.
And
but
now
the key is you only really need to do that a handful of times a day to have a pretty good day.
We're the leader in the MSOs.
And note that even though I went short there, I'm very bullish on AMD overall.
Again,
and the
imitating what we're
semiconductors
doing,
in general.
that kind of gives us a vote of
A
confidence.
scalp's a scalp.
And if they're
A scalp doesn't really say anything about whether one is bullish or bearish on a stock. It's just seeing the technical pattern.
Well said. Well, Dan Aarons, thank you so much. Advisor Shares, you guys are killing it. Again, MSOS and YOLO, YOLO. Dan, I'm sure we'll see you again soon, man, but this has been great.
Thanks, Patrick.
All right, take care. Next up, my friends, we have two of my favorite people that we have on this show, and I'll go ahead and bring them up because
So
I'll
now
introduce
what we're
them as
looking
they're
for
coming.
is
We've got Deanie
to pull
Elsner,
back kind
the
of to the
CEO
volume weighted average price
and
right
just
here.
resident kick butt person
And
and
if
human
it does,
being
then
at
I
Charlotte's
might
Web,
get long.
right? And JJ McKay, one of my favorite moderators in Benzinga history. JJ is entertaining. JJ is fun. He's got great artwork behind him. Deanie does too. So this is exciting, you guys. Super exciting. I'm going to shut up. I'm going to get out of the way. Do your thing.
Well, thank you, Patrick, for such a
This is
great
what I would refer to as
introduction,
no
and
man's
we're
land,
so
though,
happy to be
when
here
this
at
is
the
like in this
conference.
range.
It is an
'Cause
amazing day
it's not
as the country
really
starts
close
to
to any
reopen up
technical.
to really engage in one of the best growth industries
It
you've
got
ever
sucked up pretty good
seen.
there, though.
And today, our special guest is Deanie, who is the CEO of Charlotte's Web, who is doing an amazing job and is
Man,
a
I wish
company
this
that is
SEDG
going to
would
make it in
take
the long
off.
run and is truly a pioneer
killing
in
me.
medical marijuana.
I'm
Deanie,
down,
give us a
like-
little update on the company.
Oh, I'd love to, JJ. Thank you.
Done
for
like
having me.
800
It's a
on it right
pleasure
now.
to be here, and Patrick is one of my all-time favorites. So, just a little perspective. Charlotte's Web was went public August of
But I'm gonna
18. The
diamond
Farm
hand
Bill
it.
was
You know I'm
for
gonna
CBD
diamond
was
hand it.
signed into law December of 18. I came on in May of 19, and a lot of 19 Charlotte's Web spent our time managing and kind of evolving the management team. In order to succeed in this industry, you've got to have a management team that's got great experience and agility. This company's got tremendous optionality. I needed people in place that could actually run the company in a
NASDAQ
really
is pulling
excellent
back a
way.
little.
2020, we spent
It's
a lot of
kinda
time building our
flagging, though, so we
infrastructure.
should
So
be
in the
alright here.
pandemic, we acquired Abacus Health Products. We set up a whole new manufacturing infrastructure,
What's
stood
AMC
that up.
doing today?
We got certified in organic.
Sound
We
off.
got patents on our products. We got a B Corp certification. That was all in
I
2020.
don't trust these
A
meme
lot of our
stacks,
focus
but
in
if you're one of these
2021
people
and
that like
2022 will be evolving our footprint
a couple
and
weeks ago
expanding
bought this at like
our
$12 to
presence
$14
across
range.
the country, or across the
That's
country, across
nuts.
the globe.
Dude,
We're
my
entering
whole
a number of
PC
new
is
countries. We
lagging
just announced,
just because of how
our
the
cultivation
flow of this.
going into Canada about 3 weeks ago.
That's crazy.
We've got a great
There's so
partnership
many
in
orders
Israel. We'll be
going through.
expanding into Europe. So that's going on. And then we announced the option purchase
out.
agreement with the Stanley
Yikes.
Brothers shareholders
Imagine
to
if you're one
expand
of those
within the
people
sector.
that's
So
stuck,
we're
that
moving.
bought in this
We've got the
range,
infrastructure.
and it's
We
way down
intend to
here
be here
now.
for the long term, and excited about the future.
I guess the
They
second
really
best
gotta
thing
diamond
that
hand
Charlotte's
it.
ever done is one, found the company and come up with great products and hire you because you have been doing phenomenal work. My God, I'm tired. I should take a nap after listening to all you've done in the last 2 years. So I love the expansion. I think Canada's a great market. Europe is probably the best of the three markets because it's slightly bigger than the U.S. Israel, great. But the biggest market that you have right now is really the United States.
It's
Where
hard to
do
see
you
any real
think, and where does
directionality
Charlotte's
right
Web
now,
think
man.
we are in the United States with medical marijuana, and where are we going to be in the next let's say 2 to 3 years?
Yeah, you know what?
Like,
I'm
Hughes
encouraged
just
with where we are
keeps
today,
trading
with
between, like,
marijuana in the United States. Period. In about half
upper
the states,
320s
you
and
can
like
get medical
mid
marijuana or
330s.
recreational marijuana. That is so much further than I would have ever
Spies in a
expected it
pretty
to be
tight
at this
range,
point.
but
So in a lot of ways, I'm really encouraged. We're finding that cannabis has got tremendous efficaciousness with a bunch of disease states that we're all going to be afflicted with. And so as humans, we want to have access to those natural botanicals. On the positive side, we're seeing great momentum. We're seeing great movement in both houses of Congress to legalize cannabis, and I love seeing
Right.
that. On the negative side, some of the stuff the Biden administration is doing
I'll watch
is
this
a
for a
little
couple more
questionable. The
minutes
push
and
on
then probably play
280E,
another game or two.
and I think really the firing of staffers who have smoked cannabis in the past is sending mixed messages. But in general, I think by next year we're going to start seeing some of the bills open up, the MORE Act, State Act, and Safe Baking Act. I don't know that we'll see federal legalization of cannabis in the next couple
Been
of years.
lazy
but I
this
would
week as far as
anticipate in the next
lifting
3 to 5
goes,
years,
but
we
like
definitely will see
I
it.
went really hard on
And
my
on the
last
medical
leg day.
side,
My legs
I
were
love
really
the
sore for like
proliferation of
3
medical
days,
cannabis into personal wellness. I think
and
there's a
I
segment
just kind of
opening
wanted
up
to
in
let them
cannabis.
recover.
It's not just medical marijuana. It is really focused on personal wellness, which is let me have
All right,
access
so now
to
what we're gonna
slightly
do is
higher
when this
levels of
approaches
THC above
these
what's
indicators
today
right here,
available with CBD, and
we're
let
gonna
me
watch the
manage
order
my
flow and see if we get a
anxiety,
big
my
flash of
depression,
green
my
over here.
inability to sleep. Let me manage my pain and inflammation myself, and giving that access is a big part of what we're trying to get done.
If I had a quarter for everybody who shared those stories about how they want to do that and what a difference it makes in their life, the first dose would be the biggest investment fund there is.
You're absolutely right.
And coming from the, growing up in the deep South, I am
There's a
amazed of
5,000
how
share order
Alabama,
there.
Mississippi, and those populations are really starting to embrace medical marijuana and make it incredibly different.
Yeah,
Alright,
Louisiana.
so
I
we're
mean,
not
you've
on the
got a
VWAP,
lot
so
of
I'm
the
not really
southern
bullish
Bible Belt
just
states
yet
who are
for
absolutely
scalping.
embracing this category, and consumers
What I'd
deserve
like
it.
to
They
see
want
happen
it.
is a little
75% of
counter
adults
pop,
in the U.S.
and then
want
get short,
this
and then short into the
legalized. So
VWAP.
we've got good things ahead.
Well, and once again, you are a great leader considering your
We
history
didn't
in
really
food,
get much of a
jumping,
counter pop there.
jumping and following and being slightly ahead of the
But that's all
trends
right.
by your expansion globally.
Yeah.
So if you want to talk a second about that.
Yeah, you know what? In large part, we're a company that leads with cultivation. We're a vertically integrated company. We produce our own seeds, we cultivate our product, we extract our biomass, we produce our own products, and we distribute our products. So what that means is consumers have complete transparency and traceability of our products. There's never anything that we're buying on the outside and then putting into our products. It's controlled all the way through the system. What that has enabled us to become is the world's most trusted hemp extract company. And for Charlotte's Web, that is a great foundation to move into cannabis, because 50% of consumers want to move into cannabis, and they want to move in with
Take a
company
little stab at the long
with a
side
brand
here.
they trust. And so for us,
Basically, if
getting
it
that
breaks,
right is the
if
foundation.
it breaks in here,
International for us,
then we want to
will be
get
leading
out
with
for a
cultivation,
small
which is why
loss.
Canada was so important.
But what I'm
Canada's a
anticipating,
little bit of a
hoping on,
crowded market.
is a
I don't
little
know if you've
pop up to
noticed,
about this 9-day
but
moving
Canada
average.
is a strategic move for us, because from Canada we can expand and export biomass, we can export finished goods, and we can export extracts. So Canada enables us to get to the rest of the world until we're able to register our cultivars in those parts of the world. And so for us, strategically, Canada makes a ton of sense. Israel, I mentioned, we've got a strategic partnership with CanDoc. Israel is the deepest country in terms of research and clinical on medical marijuana and CBD. We are partnering with a number of institutions there as we enter that market. Again, that will impact the entire world.
Took away our
and then you
16
mentioned
bucks,
UK
but
and
oh well.
EU.
I'm
love
really
what's
not
happening
doing
there.
anything
The
committally
Europeans
because
tend
most
to
of
be more
my
progressive when
funds
it
are
comes
tied
to
up in
industry
that
like this, although
SEDG.
the Americans have surprised me. And
That I
Charles
wish
will
would
be there
see some
front center in
goddamn
those countries as
volume.
they develop.
So
Learning experience, though.
where do you think we should go
Trading
next?
something with
What
that
needs to
low
be done?
volume is
Both for the
kind of frustrating, kind of
industry.
annoying.
Yeah, it's a three-part issue, right? And as the market share leader, we take this very seriously. First, it's legislatively. You've got to be involved with pushing the legislation
So is this gonna
forward
hit the
at the
volume?
federal level, at the state level,
Are we gonna hit
and
this
you
purple
can't
line?
let up. And so we've been very actively
Well,
involved
we
in
hit the
California,
VWAP.
Florida, Illinois, Michigan, Colorado, New York, actively engaged in getting those states set up. We also have been really busy on the Hill. I'm really encouraged that we've got 2 bills for CBD pushing forward, cleaning up the Farm Bill Act, parts of the Farm Bill that didn't get put in right. The House Bill 841, as well as the Senate bill that was introduced last week. They're both relatively similar. The Senate bill includes food and beverage, but what they're going to do is force the FDA to regulate this category, which will be a large step in getting medical marijuana regulated following that. I think from that, we've got to become really engaged with the FDA. We've met with the FDA about 8 or 9 times over the last 15 months. We have to get CBD regulated first, so that then there's a framework to regulate.
And I watched a video
cannabis.
yesterday
Getting
about
cannabis legalized was the first step in
semiconductors.
the
Maybe I'll
process.
watch it here in a
Then
minute,
the FDA has
just
to
for
regulate it so that we all know how
educational
to play in this
purposes.
category.
But I didn't
And then
realize how
finally,
important
on the
TSM,
marketing standpoint,
Taiwan
we're the market share
Semiconductors,
leader. We
is
have to
like
educate,
they're like the
advocate, and
cornerstone
really
of the
drive
semiconductor
awareness for this
industry.
category. So we are
Like
busy
every
across all 3
chip maker,
aspects:
Nvidia,
regulatory,
AMD, Intel,
legislatively, as
all
well as
those,
education
like all
and
these
awareness.
companies,
And you
Qualcomm,
can count on Charles
rely
to
on
continue to push that
TSM
forward.
And
for
it's
some
amazing.
part
I
of
mean,
their
you have an
business.
incredible team that's really building relationships at all levels to make sure this happens.
Yeah, very much so. And I think you need that. I think the complexity of this category, the dynamic nature of this category, it is so fast moving that if you don't have experts that have tons of experience, have contacts, and can move the ball forward, you won't survive. And especially in CBD, today in CBD, we're trying to get regulatory built on it as a dietary supplement so we can get into food, drug, and mass. That will be the precursor to getting into dispensaries for cannabis. And so we have to get this framework right, because once CBD gets this framework right, then medical cannabis will follow and recreational cannabis will follow. And that's the part we're most excited about.
You know, when we launched the Fresh Toast in 2016, CBD was just a subset of the marijuana market, and now it's a rival to it all, and it's really mainstreamed so much more quicker because of just what you said. It's in dietary regulation, it's done all sorts of stuff, and it's brilliant of Charlotte's Web to be able to have a strong presence in both markets.
Yeah, but you know what? This is the consumer leading us, and I think what's so great about this category is this cannabis sector is going to move into a consumer product
See if
goods
this
category.
catches
It's
a
going to have
bid here at
segments,
the
it's gonna have
volume-weighted
need
average
states.
price.
Companies are going to have to compete from a marketing standpoint to win consumers' dollars, and when that happens, the consumer wins. And so for us, we have to get this established. We have to expand our footprint into new adjacencies so we can continue to grow the consumer. And what's happening with the consumer is she's coming in through CBD, but she is quickly following into the cannabis sector. Now, she's not going in there. A third of them are going into cannabis not wanting to get intoxicated. She's going into cannabis because she's going in for personal wellness reasons. And so Charlotte's Web is in a position to be the bridge between CBD and cannabis wellness. And that category expands our total available market by 3 to 4 times. That's where the opportunity is for Charlotte's Web. We take our forms and our formats, we expand slightly higher levels of THC, and we go after need states and conditions to delight the consumer. And I think if we do that right, we will win every time.
Well, what's interesting is, we work with 80% of America's practicing physicians, and Charlotte's Web provides a wonderful reassurance to them is the fact because you're vertical, they could rely on your product every time.
It's a big,
one of the things we hear
So
is
what we're looking for
they
here
want
is
to make
for
sure
this
that the
purple
product
line,
is the same.
the volume
in,
weighted average price. It's a
Florida
really common
as it's gonna be in
indicator.
California, and
Looking for this to kind of
as it
act
is
as
from May to
support.
June.
See it
And
kind
right
of
now they can't
a
guarantee
curl
that,
back
so that
up.
makes doctors incredibly hesitant.
Yeah.
And your message is something that I think
The
is
indexes
at the
are pulling
forefront
back a bit
of
though,
helping
so
physicians feel comfortable having that conversation.
since AMD is
JJ, you're
a
exactly
part of
right.
the NASDAQ,
Physicians play a really
and then
important role.
I think a part of the S&P
50%
also,
of consumers who come into this category come
it
in
will
because
move
their
in tandem
physician
with
or
them
medical
to some
practitioner
degree.
told them to come in. And so it's
So
almost
if they
a
keep pulling
permission
back,
slip
we
to
might
come
have to
into the
close
category.
this one at another
Once
little
they're in,
loss.
physicians have to know the product they're recommending is the same bottle to bottle, year to year, state to state. And that's what Charlotte's Web does with the vertically integrated supply chain. Consistency and trust is the foundation of this business. The Seven Brothers, the Stanley Brothers, their number first consumer was Charlotte Figge. If that product strayed or varied bottle to bottle, year to year, Charlotte would react. And so they put in place an infrastructure that ensured complete consistency, quality, and safety. And that's the bedrock we've built on. And so for us, to get to the consumer, we've got to have the endorsement of the medical community. The endorsement of the medical community comes with a high quality, consistent product. And so that is a big part of our push.
So you can almost say that your mission is patient first.
It's a big part of our mission. Our mission is to unlock the power of botanicals globally, but it has to be patient first. It's got to be endorsed by the doctors. It has to be there because scientifically, that's what's going to convince consumers what this category is all about. And so for us, it plays a very big role in our business.
Well, I think that's incredible. And I know you're doing a lot to help those consumers work with that. Are you partnering with, support groups for cancer and so forth to help people?
Yeah, actually, yesterday we just announced a new clinical and research project at the University of Colorado focused on anxiety and sleep. That follows a study we announced at Harvard based on anxiety. We are partnering with some of the biggest medical and research institutions across the country to get after these conditions and need states so that we can advance the science, push the FDA to regulate this category so we get everybody producing safe, high-quality products the consumer can trust, but also demonstrate that Charlotte's Web is advantaged in this market, that we are different, and we've got the proof points that demonstrate we're different. And so for us, that's a consumer promise we're going to keep.
And I think that's incredible, the fact that you're
There's
able
only a couple
to
cents
do
off my
those
order.
type of things
I should have
because that's what's
canceled and
important.
just
And over the last year,
sold
anxiety and
for
sleep
a smaller
have been
gain there.
incredible. We did a story that said that came out. There was
The
a
reason
poll
I
that
had
came
it
out
at
that said more people
24
would,
is because that's
during
10
the harshest
cents, so
part
that would
of
have been
the
exactly
lockdown,
$20.
would have traded sex for sleep. And that is crazy.
Crazy. But you did. I read a survey that coming December of last year that our
Pretty high
anxiety
volume
and depression
there, though,
levels were up
comparatively
4
over the last
times,
little bit.
4x versus what they were before the pandemic. The biggest
Let's see if we can get a
legacy
curl
of this
up here. I'd
pandemic
like to
is
see
going
at
to be
least
the
a curl
impact
up above
it has on mental health.
8120.
It is not normal to lock up humans in their house and say don't interact.
Momentum is a
It's just,
thing when it
that
comes
is
to
not a
scalping.
normal
So
activity.
if you don't
For
if you
us,
start to see it move in your
CBD
direction,
and cannabis play a
but it doesn't
really
hit
important
your
role in
target,
helping
and
people
it's,
get
the
back to
momentum
personal
starts to go
wellness
against you,
and putting themselves
that's
in the
something you have
forefront.
to consider.
I am just
This looks like it's
delighted
kind of flagging,
because
though.
working in the industry, we want to see players be really, really successful. Of how you've positioned yourself to slip into the CVS's, Walgreens,
When you
Targets
see
of the
these
world, both in the pharmacy
situations,
and in the stacks, the shelves.
a lot of times you'll have people accumulating a
because that's what
position
it's
where
gonna
they'll
take
buy, like, they'll take a
for the
test
average
starter
American
here,
to
maybe they'll
integrate
buy
it
a little
into their
more here,
life.
buy a little more here.
Because you
But
know,
if it
we
breaks
don't
that
go to
flag,
specialty
that
stores
range,
as much
you'll
as we
start to
go
see people pile
a
out.
grocery store or Target or Walmart. And
So that's
you're
what we want to
there
be cautious
with a
of
brand
here.
that doctors trust that will allow people to breathe. And that is just such a great model for y'all.
Yeah, and I think it's a model that's going to win. We are going to be where consumers are. So we'll be in the food, drug, and mass. We'll be in those retailers. We're going to be available online. But beyond that, as we expand our footprint into cannabis wellness, it's going to be the same brand in both channels. So we're going to have an awareness opportunity. We're going to have an efficacious advantage. And consumers are going to know that it's a brand they can trust, regardless of whether they buy it at Walgreens as a CBD, they get recommended by their medical practitioner, or they find it in a dispensary with slightly higher levels of THC. This is a brand that's arguably the most recognized brand in the world in this entire
So I
sector.
took
And we
another stab
have
at the
the
bottom of the
opportunity
range
to
here.
move across all these
Lowered
different
my cost
distribution points
basis a couple
and all these
cents,
different
but if it
categories.
breaks
And so
the range,
for us,
like
that's
it just
important.
did,
That's
if
the
it doesn't get
optionality
sucked
that we
back
owe our
up, then we
investors.
need to get out.
Good. Well, I just think that Charlotte's Web is one of those brands that medical community can like and work with, that allows them to interact with their investors without having a problem, and can convert the Targets, the CVS's, and the Walgreens to being a champion of medical marijuana federal legalization.
Yeah.
And that's an important part. So is there anything else that the company is doing that we need to make sure everybody knows, and anything that people can be doing to help move the movement?
Yeah, I think that that we are active, and we will get some information over to you so people can plug in through some of the stuff we're doing. But I think a really great organization is the Realm of Caring. It's a nonprofit. It is kind of a bridge for a lot of consumers, helping them understand how they come into CBD, how they come into medical marijuana, and how they come into recreational cannabis. The Realm of Caring also is very active on the legislative front. And so getting a hold of your legislators at the federal and state level to push this agenda forward, let them know that you care, that you believe you deserve to have access, and to push this legislation forward so the FDA sets the regulatory environment for everybody to enter this category, I think is the biggest thing we can do
Everybody
today.
involved.
You should have your comms people reach out to us and
Little Portlandia
share,
meme.
so we can do a story and we can push it out to, we work with a majority of
So
newspapers.
there's a little
around the US
momentum
and
for
Canada.
us.
And so it's a way to be able to get that story out and to provide resources for
See
people
if
who
we
have
can
questions.
hit our
I
order
get
here.
text at 9 o'clock at night. My friend's, has this symptom. What can I get? What can I get
There
tonight?
we go. 27 bucks.
Exactly.
I'm not a doctor. I'm a publisher.
Do that 4 times a day and you make $100
You're
bucks.
close. You're close. But it is.
A vape and martini.
It is. But you know what? You deserve to have access. I
So
deserve to have
now
access.
we
And you know what? It
get rid
shouldn't
of this
take
range
this kind of
and
work
wait
to
for a
get
new one.
consumers into this category. It is a plant that's been around for 10,000 years. We've just, for the last 70 years, had a little bit of a blip
But
in
in
terms
fact,
of
I
how
think
we
I
manage
might,
it. But prior
we're
to
reaching
that,
the time of the
no
day where
issues.
the market
Let's
volume
get
starts
back
to
putting
decline.
this plant in the
So I think I
prestigious
might play a
position
few
it
more
belongs.
video games.
Okay, wave a magic wand. Where do you want to be in a year?
You know what? In a year, I want to have a global commerce footprint in the CBD and the personal cannabis
SEDG
wellness area.
is still
That's what
killing
this
me.
company
Still
is going
down
to be.
about
We do that,
almost
we expand
700,
our
but
TAM by 4 times, and we
last time I made money
we
on this
take
one,
the
I had the
position
stomach
as
being
one of the
down
top 3 to
a
5
little over
companies
1,000,
in the globe
and then
in this
2 days
sector. And I think
later I
that's
ended
the
up
place
being
Charlotte's Web
up
belongs.
about 2,400. So
Well,
that's
if
a 30
anybody can
like
do
a
it, I
like a
think you're gonna be the one to do
$3,500
it
swing
because it is just exciting.
as far as like my P&L goes.
I'm a big
So,
big fan.
we'll give it a
Parting
little
words
breathing
for
room.
our audience. What do you think that you want to
As I'm
take
trying to
away
adjust to
about Charlotte's Web?
swing trading, you
And
got to give swing trades a little
how
more
can we
time, a
move
little more
them into
room to
activation
work,
to help
really.
their friends understand what you're doing and how it can help them on an individual basis, at the very least, get a good night's sleep?
Okay, so parting words are this. It is a category not to be scared
Yep.
of. It is a category
Let's go
to
play some more
enter
video
with
games.
caution but knowledge. So enter the category. Take advantage of what this plant has to give. And if you've got an ailment, whether you are anxious or whether you are can't sleep or whether you've got pain and inflammation, you just feel like you're off your game, CBD and medical marijuana, cannabis wellness is the place to come into. So get the information, push your legislators to take action, and let's get this thing regulated so you can feel safe. Find the products on shelf today.
And I think that's the greatest thing possible. And I had that conversation at, you know, Zoom cocktail parties right now, but at cocktail parties before, and now that they're coming back, talking to people about getting better sleep, just as this. And it's an entry thing, and it's also, you know, what's the worst going to happen? You're going to fall asleep. Oh, you know, that's it. That's what we want. And of course, they're talking about crazy right now during COVID. People have been talking about crazy dreams. So that has been definitely something different. So we've just shared our website. Deanie, you have been amazing. Thank you for all that you're doing for the average person. Thank what you're doing for the industry. You're adding a great reputation to the medical marijuana, the
Fingers
CBD,
are a little cold.
cannabis
I'm trying to rub
industry.
them to warm
We
them up.
totally appreciate it.
Thank you, JJ. Patrick,
put
it's
them in
good to
my
see you.
armpit.
Thanks so
Good
much.
to see you both. Man, that was so cool. Thank you. You guys, Deanie Elsner again from Charlotte's Web, CWEB, and I believe it's CWBHF. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Deanie.
Correct. That is correct.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, I'm sure we'll see you both later. JJ, thanks a lot, man. Always a pleasure. And a great discussion. Thank you both.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Take care. All right, my friends, we're going to take a quick break and have a word from one of our sponsors. Don't go away. Let's roll that footage and come right back.
Hello, I'm Tom Zuber. I'm the managing partner of Zuber Lawler. I'd like to thank our friends at Benzinga for the opportunity to speak today. Zuber Lawler is one of the most selective law firms in the United States. Our attorneys represent clients around the world, from offices in Austin, Chicago, Denver, Los Angeles, New York, Phoenix, and Silicon Valley. We focus on high-stakes deals, intellectual property matters, FDA, import, export, and other regulatory work, and litigation. We work in languages covering 90% of the world's population. Zuber Lawler is unique in the sense that the firm represents a long list of iconic Fortune companies.
I was alt-tabbed,
and has also been representing leading cannabis companies for
I don't
over
like when
14
I'm
years.
not there
This
for
provides
the
our
very
attorneys with an
start.
ideal perspective from which to manage high-stakes, complex matters in the cannabis space. Indeed, Zuber Lawler practices at the cutting edge of cannabis law. As examples, Zuber Lawler is a pioneer of the two-stage M&A deal, allowing continuity of cannabis operations in the context of U.S. restrictions on the transfer of ownership of cannabis licenses. Zuber Lawler obtained the second ever issued U.S. plant patent for a cannabis strain, as well as utility patents on cannabis processes, machines, and formulations.
I haven't been able to do
Zuber
chest
Lawler
day in
obtained
like
federal
2 months because I hurt my
trademark
shoulder.
alliances with cannabis brands in relation to
I
relevant products.
repeatedly
One
heard
of
it
our
like
attorneys obtained
3
the first
times
ever
over a
issue
matter of
generally
like a month.
recognized as safe designation
Like I kind of
from the
heard it and
FDA
it
for
healed,
hemp
and then I
seed
heard it
foods.
healed
And Zuber
somewhat,
Lawler
and then I heard
advises
it
hemp
again, and
companies
then
on
same
international
thing.
import-export issues relating to North America, South America, Europe, and the Middle East. Zuber Lawler is currently
Good luck,
managing
have
major
fun,
patent,
and
trademark,
beat 'em,
trade secret,
probably.
and commercial litigation in the cannabis space. I'm excited to participate in Benzinga's conference. I hope to meet you virtually and in person sometime soon. Thank you.
Minerals, now! Get them!
Awesome, yeah. We love the folks at Zuber Lawler. And Tom, you know, what Tom and Josh have built over there is nothing short of phenomenal, right? They seem to be squarely in the middle of nearly everything happening in this industry. So really, I've got 1 minute before our next guest. I want to come back up to
More
our
shoebox
poll.
depot.
Investors in the chat, cannabis is known to help treat which of the
Not
following?
enough minerals.
Epilepsy, chronic pain, multiple sclerosis, chemotherapy, side effects,
All the
or
above.
all of the above.
Pretty
Scan
much
that
every
QR
time,
code.
all the above
Scan that QR
is,
code, participate in our polls. And
option.
remember, if you participate in these
It's the
polls, you have
answer.
the opportunity to win lifetime subscriptions to our options newsletter, our breakouts newsletter, and to Benzinga Pro, right? So absolutely be participating in these. And yes, you're correct. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to move on, but it is all of the above in this case, all of the above. Okay, let's go. When do you think
Oh,
cannabis will be
you got
legalized
me.
in the U.S.?
Oh,
This
what
year,
is this?
within the next 5 years, within the next 10 years, 10 plus years from now. 100% say within the next 5 years. Ooh, now we're getting some. Ooh, we're getting some this year. Okay. Okay, we've got some faith in the administration, perhaps. We're fluctuating a little bit here. Yes, I think this is looking more likely within the next 5 years. Okay. Yes, I think you guys, I'm right there with you. I'm thinking it's probably within the next 5 years. Let's say, I'd say maybe in the next 2 to 3. Next 2 to 3. I don't know if it's this administration or next, but I think we're on the short path, but I doubt it's this year. Okay, one more. I got time for maybe one more. Which company was the first to go public on a major U.S. exchange? Cannabis, Aurora, Tilray, GrowGen. Maybe there's an other that I can't see. Cannabis, Aurora, Tilray, GrowGen. All right, we'll come back to this. I'm going to let you guys play around. Next up on our stage, someone new that I get to speak to. This is fun for me. Let's bring him over. Raymond Nobu Chang, President, CEO, and Board Member of Agrify, AGFY. How are you, Raymond?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Welcome. You guys have been on a tear lately with your entrance to the market, and it's been very, very fun to watch. So I'm going to jump out of the way and let you do your thing, and then we'll come back to Q&A.
Nice. Thank you. Much appreciated. First of all, I'm really, really honored before we start, I just want to kind of share a little story here. We were at a Michigan conference recently, and one of the questions that was asked to the panelists was, why is it that we get plenty of repeat customers, but very rarely
base is under attack?
And the overwhelming response is right now the industry requires consistency and quality that consumers are looking for. I really believe that the industry rewards the CPG level. Agrify the industry is not Pepsi. What I mean by that is just like when you open up a can of Coke or a can of Pepsi, you expect to taste that same. I think all the consumers have that same thing for our industry. And our solution is designed to help deliver the highest consistency and quality much needed in this industry. Now, there are 3 integral components.
Your command center upgrade is complete.
There's the hardware aspect, which is what we call the vertical farming units, as well as a enterprise SaaS solution. And we also help our customers to basically build out facilities, design and build out facilities.
Not enough.
Why is it important to basically have this kind of holistic and integrated approach? The reason being that plants actually are affected by
You're gonna need a tad bit more
different
energy.
elements, right? Like essentially, they're not only concerned about, for example, lights, temperature, humidity, fertigation, irrigation. All these other components are just as important. So instead of basically looking at solving this complex problem from a, basically single perspective, from a silo perspective, it's very important to basically look at how we solve this problem to deliver the highest consistency and quality in a holistic approach. Now, this is probably a picture that is not pretty familiar to most of the people. It's a pretty nice indoor
command center got better.
But I remember the first time I walked into one of these facilities, I immediately noticed a few problems. Number one, there's tremendous wastage of real estate space. Half of the vertical space is actually not being used. Secondly, the lights are hung from the ceiling, away from the plants. So what that does is basically it encourages the plants to grow a lot of energy towards
they're attacking our base.
Stretch towards the lights. And what we typically see are these really nice flowery buds near the top. They get exposure to the lights. But you know what? Unfortunately, it doesn't stretch all the way down to the bottom. In addition to that, if you look at this room, you'll notice that they're bound to have different environmental properties. Temperature, humidity, CO2, light penetration, even airflow, right? are probably not going to be consistent. You're going to have a situation where perhaps with one little biosecurity issue, this will potentially wipe out talking about potentially millions of dollars of loss because we're not really kind of controlling the environment correctly. Now, I believe this is the old way of growing the plants. The industry needs a better solution to take it to the next level. At Agrify, we're using data,
Minerals now!
science, technology to deliver cannabis in a way of it's delivering higher consistency, higher quality, but at the lower cost of
Not
operation.
enough minerals.
Now here's a video of how we believe the industry is heading today.
Not enough energy.
Industry look like? Its significant growth already happening
Base is under
globally,
attack.
combined with a shift towards
Mineral fields depleted.
there is a sea of energy attacks will be felt at every level of the supply chain. As the industry continues to mature, consumers will inevitably demand a level of quality and consistency they are accustomed to from the tried and true.
They're under attack.
This will push producers of cannabis to adapt. Traditional methods and legacy approaches to cultivation simply won't have it anymore. For cannabis brands to
The
thrive
minerals
today
have up and
compete in the future, it's imperative they adopt methods rooted in plant science, and applying data-driven technology to that science will give growers the ability to provide the safe, consistent, and high-quality products the market requires.
Base! They're attacking our base!
Integrated, transformative hardware and software solutions. Agrify vertical farming units are the most
SCPs
advanced
are under
modular
attack.
cultivation solutions in the industry. These modular units can be double or
Research complete.
increasing canopy square footage and allowing growers to expand their facilities vertical to superior yield. For increased safety and improved workflow, Agrify is building a clean catwalk system, making accessibility easy and effective. Each vertical farming unit is a self-contained growth chamber that offers everything needed to grow high-quality cannabis efficiently with repeatability and at scale. Now, cultivators can simultaneously grow different strains, replicate optimized environmental conditions, and mitigate risk much more effectively. Working seamlessly with Agrify's vertical farming units is Agrify Insights brings transparency to the entire grow process by allowing you to monitor and control everything in real time while recording hundreds of thousands of data points annually. With this on-demand data, growers can reproduce
Not enough minerals.
to get optimal, consistent results every time. Agrify Insights is further enhanced including our office.
Base is under finish that
And
half.
it is also making it the most covered infrastructure offering in the industry. It's not just hardware.
Minerals
It's
now!
not just
Get 'em!
software.
Not enough
It's a
hay!
combination
They're
of
attacking
both
our base!
that
LZ
powers
is
our
gonna be a
customers
no-go on
more
that.
efficient, productive, and successful in operating their businesses. Agrify's integrated system is the
Minerals
ultimate
now!
end-to-end cultivation solution, bringing the industry
Not
high-quality
enough minerals.
products with consistency at
Minerals
scale,
now!
and providing the competitive advantage growers are looking for.
Our 2.0 Precision Elevated Cultivation Solutions delivers on the following.
Minerals now!
Number one,
Get 'em!
the vertical
Not
extension.
enough minerals. Minerals
allowing
now!
the
Get 'em!
growers to basically take advantage of the height of the ceiling. By stacking up our vertical farming units, 2 or potentially even 3 units high, you can actually increase the amount of canopy square footage as much as 4 to 6x. Now, other people have actually also tried to go up vertically.
Not enough minerals.
But actually what makes us unique is that we can make sure that it doesn't matter if you're on the first floor or on the upper floor, you still get a micro-controlled growing environment.
A Vespine geyser is
basically
required for
best
placement.
plants. In addition to that, lower their options. Right now, we talk about 4.65 dollars per pound, but all that costs. But with us, we can help that all industry is moving towards CPG, consumer
attacking
product
our
brand
base.
creation. And the best is actually to be able to produce the highest
Additional supply
consistency
depots
and quality,
are required.
and that's exactly what our solution offers. Now, we always start out with what we call strain-specific grow plans. So, for example, if you're growing
Minerals now. Get them.
we know that, for example, in stage 57, perhaps you need to intensify the red light spectrum because that's what gives the nice purple color at the end. Now, if you're actually growing another strain, perhaps you need a different light set. Now, it's not just the light, but also temperature, humidity, fertigation, irrigation cycle. So, instead of basically providing an average grow environment to different types of strains, we actually come up with what we call a strain-specific grow plans. For lemon haze, it could be different from a purple punch. And once that grow plan is optimized, we can actually
Minerals
use that
now.
process
Get 'em.
over and over. For example, basically either down to, for example, 2 meters per second. So you provide the best grow environment to shoot the plants at all times. And again, it's strain-specific.
Additional supply depots are required.
On the hardware side,
Minerals
these are all
now.
proprietary hardware. We collect up to 1 million data points
Not
annually
enough minerals.
per vertical farming units. And as you can see, it's our proprietary lights. We're basically the first in the industry to do something called the intercanopy light. And what that does is it's that basically
Our SCPs are under attack.
the basically intercanopy lights allow flowers and buds to form without
Minerals now.
lengthening stems, thus increasing
Base is
overall
under attack. Not
and
enough
setting
minerals.
Now, these are the results. Example, over the last 10 harvest batches, we're seeing the swing of cannabinoid range at 0.6.
Not enough minerals.
Just to kind of give everybody a reference.
Minerals now. Get 'em. Base. They're attacking our base.
Cannabinoid range.
Minerals have up and gone.
And as you can see here, candy cane over 10 harvest batches, we're basically looking at 0.67, 0.08%. Lemon haze, another strain, over the last 12 harvest batches, have an cannabinoid range of 0.8%. Significant higher
Not enough minerals.
Now,
Minerals
we're also
now.
helping our customers right now,
Not enough minerals.
average wholesale price for the upper quintile of flowers is anywhere around $2,700 to $2,800. Our customer is able to fish more than 3,200
Mineral field
because of the
depleted.
higher quality.
The
and because
minerals
of the
have
higher
up and gone.
consistency. Over 31.1% THC and over 5.4% terpene. We also
are
help
under
them to
attack.
increase the yield, even in this year, just the last 6 months, by over 30.6% in very short period of time. And we understand that when our customer wins, we win as well. Now, here's another look at the benefits of. Picture on the left. This is roughly about 40,000 square feet. When the customer first came to us, they had this original, traditional way of grow, all already designed out. So this is actually a 40,000 square feet based on kind of a traditional multi-room line bench style grow. They would really be able to put about 62,000 in a grow space. And as you can see, there's plenty of open hallways because there's just a lot of plant movements that is required in a traditional way of grow. And as you know, every time when you actually move the plants, it's actually an opportunity to basically introduce pest and other biosecurity risks to the facility. Our way of grow is different. We only need one way. And this is a customer at a high density where we can actually double stack. And as a result, we increased the amount of canopy square footage by 3x overnight. Instead of 16,000 square feet of canopy grow space, we increased the amount of canopy grow space to over 48,000. On top of that,
additional supply depots are required. You're going to need a tad bit more energy.
Way of growth. We also increased the amount of estimated
Well,
yield.
there's no more gas with this one.
Now, let's look at the unit economics. If they were to build out that facility the traditional way, it would have basically cost them $16.4 million. And it would only buy them 16,200 canopy square footage. At an industry average of 0.463 yield per square foot, they would get about $22 million and a nice 18.9 million
Mineral field
out of the
depleted.
traditional conventional LED system. Obviously, it does cost a little bit more with the Agrify solution, but
The minerals have
ROI,
up and gone.
instead of a 16.8, we enhanced the ROI by more than 6x.
Add-on complete.
And the amount of canopy square footage, instead of 16,200, it's basically now extended to over 48,000 square feet of canopy grow space at a much lower OpEx. Now, obviously, for this particular customer, they didn't have $27.6 million to start. So instead, what we did is
Minerals
we did
now.
apple to apple
Get
comparison.
'em.
We said, look, let's start with 16,000. Exactly what you wanted, and basically all you need is build out 1/3 of the facility.
You're going to need a tad bit more
And you
energy.
still have 2/3 of the facility footprint for future phase 2 and phase 3 expansion. So the modular approach of our system basically enables our customers to actually generate cash, generate revenue first, and they can basically do a phase build out, which obviously would be very ideal for
The
many of
minerals have up and gone.
customers. In addition to that, earlier this year, we also launched the industry's
Not enough
total
minerals.
turnkey solution, where we set up long-term partnership with our
Upgrade
customers,
complete.
providing them with access, by providing them with facility built-out cultivation solution, as well as an ongoing operations support. And we would get basically a 10-year partnership, and the partnership, basically would have several components. One is that we would provide, like I said, access to capital to help them to design the facility, as well as providing capital for the initial build-out. We would then get a fixed SaaS revenue on a per-month basis and a success-based SaaS fees. I'm very pleased to announce that we have successfully signed our first TTK customer, and this partnership would allow us to receive over $280 million of production success fee as well as SaaS fee over the next 10 years. But as you can see here, much of it is all based on production-based fees. And the reason why our customer is so enlightened with this partnership is because when we win, they win. When we get $22 million, they get in excess of $55 million. So it put us in a complete interest alignment with our customers. And we believe this long-term partnership would help drive market and industry adoption. And that's why we're super excited about our TTK solution, Total Turnkey Solution. Now, here's another example.
Raymond, so sorry, just to cut in. We've got about 1 minute left. So if you want to give us some final thoughts here, I would love to hear what those are. And then I know we've got some questions in the audience, but I'll send those over to you and maybe we can get them some answers. Go for it. I'll let you give your final thoughts here.
So, at Agrify,
I gotta go.
we basically aim to help our customers to have the highest yield, highest consistency, highest quality at the lowest cost of production. It's basically moving the industry towards CPG-like quality. So if you're interested, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Love that. AGFY, Agrify, you guys. Raymond, you guys have really been on a tear. So it's been fun to see everything that's happened since your IPO. Like something like 600% growth. It's been just astronomical to see. So congratulations on all the success, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Next up, I get to welcome back to our stage a good friend and somebody who is now a big shot, I think. Can we get him on the screen? Can we have him moved over here? So how does it feel? Do you have a throne that you sit on now? What's happening over there?
Not quite. The job really hasn't changed a whole heck of a lot. The liability just has.
Oh, jeez, yeah, I
that's
bet.
the way I look at it. But,
Well, you guys,
no, it's fun.
well, and I should introduce you properly. It's Gary Santos, CEO of Tilt Holdings, new CEO, I should say, TLLTF. Gary, I know you're going to do your thing, and then I've got some questions, and I'm sure the chat will too. But congrats again, man.
Thanks so much. You know, it was something that we kind of thought of when I first joined the firm. I wasn't sure it was going to happen quite this quickly, but you know, I think it just speaks to how fast this company is evolving in front of everyone's eyes. So it's a lot of fun, a lot of work, but a lot of fun.
Awesome, man. Well, all you, I will back off.
Okay. Hold on one second, a little technical difficulty here.
All good. We see
All
your
right,
screen.
sorry. So
There
the
you
screen
go.
is up there? All right, I'm
Yeah.
going to go to full screen now. All right, hold on one second. Okay, here we go. So, again, thank you for joining me for the Tilt Holdings presentation. As Patrick mentioned, we trade both in the U.S. and TLLTF on the OTCQX, as well as on the Canadian Securities Exchange under the ticker CILC. So I want to spend a few minutes just doing a quick overview of who Tilt is as a company. As I mentioned, Patrick, a lot has been changing really since I even joined the firm, which would be back last July. It's been sort of a reevaluation strategy, a rollout of a new strategy, a realignment of our assets, and really, you know, making us into what we think is a different kind of overall MSO. When you think about a number of the multi-state operators out there, they do tend to have a very heavy retail focus. They talk about sales per square foot. They talk about the reach of their sales network. And really for us, we're a little late to that game, frankly. And I think that's because, unlike a lot of the MSOs, we have an entire business unit dedicated to non-manufacturing assets. And that would be our inhalation and our accessory areas. So we do vaporization hardware, the power supplies, the mouthpieces. So it's the non-filled cartridges, if you will. We also do accessories and packaging that we're able to bring to that as well. And that packaging is not only for the inhalation product, but also for our cannabis products as well. And then we have a number of traditional cannabis operations over on the East Coast, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and in Massachusetts. So what we do a little differently for us is focus on the B2B side. And really I'll talk a little bit more about what that means. But it's really taking that business model that we developed in the inhalation world and bringing it into the plant touching world. We think it's a little bit of a different twist on what it means to be a true MSO, and we're here to support the LPs. We're here to support the multi-state operators and the cannabis business, as well as all the independent companies that are out there as well. So a couple of quick DNA items here. So in terms of our vaporization capacity, we are the #1 reseller of C-Cell vape technology. So we partner with the owner of C-Cell Technology, which is a company by Snore, located in China, and we are their largest distributor. I think a fun fact on that front is our former CEO and current chairman of the board, Mark Saturday, was instrumental in working with C-Cells to bring that technology into the cannabis space. Prior to Mark partnering with the factory, really their focus was on the tobacco space. And in fact, that's where Mark was working at the time. But he was able to take that knowledge and technology and really work with them to develop the ability to bring it to a much more high viscosity concentrate that you see in the cannabis space. So we have about 40–50% or so of the C-Cell distribution market share. We reach out to over 700 customers, and we define customers as the multi-state operators, the Canadian LPs, independent brands. Those are probably our largest customers, but then also some of those retail shops in the states where we have operations. We do have cannabis cultivation operations, as I mentioned, in Massachusetts and in Pennsylvania. We did just add a third site in Ohio, which they're not cultivation, they're manufacturing only, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. We do have sales in 15 countries and 36 states. Overall, our first quarter revenue was just under $47 million. It was a record for us. You know, in the history of Tilt, that was the highest revenue. Also on the adjusted EBITDA front, we did set a record there as well. So one thing I think that's very unique about us in the cannabis space, we have been funding our operation out of cash flow from operations for almost 2 years now. We've not had to sell things or borrow or do something along those lines. It's just been pure blocking and tackling and running an efficient organization. So we are adding, we are profitable, we are adding cash to the balance sheet. So as we look out at the capital markets and we look out at opportunities to grow beyond just organically, but also through M&A, different interesting opportunities, we recognize we have a very firm foundation. We're a little bit different than a lot of folks who are still trying to scale and get into positive EBITDA territory.
What the fuck
We're
did dog
already-
do?
Hey, Gary, one quick thing for you. Just jumping in. If your slides are moving, we can't see them move. We're on your
They're not.
front. Okay, got it. Just wanted to make sure, man. Go for it. I didn't want to interrupt you, but go.
You blew my jam. I don't know what to do now.
Blew your jam. You're killing it. You're killing it. Hit us with the EBITDA. That was great.
Yeah, no, that's good. So in terms of our capabilities, so in Massachusetts we are fully vertically integrated. So there we have cultivation,
My
manufacturing,
baloney
and some
has
retail.
a first
In Pennsylvania,
name.
we have cultivation and manufacturing. As I mentioned, in Ohio, it's manufacturing.
It's Massachusetts.
So, moving ahead, where we see the industry going, and this is really why we've created Tilt the way we've redefined it, if you will. We think that brands
My
are going to
baloney
find
has
their
a
way
second
into this
name.
market once and for all. It's sort of that next generation. I think it's
It's
been
baloney.
problematic, obviously, not being able to cross state lines. And how do you get a brand from California over into Massachusetts or Pennsylvania or anywhere on the East Coast for that matter? And how do you keep that brand fidelity? We think that over time, the brands will start to take the place in a fully legalized world. People are going to be looking for the brands like they do in just about any other specialty retail business. We also think, though,
It's
that
probably the
when you
cheesiest
think
player
about
I've ever
the,
played.
Vertical integration.
Just kept
At
sending
some point, I think
links
being
and shit
fully
across the
vertically
map.
integrated probably becomes a little bit too much.
But I ended up clutching the
people always
W.
talk about the grow becoming
And he was a
commoditized.
bloody
I think the
twat
retail
about
will
it.
start
At one
to
point,
become
all I said is,
commoditized too,
"You're one of the
and the need
cheesiest
to
players
own
I've
that
ever seen."
entire
Like
chain,
that's just a
I
fact.
think is going
It's
to
not.
start to
It's not me
change
being
as
rude.
more
I'm just stating
legalization
like
comes along
you're
now.
playing
The
really
devil will be
cheesy.
in the details
I didn't
because
say,
obviously we have
"Hey,
a long way to
fuckhead,
go
you're playing really
before
cheesy, you
things are
fucking
fully legal,
twat,"
and
or
even
anything
then,
like
how
that.
much authority will the states
And
have,
he
and what does
goes,
that look
then
like?
he after
But
he
we've tried
GG'd,
to
he wouldn't
model
leave the
ourselves to
game,
be successful
and he goes,
in
"Well, you were
current
rude, so
regulatory
I'm
regime,
gonna make
but
you go
also
around and
be
kill all
able
my
to adapt
buildings
very
to end the
quickly
game as
and
opposed to
not have a
leaving."
lot
I
of
was like,
extra overhead
"How
that
was
we
I
have to
rude?" And
shed
he's like,
in a
"You
fully
complained about the
legalized
cheese." I was like, "I didn't complain about it. I just pointed
So,
it out."
as I mentioned, you look at
Just
all these brands,
stating
some
a
of these
fact
brands
is
you
not
recognize.
rude.
We work with some of these, not all of these brands.
That's some
but these are the
liberal ass
types of brands that
bullshit.
we would be reaching
You
out
know?
to, who have reached out to us even.
Literally
We'd be
stating a
looking to partner
statistic
with,
and having
because
him
right
be
now,
like,
if you think about how
"That's
brands can come
bad."
across,
But
either
it's
the
just a
brands
statistic.
are tied to MSOs directly. Now, in the East Coast, that's problematic because if you sit in Massachusetts, where I sit, you only have a total of 3 stores, 3 retail stores that you can have. If you're trying to build a brand in Massachusetts,
I can't believe
you
I'm
only
actually
have
ahead
those
on
3
workers
stores.
now.
And then the
What a
odds of you as an
fucking loser
MSO
this
selling
guy
your
is.
products to another
I'd probably
competing MSO,
fall
put in
behind
their
here,
3
though.
stores,
Yeah,
I think it's
not that
problematic.
much.
And that's why you haven't seen brands take off on the East as you've seen over in California, where it's a much more wide open
Yeah, that's all I said. I think
to
you're the
bring those
cheesiest
brands
player
over,
I've ever
I think
seen
the
because he was like
traditional steps
non-stop
have been either the
attacking,
brand gets
and he
purchased,
started the game by
and
putting
becomes part
building
of
a
an MSO,
hatchery
so now
in
that
my
brand has
base
lost a little bit of its independence.
that I had to like
Or
clean
you
up.
end up partnering
And that's like
in an
the
exclusive
most
arrangement where you
hardcore
can only be
cheeser can
distributed in that
possibly do.
MSO stores. So go back to my Massachusetts example. You end up in a situation where, again, you've come east, but you can only be in 3 stores in Massachusetts. So for us, we're offering a completely different animal on that front. We want to be sort of a Switzerland of brands, if you will.
I think right here
so
he
what
thought
we
he was
intend
going
to
to end
do
the
is
game,
provide a
but
value
when these
proposition that
banelings,
connects all the pieces of our
all these
business.
banelings
So we
fucking
already
blow
work
up in
with
like
about
a
700
Thor,
brands
the
on
wall and a
hardware
Thor,
front.
and they
So
don't
our
kill like
inhalation
any
hardware,
workers.
we
And
work with
that,
about 700 or
they
so
needed
brands
to
on a
kill
B2B
some
basis.
workers to
We
actually
provide
be
them
worth it.
products either on a white label basis or on a customized basis that they can put their label, their design on, if you will, and then they go about
That
the
cost
business
him
of
bigly.
filling those vaporization pens, and then they go and put them out in their various distribution networks. So we're happy to provide hardware, we're happy to provide packaging. As we look at the plant touching side of the business, however, we want to do the same there. We want to partner with brands. Don't want to buy the brands, don't want to own the brands, because
But
for
this
us,
over here says
we want
1.
brands to do what they do best. Keep the brand
I'll
fresh,
throw out like a
make
random
sure it's
something as a
relevant,
comment
make
and
sure
then
it
see if
commands
this
the
goes
place in
up
the market that it has
to see
right
if
now.
it
So
like
put your time and effort
being
into marketing.
dormant changes
Don't worry
anything.
about the regulatory. Don't worry about the distribution. We'll take care of that with our plant touching operations in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. So we can offer wholesale flower. We can offer wholesale packaged goods. We can do those packaged goods on a white label basis. Maybe you like one of our products and you just want to put your label on it. We can do custom.
At this point. So he already
whether
said,
it's
yeah,
edibles,
he already said
whether
GG, and then I
it's,
was like, I
flower
waited like a
itself,
minute because I
pre-rolls,
thought he was gonna
whatever
leave, and then I was
it
like,
might be,
okay,
you can
GG.
customize. And then we
Like,
can do
you can
product
leave
development with
now.
you as well, because sometimes brands, what sells in California is not likely
That's
to
actually
sell on
way
the East
more
Coast,
rude to GG and
because the
then not
demographics look a
leave.
little
Because a lot of
different. Price
times
and
when somebody
potency
says
tends to carry the
GG,
day
you
in
kind of stop
California,
playing
a
because
little
you're like,
less
oh,
so, I
they're
think,
giving
on the
up.
East Coast. Form
But this guy
factors and
kept
use
playing
cases
after
matter.
saying GG.
So working together collaboratively in partnership with these brands to develop a broader set of SKUs that might be more applicable.
Yeah,
and
because
also fit
and
within
literally
the
keep going like
regulatory
as hard as you can,
of each
because
of
then
these states.
you're like, oh
It's a
well,
tough
maybe
road
they'll
for these
give up a
brands
little
to try
bit,
to
and
learn
I'll
everything
gain
about
some
every state
edge.
they go into. So I think
That's
having
a
a partner
freaking scumbag
who is sort
thing
of
to
a
do.
subject matter expert,
But he still
understands the
loses, so
distribution and understands the regulatory
at the end of the
regime,
day,
and then has the
he's the
capability
pud.
to provide flour and products and services, I think makes it a very natural partnership. Talked about the hardware and packaging, and then of course the
What a
contract
baby dick.
manufacturing. So for us, it really is turnkey. If you're a brand, even if you're an MSO, frankly, and there are certain parts of your
Cannabis
business that you know
conference.
it's not a big enough part of your business
Cannabis
that you can
Capital
afford to devote a
Conference,
lot of your
actually,
time and
correction.
resources to, but it's something that you'd like to have in your dispensary, I would say reach out to us, because chances are we can do something for you at that level. Whether it's a certain strain of flour, whether it's a certain quality point that you want to be on,
over here
whether
went
it's a
to
form
2.
factor that maybe you sell
I
a
guess
little
maybe
of,
it
but
just
it's not
kind
enough
of
for you to devote a
fluctuates
lot of
periodically.
resources. We might be doing it on a broad enough scale that we can get that to you at a cost-effective basis. But the 3 markets we're in, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts,
What do I
Ohio,
know?
happen
I'm
to
not
be
an
3 of the most
archaeologist
dynamic markets,
apprentice.
and growing markets still here on the East Coast. Massachusetts is adult use and medical. It's continuing to grow. I don't think that market has peaked in any way, shape, or form. We've all heard a lot about Pennsylvania over the last year or so, and now that we know adult use is coming, I think that market is really poised to explode.
I think I'm starting to know why
Ohio is sort of coming in right
Chris
behind
always
Pennsylvania.
wants something to
They're a medical
consolidate
market
and like
only
tighten
right
up
now,
for several
but
days
they
and
have a little
then
bit more of a broader
take his
mandate
order
in
after it kind of
terms
breaks
form
one
factors
direction,
that you do
because
there.
that
So,
SEDG
we're
is
pretty
fucking
excited about
lagging
those
me down
markets.
right
We see a
now.
lot of
It's
growth
still
in those
like
markets, and it's
holding,
allowing
it's
us to
a
create
little
sort of a
below where I
northeast
want it to
nexus with
be.
the plant touching.
That yellow line is like
So a
kind of
little bit more
where
about
my
our
comfort
facilities in
zone was.
Massachusetts. It's about 100,000
But
square foot facility.
Guggenheim
A
and
little more
Goldman
than half of
Sachs in
that
the
is
last week
dedicated
came
to
out and
grow.
gave it upgrades.
What's
Guggenheim's was
important
just
there is this
today.
year we
They said
doubled
price
our
target of
grow space. So last year
314.
at this time we were about
Now, if
28,000
this thing
square
even
feet.
goes to like
Now we're at
270,
56,000 square feet.
which hell,
We
last
expect to start
week,
harvesting
or no,
some of that new
3
growth
days ago it
space,
was
later this
260s.
year,
If it hit
which is
this
important
again,
because
I'd
we
be up
also have
like
3 retail stores.
$3,000.
In Massachusetts, you have to have
So
a retail piece at least to
I
get
think I
those
might just
licenses.
hold on for a little bit.
So we have one of our stores is open right now, a medical dispensary.
If it doesn't close strong, like Friday or whatever after the jobs report, then maybe I'll
Good luck,
cut it
have
and take
fun,
the
and
take the sting,
beat 'em, probably.
take the burn.
Where we expect to have at least medical all up and running before the end of this year. I think an important piece there, these stores are built out. There's no capex required. These facilities are up, they're running, and if anything, we're just trying to get more
Not enough
efficient in running
minerals.
them. We did get awards for having the best edible in Massachusetts. Fantastic
Minerals,
edible kitchen,
now!
as well as an extraction lab. So we can offer pretty much the full suite: the contract manufacturing, white label, our own branded products, and then also a lot of the Jupiter hardware coming in. Pennsylvania, that's a greenhouse grow that we have there. It's a little bit smaller.
Additional supply depots are required.
We've done actually over a million products shipped.
Not
since
enough
inception.
minerals.
That number's actually been increased over the last quarter. So for us there, the form factor is a little bit more limited. So we don't have a kitchen there right now. We're building one out, but edibles are not
Our
allowed right now.
SCVs
So that's
are
more of a
under
future
attack.
play. But we are able to do all sorts of extraction. We sell flour. That's one of our big sellers out there right now. So it's pretty much the whole suite of contract manufacturing, white label, and then Jupiter, and our brand there is Standard Farms. It's one of the top brands in Pennsylvania, which is interesting because we don't have a retail footprint there. Instead, we sell into about 95% of the retail stores. So it's a great example of how the business should be working. Keep the expertise in that center, that supply chain management, the specialty supply chain,
SCVs,
product
they're
manufacturing,
under attack.
development, and then distribute to the entire marketplace. And we think that's a very powerful distribution footprint. And then Ohio is the newest entrant. They are just about 10,000 square foot manufacturing facility. We have good lines of sight on biomass. We brought it into the family a little bit sooner than we thought. Right now, they are not included in our guidance to the street. We do expect to start rolling out branded product later this month, as a matter of fact, and we'll be increasing production throughout the year. So we're pretty excited there. We do have a kitchen. We can do edibles, so already our kitchen team back in Massachusetts is putting together formulations. And
Your
recipes
command center
that they
upgrade
expect to
is
bring out.
complete.
Then the other side of our business, the hardware, the inhalation hardware, the packaging. Jupiter is the founder of the C-Cell brand here in the U.S. We are a leader here. We are known for our research and development, as I mentioned, Mark's role in helping bring C-Cell technology to this space. The factory looks to us to do a lot of R&D and partner with them We have employees on the ground in China at their factory. We have some more employees on the ground here at our facility in Arizona. So we continue to do work there for them besides being a distributor. We also work with them on all of the warranty work and the service work. So it is much more of a partnership and much less of a distributorship. Again, C-cell cartridges continue to be one of the leading areas of vaporization. I think we estimate, probably roughly about 70% of vaporization products out there are C-cell brands, and we have roughly about 40-50% market share. So I think that extrapolates to about a 30% market share of all vaporization hardware being sold today. We are a trusted pick, as you can see here. This is the Curaleaf Select line. It is Jupiter hardware that basically feeds it. It's our cartridge, our battery, and then you see Curaleaf goes with their oil. These are the types of relationships that we have with a number of our partners here. Whenever it comes to putting their name brand and factory brand, they do look for that C-cell. It is a bit more of a premium product.
We finished that add-on. Nice.
And there's a reason to still command that premium price.
Your
So
command center upgrade is complete.
For all of our big customers in line. And that's also helped really bring over these customers into the plant testing side of things as well, because a number of those brands are either looking to get into the markets that we're in on the East Coast, or might be in the market but are in need of product, and we're able to start to cross-sell. Jupiter, as I mentioned, known for quality, reliability, and innovation.
Not enough energy.
A lot of form factors. Factory has an
Minerals
idea, they
now.
shoot it over to us.
Get 'em.
We do some testing here to see, from a user testing point of view, does it work?
Add-on
Has
complete.
cannabis oil flow through it? So we're excited and
SCVs
glad
are
to
under
be
attack. Minerals now. You're gonna need it.
So, sort of coming to the end here, so we can open up
Minerals
the Q&A.
now.
Take a look at where we were in 2020.
They're my
Really, it
minerals,
was
and I
about
want them
getting to
now.
profitability. It was about right-sizing the business. We came public in late 2018, underwent some significant management turnover in early to mid-2019. Our board was very active, saying we really need to start to focus on our core competencies and not be one of those wide-ranging cannabis companies that tries to do everything. Unfortunately, Mark and the former president and
What the
COO,
fuck the
Tim
dog
Conlon, were two
doing?
entrepreneurs that knew how to bootstrap companies from the ground up, and they really cut things back to the point where the foundation became incredibly strong. So if you look back in 2019, where we were just below $1 million or so of adjusted EBITDA, and then we ended 2020 at just under $17 million of positive EBITDA. It really speaks to the strength of those underlying businesses and how they've been profitable throughout, even though frankly we haven't been deploying as many resources to those businesses over the years as we should have. That's where we're going today. Same thing with cash from operating activities. We're burning in 2019, we generated over 7 in 2020. So it's a pretty massive swing. And it now gives us the chance to really fund our growth internally without having to go out to the market. So if you look at our projections for 2020 to 10 million of top line revenue and 30 to 32 million of positive
Not
adjusted
enough
EBITDA,
minerals.
that's fully funded. It doesn't require any massive capex. It doesn't require M&A. We're not waiting on deals to close. This is just existing assets that we're doing into. And honestly, even by the time we get to the end of the year, I'm willing to say that they still will have much more room to grow. So they're really I think there's kind of big piece of that growth. I think we're seeing a return to normalized purchasing in the form of the vape technology that sort of died away a little bit coming out of 2019. We had the vape scare, and then also we rolled right into
Not
the
enough
pandemic.
minerals.
What we saw at the end of last year into this year now has been a much more of a return to a normalized vape growth. I think BDS puts out
Minerals
about
now.
18% is where they expect to see vape as a category grow this year. I think we're on pace to exceed 25% or more growth ourselves.
Not enough minerals.
So in terms of overall highlights, we are multi-state, we are international, we do sell B2B. We do have a lot of turnkey plant testing assets that
We
we think
finished
gives
that
us a
add-on.
much more
Nice.
wider spectrum of product offerings to really
Minerals
be a B2B
now.
solutions provider.
Get 'em.
We are the backbone of the inhalation industry. We are fully funded, so between cash flow and access to the capital markets, we are well positioned to grow today and beyond. And we really have some great expansion opportunities, I think, to enter additional markets. So with that, I think that ends the prepared remarks. Patrick, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, I think we've got about 1 minute. So I'm going to hit you with a couple here really quick. One of the things that you and I have spoken about over and over again is the fact that Tilt got kind of a second act, right? And when you came in, you know the markets, you know this industry,
Come on,
right?
we need gas.
And I wonder if there's anything you can sort of as the one thing you were interested in doing to jumpstart the business? Because it definitely seems like paring back and being more efficient with capital was the way to go. But the results are showing, right? And just the overall margins, the EBITDA, it's all trending positively.
Not enough minerals.
So anything you wanna touch on there?
Yeah, I think for us, it was really just taking a look at strengthening that foundation. But I mean, you can't cut your way to profitability, but you also can't just spend your way to profitability. And that's really what we're going to look at these underlying businesses. There's certain things holding them back, and how they allocated capital, which businesses they were leaning into, I think were important. And there was a time when the whole market was really going through a bit of a reset. Think about mid-2019. Into 2020. So, you know, while we are a little bit behind where some of the other operators might be, I think we've approached the business much more efficiently. So we are able to say we're profitable now, and as we look forward, adding capacity or going into new areas, we're very intentional about what that means. It's not just about top-line revenue. If I can get better revenue streams without having to take on all sorts of expense, you know, if you think about partnerships as opposed to just building something de novo. That could be much more attractive because those things tend to be much more additive to the bottom line. You get the same bang for a lot less profit. So I think that was one of the things that was really attractive about Tilt. It's great that we have a board that has really bought into that, and I think their expertise in identifying the fact that you can't buy your way to profitability and stay true to that strategy has been key. And just having the team to be able to do that deep dive and be willing to take a real look in the mirror. It was hard to turn to the then CFO and president and say, I think we need to pivot away from one of the businesses that you started. And to his credit, he said, I completely agree. So I think it speaks to the team, and it speaks to the strength of the team.
Very cool, very cool. Well, listen, I have to highlight this one thing before I let you go. Jose Fernandez asks us, can you ask him if he thinks it will tilt up or tilt down? And, you know, what Jose doesn't know is that generally when you're at home, you have a hockey stick behind you. That shows us exactly which way it's going to tilt. Exactly. Up, Jose, up.
It better tilt up.
Yeah. Well, thanks. I really appreciate you coming on. And those folks in the chat, if you want to email us, the Tilt booth on our
insufficient Vespine gas.
Gary, with that, I'll let you go, man. It's great to see you.
Pleasure, brother. Thanks so much.
Take care, man. My friends, we're going to keep this moving. Next up, I get to introduce Natan Ponyman, our resident staff writer. What's happening, pal?
How are you?
It's great to be with you, man. And I know that we're bringing on Tara Rosalowski from Canopy Grove. Asking your shower relief, friends in the chat. It's very good to see you. And Tara, you're running the beverages and edibles segment. You're VP over there?
Yep, you got it. So, Canopy's Vice President, Beverages and Edibles, and I think we're going to talk all things CBD today. Really excited, and thank you for having me.
Oh my God, it's a pleasure. I'm going to shut up and get out of the way because I want to listen to this.
No, please. We love having you, Patrick. How are you, Tara?
I'm good, Natan. How are you?
I'm good.
Your command center upgrade is complete.
Oh, thank you so much. And hello to everyone in the Benzinga forum today. Thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we're happy. I'm always glad to have Canopy Grove here. So we start. Basically, the last conversation that Canopy had with Benzinga, at least publicly, your president and chief product officer, right? He was telling us in February how the COVID-19 pandemic and then the stress associated with the pandemic and you know, people being at home, needed ways to relax, and that drove the
not enough
minerals. So now that the pandemic is subsiding, the world, how is the CBD market opportunity with this different, you know, this change in scenario?
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you. Yeah, since we last spoke with Benzinga, I would say that the demand signal for CBD is stronger. So in February, the president's kind of cultural reality of COVID-19 has nearly served what is already largely increasing demand for CBD. What I will say is that CBD in general is not so I mean, over the past 2 years, even before COVID, a lot of us were looking for more progressive, more in-control ways to take wellness. So COVID-19 really put a surge on that, right? And that's not to say that this surge in CBD is transitory. It isn't at all. There's a sentiment as we are facing what can be a more healthful world ahead of us. There's a sentiment that what we take with us coming out of COVID-19 is this assurance in knowing that we within ourselves can look for solutions and products through CBD that help us take control of our physical and mental well-being like never before. So what we're seeing now, we're seeing it, but we're seeing it stronger since
Not
last
enough
we
minerals.
spoke, is people who already used CBD for wellness solutions are using CBD more, and new consumers are entering
Not enough
CBD
minerals.
all the time. I wrote down some factoids, some quick things to think about, and I almost think about it like a third. If you think about the domestic US, there's about a third of us that have tried already, but there's another third
Got
that
him.
have, claimed to say, I'm going to use CBD within the next year. So this tidal wave of growth will be exponential.
We overcame the
And
Imbagrog.
what's driving that growth is the millennial consumer. Over half of millennial consumers have tried CBD before or are increasing, as we sit here, their spend in CBD. And so those are some new factoids since last we spoke. And this puts the projection, we pull Brightfield data, it's helpful. This puts the projection at the overall CBD market in the US in and around $10 billion by 2023. And so that's massive
I'm
progress.
gonna rip a Great
That's
Barrier
massive awareness.
queef.
And we believe across
What's the
the
battle cry
industry
one?
that the demand and the
Remember the
potential
battle cry
for
queef?
CBD products is extremely strong and
Queefs and it's like
and growing. And so much so, and I know we'll get
Fucking
into it
actually
here
says
just
so.
recently, last September actually, and then we really formalized our relationship at Canopy Growth with Martha Stewart. So most on the line in the Benzinga universe would be familiar that Canopy Growth partnered with Martha Stewart to launch a line of products called Martha Stewart CBD. We launched, last September, and it's a true privilege to work with Martha Stewart in partnership to bring forward
Martha
the CBD
Stewart
line. And I know we'll
CBD.
get into it, but the Martha CBD product line in the domestic US is absolutely crushing it. So I know
It's wonderful, yeah.
it's going extremely well.
Yeah. I've been looking at those products and
I didn't know until I was watching something not too long ago. Martha Stewart started off when she was younger as a stockbroker before she ever got into like her fucking cooking show and shit that she does.
You have capsules. How are you? How is this?
She did the stuff.
Additional supply depots are required.
Yeah, that's right. I'll mention the product and then I'll back up and talk a little bit about the partnership. We have a line of gummies, anything from kind of a tub gummy all the way to a gift box with 15-count flavor sampler. And then we've got oils and soft gels, as you mentioned as well, that we're very excited about and all are performing well in market. As I back up, and I mentioned before, at Canopy Growth, we're extremely proud of the partnership and the honor it is to work with Martha Stewart herself in the context of
Which kind of makes her insider trading meme
got
even
going
funnier
on,
because
in addition to
she
human
definitely
and
had to have
products I
known
mentioned, Martha's
the
got CBD
repercussions and
products
shit.
for human and cat. So if you can see over my shoulder here, also we recently launched a line of pet wellness soft baked chews for dogs as well. So around wellness and mobility. And also calmness. So that's the product range. And if I back up, why we're so proud of the progress with Martha Stewart is when we first joined forces with Martha Stewart, it was really on vision for Canopy Growth. With Martha, we sought, to unleash the power of cannabis to improve people's lives. And with Martha, right, with her brand strength, we've made CBD so accessible. So we like to say that with Martha Stewart, allows so many consumers to confidently step into CBD for the very first time because Martha is so real and so authentic.
Your command center upgrade
it's a
is
very
complete.
welcoming figure for people who maybe haven't tried it or they're nervous about trying CBD, so it's
entirely.
And she's also become an advisor recently, right?
Yes, just about 2 weeks ago. You probably saw, an announcement where we want to strengthen the partnership partnership with Martha, we announced that Martha will be a personal advisor, a strategic advisor to Canopy Growth.
Not
She
enough
is an honored
minerals.
personal advisor of mine, and this partnership is just a natural fit. You know, we've got aligned views, as I mentioned before, of the category and what it takes to have consumers step confidently into this space. And we just have a shared dedication to bring, you know, consumers through and into the space with real innovative and high quality CBD solutions that they can trust and that they can love. And Martha Stewart is definitely an active recruiter for us in that context. We survey a lot of our shoppers who purchased our Martha Stewart products since last September, and over a third of our Martha shoppers have never bought CBD before.
Add-on complete.
So Martha is bringing
Gas,
in
buddy.
people
Come on,
who
you need
never
gas.
tried CBD before. Maybe they had some question about
Minerals,
it, and
now.
through Martha,
Get
through
'em.
her
That
everyday
is a solid
solution
no.
profile, have stepped into the CBD space for the first time and continue to repeat the business.
Well, that sounds like a good partnership. So edibles are a very important part of the food segment, but you've also recently announced some advertising of your expansion of your beverages plan into the U.S. market. So can you that?
That's right. Similarly to edibles, we have a ton of solutions, and I mentioned it's what beverages do within the overall CBD market. We anticipate, I'll throw it back right out there again, we anticipate that the beverage component of the CBD landscape will be over $1.5 billion our industry in the next 2 years. So beverages will be one of the fastest growing subsegments within total CBD. And the reason that is that beverages are extremely, you know, familiar, right? They're an otherwise known format to consumers. So beverages have this unique opportunity to disrupt these mega categories, right? If you're looking at a beverage, a CBD beverage can knock over mega categories like beverage alcohol, can knock over categories like functional wellness water. So there's so many ways to tap in to a wellness solution. It doesn't have maybe some of the unhealthy baggage or some of the, you know, hangover-esque attributes of the categories that beverages are seeded to disrupt. Similar to edibles, though, what we talked about before, beverages come into the market in an otherwise cluttered market, right? I think there's over 3,000 players in CBD and over 30 beverage players in California alone. And so that level of fragmentation with the absence of a true leader is very confusing.
Not the minerals.
But it presents a very clear and compelling opportunity for a company like Canopy Growth to come in there. We are better resourced and better able to manufacture a science-backed solution that we can scale and we can run through, you know, this space in an intuitive way for consumers to enter while navigating a fairly complex regulatory environment. So given this opportunity, and you mentioned it, we launched just recently in March. We launched Quattro. It's probably itty bitty, but beside my head. So the launch of Quattro is Canopy's first entry into the CBD infused beverage market. So earlier this year, Quattro launched with our 4 flavors, and I'll shout them out here. Cucumber and
Can you show us the cans a little closer?
Oh, yeah.
They look beautiful.
We'll make this interactive. And I'm so biased, but I agree with you. The can is beautiful.
No, the design is beautiful.
When we see images across the country, the can shows up so
Insufficient
well.
Vespine
So the
gas.
4 flavors that we
Not
have,
enough minerals.
one is cucumber
Minerals,
mint that
now.
I held up before.
Get 'em.
The one I have in my hand is the blueberry and acai. We've got a ginger and lime behind my head, and then there's also passion fruit and guava is the red. And what's key about these, why they're so differentiated in the market, is each of these, it's a 12-ounce can, it's $3.99 sold at retail. So it's the best value for money because this is 20 milligrams of the purest CBD isolate in the can, zero sugar, and low calories. And it has outstanding flavor, straight up, flavor equivalency to a sparkling water. We've actually competitively tested this back in January, head-to-head with non-CBD analogs and even market incumbents, and we walked away with it in terms of taste and overall liking. product. So that's a little bit about Quattro and why we're so excited about it.
We finished that
wonderful.
add-on.
And as opposed to the Canadian version of the product, it has no THC. That's a clarification, right?
Oh, that's correct. So
Not
if you're familiar with our Canadian repertoire, it's the 4 flavors, but in Canada, 2 of them are blended solutions with 2 milligrams of THC. In the US, that's not the case. In the US, all 4 are CBD led with the highest CBD potency for the penny, if you will, with 20 milligrams of the pure
Not
CBD
enough
isolate.
energy.
The first sounds wonderful, but can you tell us a little bit about how you're planning on getting them to the
More shoebox
stores,
depot
but
thingies
and
needed.
everywhere?
You got it. Yep. Since as we continue to grow, since our launch in March, of course, our presence in the U.S. via e-commerce and
Additional
distributor
supply
partnerships
depots
is
are
critical
required.
to our success.
Upgrade.
We've seen a lot of success with the Quattro line, and the most recent thing that I wanted to share, we talked about in a recent press release, is our partnership, our distribution partnership with Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, which has allowed us to distribute Quattro in 7 states right off the bat, starting in the month of April, in fact. And we're going to be adding more and more states through this partnership that Canopy Growth has with Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits throughout this year. And I will make a plug to say it's because of Canopy Growth's partnership with and relationship with Constellation Brands that we were able to secure the partnership with Southern. And not only
research.
This mutual understanding between Canopy Growth and Southern, and Southern has provided our Quattro product with an immediate, speed to market, route to market, to get this product into the hands of consumers across the country that we're thrilled about.
So, how are branding then? How are you positioning this product to resonate with consumers? Especially, in all the different states.
Minerals now.
Where you're planning on expanding.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're gonna
Based
need
on
a
our
bit more
consumer
energy.
insight work, and what I should say, there's our number one focus at Canopy Growth is to assess the needs of all of our core consumers throughout all of
Mineral
our
field
innovations.
depleted.
And so
Not
Quattro
enough
was brought
energy.
to market very consumer centric, and what I mean by that, we were very purposeful about what Quattro stands for in terms of how it's differentiated. And our point of differentiation, number one, is our high CBD potency. So I mentioned we've got 20
Mineral
milligrams
field depleted.
of the purest CBD isolate in all of these drinks at the lowest price point in the market for a CBD beverage.
Not enough
so
minerals.
That's hot.
Minerals
and that's
now.
differentiated. Also, zero sugar. Zero sugar in this proposition. When incumbents in the space are not out in
Not
front
enough
with
minerals.
better for you attributes like zero sugar. Low cal. These are expectations if
The
you're
low
turning CBD
cal.
as a wellness solution.
Calzone
If you're turning
zone.
away from other
Minerals
even
now.
wellness waters
Calzones are
or
stupid,
beverage
man.
Not enough
alcohol
minerals.
solutions that are often high in sugar and disappointingly high in cal, what Quattro stands for as a CBD solution is an alternative to all of
Not
that.
enough energy.
And then also the pure hemp. So I'll go back to that. Pure hemp is
Command center,
CBD
we finished that
isolate.
now. Nice.
It's a THC-free experience. It's not an intoxicating experience, but it is an experience that is pure. Well, you'll get some differences across the incumbents in the space
More
around
shoebox
broad
depot
spectrum full
thingies.
plant. This is pure
Base is
CBD
under
isolate.
attack.
And so that also has the campaignable message goes back to what I said at the top about reach for a wave of calm. Now that's our introductory campaign because Quattro is saying what other brands maybe aren't or can't. Amidst
Upgrade
a frenzy
complete.
of functional wellness drinks that say,
Your upgrade is
get
done.
a little bit more in, do a little bit more with your day, be more productive, go, go, go. I mean, Quattro comes in as the antithesis to that to say, isn't that behavior what kind of got us into this cultural funk? Can we get back to where it's okay to reach for a moment of pause and really have, take
What
Wish we did. But listen, I want to reach for a wave of calm right now too. That sounds awesome. My friends, I will welcome you back at another time. I'm sure, Tara, there's questions for you in the chats. We're going to send those along to you and get some answers back for our investors too. But this has been great. And I've got more on drinkables and edibles coming soon. So this is fun. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. Thank you to Tom. Thank you,
Absolutely, our pleasure. Thanks, Natan. Thanks, Tara. We're going to keep this ship sailing, my friends. Next up is an cannabis industry.
Oh, yeah.
Ancillary businesses. This one should be fun. And here to lead the panel for us is Jeremy Burke, senior reporter over at Insider. What's happening, man? You all right?
I'm doing pretty well, Patrick. How about you?
Always good, man. Always good. It's good to see you again. As we get some questions under, I'll let you introduce them. Some we've seen already, and some we'll see again shortly. All you.
So, welcome everybody. Like I said, the cannabis industry is you know, I just want to say there's a lot of money made on cultivators, on brands, but there is somewhat less attention, both through my own fault in the media,
additional supply depots are required,
and all that on ancillary companies. And
you're
you know, the way I like to think about
unacceptable additional supply depots are required.
Picks and shovels, right?
Mineral
not
field
those who are
depleted.
digging for gold who made the most money, but it's those who are selling the picks, the shovels, the sieves, whatever that is. So I'd love to get into all that, talk about the ancillary industry and growth plans, as well as how kind of policy changes are affecting those of you on the panels who are sort of running these companies and trying to figure out where to next. So with that, I'll kick it over to you guys. You are right below me, so I will let you know lucky number one.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to
Hey, Pete.
So we just went public earlier this year. So who we are is
troll
our
AP
intention is to
face.
basically help pepsify the industry. And what I mean by that is I truly believe that the industry is a CPG-like quality where consistency and quality really matter. Our vertical farming solution is unique in
that guy's hairline's hurting him worse than mine. He needs to shave it.
And where we can actually provide the most
hey, yo, bro, where your
growing
hairline at, dog?
plants to help our customers to essentially produce the highest consistency and quality at all times.
Great. Bradley, let's
make like
go
David
to you next.
Cohen up there.
Perfect. Hi. Thank you very much, Jeremy. I'm Bradley Natras, Chairman and CEO of Urban Grow, a horticulture company that engineers, designs, and integrates complex environmental equipment systems into custom controlled environment ag facilities. We also have an emerging managed services
Ricky isn't
division
doing
that's
this. It's water in the fridge, bud.
focused on
Two birds
utilizing our
stoned at
expertise
once.
to work side by side with our clients to optimize their facilities once they're up and running and operational. We're based in Lafayette, Colorado, right in between Boulder and Denver. We're in our 8th year. We have 51 employees, of which 2/3 are experts, professional engineers, agricultural engineers, mechanical controls, electrical, etc. Overall, a group of individuals who have a great deal of experience growing multiple crops. It's this experience and the more than 300 facilities that we've worked on that attracts clients to Urban Grow. We ensure that our clients' environment is carefully and perfectly controlled so they can focus on what they're best at, and that's growing plants and growing profit. We trade on the NASDAQ exchange under the symbol UGRO. I put it under right beside my name as well, and operate on a global footprint. Personally, I have an MBA. I have close to 20 years in the ag industry, and at Urban Grow,
Maybe
I
after the next time one of these
strategy,
Zords or
biz
protests
dev, investor
pisses me off.
relations, and of course, overall profitability and growth. Excited that
I don't think I searched
Good luck,
YouTube
have
yet for
fun,
the audiobook.
and,
That's what
beat
would
'em,
be dope.
probably.
If I could just fucking follow along with the audiobook. And then I'd have to probably pause it to read the annotations, but that'd still be fun.
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm David Cohen. I'm the CEO of Fluence.
Not enough minerals.
I'm David Cohen. I'm the CEO of Fluence Bioengineering. Fluence is based in Austin, Texas, and we are the global leader in LED lighting for cannabis. And we also have a large part of our business
Additional
dedicated
supply
to commercial
depots.
agriculture, vertical farms, and vegetable growing. I've been at the company
Minerals,
since 2018
Get 'em.
when the original founders of the business sold it to Osram. And I've been in charge and driving global growth at almost a dangerous pace, we like to say, everywhere in the world. We went from a small footprint of maybe 50 people in Austin, Texas in 2018 to now well over 200 people around the world. We have a pretty big team in Europe, based in the Netherlands, and we have a team in Asia Pacific. We really focus on the science of what's happening with lighting and what we can do with different light recipes to help our customers grow smarter. I've been personally in LED lighting for roughly 25 years. I've lived around the world. I did a couple of years in Asia, 5 or 6 years in Europe, running different companies. But this is the most fantastic ride that I've ever been on. The ancillary space is really important, and I could echo what Brad said. This is just a great opportunity to talk about some of the things that our collective
Your command
business
center
is
upgrade
doing
is complete.
to
Gas.
help growers.
Come on, you need gas.
They are being bombarded with just an enormous amount of information.
It's a
and
bird,
going from
unacceptable
likely a
build
very small setup to growers
Superman
something very
business.
significant. We need a lot of expertise, and I believe that all of our companies here are providing key inputs to some of these growers to help them understand what they need to do to be successful. So just thanks for having me. I'm really looking forward to the dialogue.
Yeah, thanks, David. And last but not least, Nick, please.
Nick Tennant here. Thanks to everyone for having me. I'm the founder and chief technology officer of Precision Extraction Solutions. And Precision is an end-to-end solutions provider for all things processing. So you can essentially come to us with a pilot group. Obviously, we have the engineering and design services. We have partnered construction firms that can actually build the physical infrastructure. But we're also a designer and manufacturer of equipment. So these processes needed to take a cannabis plant or the hemp plant into a refined oil, into an edible, into a vape pen. Every single process in that realm.
I grabbed my case and we
out. Provide the equipment solution for it, but we can also train your staff.
Not
integrate
today.
the SOPs, do some of the services downstream, such as efficiencies and managed services and recurring technological assessments
Command
to
center
ensure
got
that
better.
a client's production line for their products
What
is meeting their expectations for quality, consistency, throughput, and it's really led us to become the clear leader in the space. So as of today, we're about 55 employees. You know, we established the company in 2012, and we've grown it ever since. And along that path, we've picked up probably the best client list in the entire industry. If you look at any MSO, any publicly traded company, I think we've got like 95% of them as our clients today. So one of the ways that we really focus on managing our client relationships
Not enough minerals.
is just through
Minerals
understanding,
now.
through intimacy,
Get 'em.
through really being face-to-face as much as we can with our clients, being in their lab, understanding their hurdles, and using that positive feedback loop of information to grow our business. And it's been extremely successful for us to the day, and we're doing very well.
That'd be a solid no on
Appreciate
this one,
that.
Captain.
So I think one thing to kind of set the stage for viewers here is that when we talk about ancillary cannabis, we're not really talking about
Cheeky,
one thing.
cheeky.
We have, you know, LED lighting expertise, extraction, all the kind of full suite cultivation equipment that you need. So it's actually a pretty broad spectrum of systems here that we're discussing. So, you know, with that, I think I'll go to Bradley first here. You know, part of what we talked about in our prep call the other day is like, why is the industry not talking enough about ancillary cannabis companies? And how do you kind of change that? And Bradley, I'll start with you, and anyone who wants to just go ahead, feel free to
Don't you get it? Flag your names in Bradley.
Jeremy. I'd say in the past, the drive has been the true appeal of the plant itself, and sort of the cool factor as legalization started to take place in other countries like Canada and as it swept across the U.S. But the industry has matured. It started to mature, in my opinion, back in the later part of 2019 with the focus on profitability. That was the first indicator for me. But now with acquisitions like Fluence was acquired by the global giant Osram a couple of years ago, German-based Osram, and
You can't build on that.
You look at the uplisting of companies like Raymond's Agrify and Urban Grow. The industry is now just beginning to talk more about companies like all of us. And as I started in my introduction, being invited to be a part of an ancillary panel at a key time of day like this is a great indicator of this momentum happening real time.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Brad. I mean, initially it's where all the flash is, right? The money starts to come in, and naturally focus on the bigger players, and then there was a number of pretty large acquisitions and takeovers, a lot of speculation about what's coming in, beverage companies. But at the end of the day, all of these people have to do the same thing. They have to bring up a very complicated ecosystem. They have to be able to grow plants and manage something at scale where, in all likelihood, they've never had to at the size and the scale.
You're gonna need a tad bit more energy.
And that puts a lot of
additional
spotlight
supply
on the
depots.
ecosystem
We
partners,
finished that
because all of us coming in, we're bringing a perspective. Oftentimes what we find is these growers know what they know, but in our case at least, and I know in Brad's case, because we work very closely with Urban Grow, we're in over 500 grows around the world, so we like to think that we've seen a lot of these mistakes that people are about to make, and try and understand and help, but also be very, very respectful that everybody's on their own journey.
Not enough energy.
Minerals now. Help and guide,
like those other guys did, so I've already
and bring
started
knowledge to the table.
Thors.
But I think it's just a great
Not
time
enough
now
minerals.
that things are really starting to ramp up and legalize. You have so many of these grows coming up everywhere.
It's motherfucking
it just
Thor,
opens up
bitch.
the door to look at the ecosystem and how it's going to be able to support the business.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay,
Nick.
hydras, huh?
Yeah, so from my standpoint, I mean, you have these layers of infrastructure.
Not enough
right?
mineral.
And
Your
obviously the
command
base
center
layer
upgrade
which the gentlemen on the panel obviously understand exactly what's going on and how that infrastructure
You're gonna need a tad
intertwines
bit more
with the
energy.
success of these businesses. In the intermediary, we have our business, which is processing. And when you think about processing, you have to understand that 50% of the retail sales on any given shelf or any given dispensary as an average are extracted products. So this cannabis or this hemp that's grown needs to be processed and needs to go through an infrastructure layer that Precision is providing. And because of that, we continue to grow our client base, we continue to grow our infrastructure, we continue to grow the number of installs, which is well above 1,000 at this point. But all of these companies, the theme is they're going to need this underlying
Upgrade
infrastructure.
complete.
As Brad and David said, they're going to need these vendor partners that help them build this infrastructure, that help them build this private cloud. These companies are growing at rapid rate. And to grow at this rate, right, they have to train people, they have to disseminate private knowledge through their entire staff. And they need the infrastructure partners in order to do that, whether it's growing or processing. It's going to be a integral part of
Not sure exactly what that guy had in mind.
Getting into these ancillary businesses such as ours, because these are long-standing relationships that we're developing. Not only are we capitalizing on the growth of our clients, but we're capitalizing on the long-term relationships. In that the fact that they just really need the resources long-term as they're turning over staff, as they're replacing equipment, as they're maintaining equipment. All these things need to be accounted for in order for them to have a successful business.
Yeah, Raymond, would you like to weigh in on that, or?
Yeah, I mean, no, absolutely. I think in the early days, really, you only have to just kind of grow it, and basically, there's not that much of a kind of a requirement for consistency and quality, but consumer taste is changing. The industry is becoming more and more mainstream. And I really believe that the industry is moving toward a more CPG-like quality, where consistency and quality are just so important. And people realize that actually growing cannabis is not easy. It's a very, very complex plant, right? maybe 50% of it is determined by the genetics. But the reality is that if you don't actually have a control environment, you're bound to have so much volatility. And that's one of the reasons why in the industry today, we're seeing a lot of repeat customer, but very rarely what we call 3P customers. Because consumers, they try something they like for the first time, they love it, they come back for the second time, and it tastes completely different. And guess what? They switch, right? So having the ability to help our customers to produce good quality cannabis flowers consistently is where the industry is going. I firmly believe in that.
Yeah. I think one of the points that Raymond, David, and you all were sort of getting at is that, growing quality cannabis that's consistent is actually very difficult. I think a lot of lay people may think, you buy a greenhouse, you throw a couple seeds in soil, and all of a sudden you're profiting. But it's actually a lot more complex than that. What makes growing cannabis different than growing tomatoes? And whether that's the regulations or, as Raymond said, the controlled factors and the genetics that go into it. Like, what are all the difficulties that cannabis presents that most other crops don't? And whoever wants to start with that can go right ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that one if that's all right. Go first.
Sure.
What we found, when I first got there in 2018, I still had a lot to learn, cut my teeth on figuring out what's going on in the industry. So I went out to a lot of these grows and visited a lot of customers around the world. By and large, what we found is that you've got really, really great growers, but the scale that they're used to operating at is so small. And they've gone through, I'm just pick a number here, they're 10 plants or 50 plants in a very small controlled area. They've gone through all the learning. I'm sure initially when they started, there was trials and tribulations and ups and downs. But when you put this thing in a big, huge facility with open space, and you have to control humidity, you have to control temperature, you have to control all these variables at such a larger scale than you were used to dealing with, you got to relearn how to do it all over again. And what we found is that participating in that journey with these customers just gives us a lot of insight into what works and what doesn't work, and then we can, potentially bring that to the next customer. So I would have to say, in a very general sense, but the challenge is scale. To take something that worked at small scale, and then suddenly you have tens of millions of dollars, or potentially hundreds of millions of dollars of capital deployed. You're buying some really expensive stuff. You're hiring people.
What?
And the amount of grows that myself and my team have been in that have a significant quantity of the plants either not thriving or actually in a lot of trouble.
I'm
Was
bound
really
to lose
surprising
you
to
pretty
me.
soon.
And those questions were, what I asked, what's going on? And they said, look, we got to learn how to do this all over again. I was good at, 50 plants, but now it's 3,000 plants. It's a very, very different situation, at least from my experience.
Real talk.
And I'll add on to that. David, it's scale which really ties into controlling.
Yeah, that dude.
You heard Raymond.
That dude in the
talk
bottom
about
right.
it,
Every
we
time I
talked about
catch
it a little bit earlier.
sight of him, I'm
There's
like,
so
that dude
many
needs to just shave his head.
to consider.
He's got some hair up there, but it's up there
needs to be-
ways.
The facility needs to be designed holistically, taking all of those different pieces of equipment into
TVP.
consideration.
I was just
because
talking
you could
about it.
have
I was going
a
to lose
phenomenal
pretty soon.
facility, but when you
And here
turn
it
on and
is.
start operating, and if everything's not working well together, the pests.
Good
You'll have
luck
a
and
pest
have
outbreak
fun.
in that facility, whether it be it's too humid and you have powdery mildew or different types of insects, and that's usually the two biggest issues that we run into to help clients solve
Minerals,
are pest
now.
outbreaks,
Get 'em.
and the second is underspecified mechanical or cooling in the facility.
Not enough minerals.
I think cannabis is a really complex plant, as we know, right? As hundreds of chemical cannabinoids inside of that flower. Now, this is actually what's
Additional
very
supply
interesting.
depots are.
We believe that 50% of it is probably determined by the genetic, right? But the remainder 50% is really the nurturing aspect, which is the entire grow environment. You can actually basically cut, the same mother plants, mother stock, and then if you actually put in two different environments, the outcome will be completely different, right? So, our solution, first of all, we essentially determine what we call the strain-specific grow plan. Like, I'll just give you one example. Like purple punch. We now know that
SCVs, they're under attack.
for example, we want to intensify the red light spectrum because that's what gives the nice purple color. Now, if you're going to grow another strain called lemon haze, right? Maybe you want to basically have a different temperature and humidity setting because, again, you want to push out different chemical, profile of the flower, right? So, the best is actually to determine what we call genetic specific growth plan. And once you figure that out, the next
Got
is
him.
how do you repeat that same process over and over again? Right? So our solution basically reports data on a minute-by-minute basis. Right? So we know exactly where the temperature is at, humidity, even fertigation, irrigation cycle, even as much as airflow. Right? Even at 2 meters per second versus 4 meters per second will have very different results. Right? So being able to basically figure out how to optimize, strain by strain, and being able to repeat that same process over and over, I think is really kind of the key to producing the best
minerals now.
Get them.
And so the idea here, Raymond, just to kind of drill into that, is not necessarily that it's difficult to grow one cannabis plant, but that to make something repeatable and CPG-like, as you said in your words, like that is the difficulty, and that's the challenge here. Is that a fair characterization?
No, you're absolutely correct, right? Because right now, if you actually can go into any of these
not enough minerals,
and what you realize
minerals
is that people are just kind of doing an average view. You have basically a room, typically a few hundred, if not 1,000 square feet, right? So you can imagine there are different environmental pockets inside of that facility. Like, one corner will definitely have the temperature, humidity setting for another, right? But right now, everybody's kind of, we're just going to do an average.
Not enough minerals.
I don't believe in that. What we believe is that we need to actually bring it down to the plant level.
Minerals
right? To be able
now.
to provide what we call precision grow to every single plant. Right? So it's really a huge challenge. I know, for example, a lot of people have tried.
Your command center upgrade is complete.
We're not the first company to actually consider that because obviously tremendous
not enough
wastage of real
minerals
estate,
now.
Right? But the thing is this: once you go vertical, you're going to have stratification in that room. Temperature, humidity are not going to be set the same upper floor versus lower floor, right? Then how do you manage that, right? And also, how do you provide a safe and comfortable working environment for the workers so that you have the same productivity? Doesn't matter if you're upper floor or on the lower floor, right? So these are all the challenges that basically we have to look at. And that's the reason why we take a very integrated approach, because we built the solution holistically from the ground up to address all these problems that the industry is facing today.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Maybe Bradley, if I could turn to
not
you
enough
next.
minerals.
I mean, do you see some similar challenges like that? Based on the clients you work or the greenhouses you work with, and if so, is there anything else that are particularly special challenges that you deal with on a day-to-day basis?
We're working with clients across North America and in Europe to find every facility
not
that
enough minerals
build is a snowflake. The facilities we've worked on are 20,000 square feet to 800,000 square feet. So one of the advantages that we bring is that acquired expertise and that skill set that I mentioned earlier. We've seen everything that could possibly go wrong, and as we go into each of these snowflakes, we're able to help these clients solve their current issues, which are typically tied, as I mentioned, to pest outbreak or underspecified mechanical, and then earn their trust and respect. Our scientists and experts earn that trust, so we're a trusted partner for then many facilities into the future. Also, I'll add in as there's acquisitions and consolidation in the industry. Typically, an MSO will have facilities that have much different systems in them, different environmental control systems, or mechanical, or lighting. And so we're also working with the clients to help streamline or bring continuity to their groups of facilities, which helps them, of course, grow more efficiently. But it also allows them from a training standpoint. Cross-training is not as required because as their teams go into different facilities, everything is the same. It's just the size that's a little bit different.
Our army is scrapped.
Bradley left me my next set of questions here. Front, right? Cannabis cultivators, plant touching companies, most of the viewers
viewers of this would be familiar with, they have some difficulties in the U.S. that ancillary companies don't. Maybe David, I have to turn to you first. I mean, what are some of the ways that ancillary companies can access investors that maybe a plant-touching company cannot right now in 2021?
Yeah, I mean, since we're not directly touching, we get, I get dozens of calls, sometimes a week, if not on a monthly basis. It's just a little bit more digestible. I actually still see, though, some hesitancy, even though it's not directly plant touching. I mean, I can talk to our direct experience. We had a great banking relationship with the big national bank when I took over, and within a year and a half, somebody was found out there, what industry we were servicing, and they closed our line of credit. And, closed our accounts. So, I got on the phone and look, I'm not touching plants, this and that as well. Our stockholders, shareholders, involved in it. So, I mean, generally I agree with what you're saying. It's easier to access capital. It's easier to access the capital markets for sure if you're not touching the plant. But I still think there's a way to go. I was really shocked. And I know these other guys on the panel probably have their own horror stories about being treated just kind of out of the blue. But to the question you're asking, yeah, for us it's a lot easier than for one of the big MSOs.
Minerals now.
There's at any point in time I could pick the phone and call dozens of funds and banks that would be more than happy to provide the capital to help support growth here for sure. And I can't imagine what it's like trying to figure out where I'm going to get the next dollar as I'm scaling if I'm a big MSO. That in itself would be very, very challenging.
Yeah. Nick, I saw you smiling there when David was talking about some of the challenges. I'm wondering if you have dealt with similar issues in your work.
Yeah, there's always challenges, right? I think that the banking infrastructure has substantially evolved since 2012 when we started, and hopefully we'll get this Safe Banking Act passed in rather short order, which will just be a tremendous catalyst for the industry.
Not enough minerals.
Think about financing capital infrastructure, opening up that flow of money, so to speak, will be something that just blows the doors wide open for our companies and for the companies that want to build infrastructure. From a capital market standpoint, obviously we're seeing a lot of consolidation upstream with the MSOs, with these consolidations and acquisitions. And to expand on David's point, people are just kind of beating down our doors.
We finished that.
We are going through a
not
speed
enough
right
minerals.
now, which has been tremendously successful, and we've had a lot of outreach and a lot of positive momentum in that regard. We're always looking to open conversations with the right
minerals
capital
now.
Partners, of course.
Get 'em.
And from our business standpoint, I think that Precision is unique because we have this large competitive moat, right? So there's a few other players in our industry, but it's not as widespread and as fragmented as growing infrastructure. It's really a handful of players. So consolidation in our industry is going to be something that we're going to see. And I remain extremely bullish in the fact that, again, 50% of what people are consuming is from an extracted product. So when you look at the amount of infrastructure that needs to be created in order to reach those products to consumers, it's a tremendous need.
Jeremy, I think that
go ahead.
Back to what I'm about to discuss. The first part working capital has always been our largest hurdle. We had great ideas. We saw market opportunities, but we weren't capitalized to go after those opportunities. But and the money would flow to the plant-touching companies much more rapidly than it would to a ancillary company at the time. But with the recent uplistings, Grow Generation led the way. Hydro Farms followed closely thereafter.
The minerals
and then with
have up and
Agrify and Urban Grow raising substantial amounts of money this year.
Not
and
enough
uplifting
minerals.
to the NASDAQ to be in a spotlight.
Now.
I like the
Get 'em.
NASDAQ. I think that's really starting to change the industry and will help change that for companies behind us as well.
And so what we've done at Urban Grow is started to look at how do we stay in the forefront? How do we, in terms of legalization, safe banking,
Not enough minerals.
et cetera, how do we give back to the industry that treated us very well over the last 8 years, especially the last 6 months? So I joined the board of a bipartisan lobbying group focused on cannabis reform in America, discussing these very topics. It's the National Cannabis Roundtable.
Complete.
And David also sits on the board and is chair of one of their committees. But this helps us stay in the forefront, make sure not only our ancillary prepared, but also the ancillary in general as well, so we can help make it easier for others to follow.
Yeah. Raymond, if you could kind of walk us through that. I know Agrify was one of the first 3 or so. It was, there's kind of a lot of excitement around the IPO. So just kind of talk to us about that and without, revealing too much about how bankers and investors plan to, as you're public and challenges there.
Yeah. So we did have a very successful very fast sort of follow-ons.
Yeah.
And the reason why we did that is because I truly believe that we really need to have the strongest possible balance sheet to grow the business. Right? And now, we're sitting on $140 million of cash, and that's basically allows us to really just kind of drive this industry forward. We're working very closely with our customers, providing them with financing or even helping them with access to capital. And what actually we see is very interesting is that not only is equity financing available now, but also very interesting other debt-like instruments that are becoming more and more available. And one of the reasons why a lot of the financing companies are very interested because of our standard modular system. Now, instead of basically, they know that if something goes wrong, right? These standard modular systems are movable. We were talking to, for example, one of the MSOs, and the reason why they're so attracted to our
That'd be a solid no on this one.
As Bradley or David mentioned earlier, right now they have, every facility is built up different. Right? They're operating under the then eventually customers but by using our solution, it allows you to move all the boxes from 10 different facilities into one facility, and they would basically be able to run that, essentially overnight. So I think this is where our solution is unique, and I really believe that standardization is probably going to be another main thing that the industry is looking forward in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Jeremy,
go ahead, please. Yeah.
Part of Urban Grow's uplisting, we had dozens of funds and family offices invest, and we had a tremendous number of roadshow presentations. And one of the themes that I heard over and over was the comfort level. Some, I'd say more than half of the groups that invested had not invested in a plant-touching company before, but they were willing to dip their toe in the water and invest in an ancillary company. So that was really positive. Also, I saw an influx of groups come in from controlled environment ag, food-focused, non-cannabis groups that had been investing in that market, and they were willing to enter the cannabis market for the first time. So there is a wave of capital coming in from previously nervous groups.
Yeah. And to that point, Bradley, I don't want to spend too much time on this. We only have a few minutes left, but it's a theme we've seen creep into a little bit of the analyst commentary recently. It's that ancillary companies are a way to kind of bet on this broader theme of legalization without kind of playing in the whatever euphemism you want to use here, plant touching, heavily regulated space as of right now. So kind of with that, I want to close in the last few minutes here. There's a lot of movement on the legislative front. Obviously, you have all mentioned how much things like the Safe Banking Act or the MORE Act or any of these other pieces of legislation would help you guys and help your companies grow. So I'm curious, like, what do you expect to see in the next few months? Do you think that the Democrats will get it done, or do you think that Biden will have a bill legalizing marijuana on his desk before the midterms? Maybe Raymond, we can start with you, and I'll go around and get your thoughts.
I don't think it's going to be tomorrow, but I do believe that it's probably going to be within the next 5 to 7 years or so. Yeah, and there's obviously a lot of excitement here domestically U.S. But actually, what's been very interesting is that we're seeing a lot of activities outside of the U.S. The international market it's about to explode as well, so obviously for us, 2021 we're still focusing on just kind of domestic U.S. market, but I believe that there's also the next wave that is coming, the rest of the world. We're seeing deregulation happening in Europe, South Latin America, in places like Asia, like even China is talking about potentially moving in this direction. Like there's so much interesting activities beyond just kind of North America, and that's what really excites me the most.
And just quickly, Raymond, before I move on to Nick, what markets internationally are most exciting to you? You mentioned China, you mentioned the EU, but is there, what's the cherry on top, or what's the biggest prize here in your opinion?
We're definitely now actually in the early stage of engagement with actually customers in Europe, as well as in Asia. Places like, for example, Thailand, Australia are really kind of leading the way. They're being very, very aggressive. We're also seeing quite a bit of activities in South and Latin America as well. So, yeah, I think it's really kind of inquiries are coming in from all, and everybody is sort of already seeing kind of success in here in the U.S. and Canada, and they're pretty much ready for kind of the next wave of deregulation, and it's happening all over the world.
Yeah, awesome. Nick, please go next. I mean, what do you expect to see on the federal front, and anything else you want to add to the topic, states, whatever as interesting.
I did expand on Raymond's points there. We're seeing the same thing, right? We're seeing a need for processing infrastructure very heavily in the EU. The amount of leads and activity and web traffic coming in from the EU is astounding. You look at some of these numbers that BDS is publishing, $180 billion market by 2030. So you've got really just a huge, huge opportunity for growth internationally. All the other geographic regions that Raymond mentioned, we're in the exact same boat, completely aligned there. From a federal legalization standpoint, it's hard to speculate exactly how it's going to play out and what's going to come of it. And we know that the government at any given moment can throw a curveball. So it's extremely hard to speculate. I do think that we'll see the Safe Banking Act get passed rather rapidly, and the 280E reform and things like that, because
Microsoft and
they
Apple
want
are
their
both
money,
down
right?
on the day.
We need this infrastructure in order for the IRS to facilitate a lot of this stuff, to really get the money flowing through the industry. They want the economic catalyst, and there's a lot of lobbying.
I've heard there's a lot of people that are starting to take short positions against Apple.
Step.
I don't exactly know what the thesis is, maybe just because of the chip shortage.
One thing that I would say is that as companies in the ancillary business start to diversify through different geographic regions and internationally, you obviously become less exposed just to the United States. And while we remain obviously extremely, extremely bullish on cannabis in the United States, the diversity through these different jurisdictions is great, right? Because who knows what's going to happen when we put CGMP regulations and how much infrastructure will need to be changed. Ultimately, it'll be good for our business, but these companies are going to have to adapt to upcoming regulations. And that's always something that you have to remain extremely vigilant as an ancillary services provider, ancillary equipment provider, is maintaining that consistency and compliance.
Great. We have about a minute left, so David, I'll go to you, and then Bradley, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I would echo what both Nick and Raymond said.
I just want to
we
echo
try
what
not to
Chief
speculate on what's going to happen and when. The U.S. political system is what it is. There are things that make a lot of sense here. You've got a very fast-growing industry.
go
It's generating a lot of jobs. It's a lot of economic benefit. It would be really nice that the rules and regulations around that would be something that allowed the natural deployment of capital and the natural growth. But all that aside, we're expecting safe banking as well. I think it's going to make a little bit of a difference, but I'm with Raymond. I think we're years away from, monumental change in the United States, that like a floodgate type of thing. But I would also agree with them both on the rest of the world. For us right now, Europe is the biggest growth market that I see for my business, and we've invested heavily over the last 2 or 3 years for that. I would suspect that Brad's going to say something very close to that as well. We've got customers all over Europe and probably a dozen countries. We've got installations in Asia Pacific, Thailand, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand. And we're very, very fortunate to be owned by a company big enough to deploy the capital, because if I had to go out into the markets right now and get that money to fuel that growth, it would have been it would have been impossible. Never mind getting capital just to grow your business in the United States, but to go far away and tell people, give me this money because I'm going to go, develop a return 4,000 or 5,000 miles away. But we're very bullish on Europe, very, very bullish. You got the totality of Europe is probably twice the population of the United States, so there's a lot of opportunity there.
Wow.
I'll
super thinly traded.
Yeah, I'll close it out quickly.
The setup overall doesn't look too bad if it was it's only trading an average of 74,000 shares a day. That's fucking ultra thin.
I'm joining a team traveling to meet prospective and clients in Europe, starting in about a week for a 2-week period. There is a tremendous global demand for the knowledge base that has been garnered in the U.S. market, and with our experts, engineers, horticulturists, and the 300 facilities, urban-gro is in a perfect position to provide that in the other countries around the world. So, great opportunity for us all. It's just the start. I'm sure every CEO on here would say the same thing.
Awesome. Well, look, I appreciate it. We've hit our time. I appreciate you all coming prepared and answering answers with honesty.
And answering answers. Not answering questions, but answering answers.
This has been great. Thank you all. I really appreciate it.
Thanks,
Jeremy,
gentlemen.
great discussion. Thanks for leading this. And I know next up we're going to actually welcome Brad back. I know I'm going to let him have a second to pull up his presentation. What a great panel, though, and some really great perspectives on the ancillary space. Everybody talks about cannabis being the green rush.
No Phil Franklin.
Akin to the gold rush that happened, a century and a half ago or whatever that was. You got to have those Levi jeans. You got to have those picks and shovels. And these companies are finding a way to succeed. We had an ancillary company keynote this morning, GrowGen. So it's been very fun to see the growth, the success in this particular space. And I know that we're all excited to see what's next from where those guys go next, the expansion into some of these other markets. I'm sure Brad will talk about that in just a second. So why don't we bring him back if we've got him ready. This is, again, Brad Nattrass, UGRO, urban-gro. It's great to have you on, man. Great for the panel, but now let's dive into the company.
Great. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks for having me back again. I really appreciate the opportunity to sit on the panel with some other
what the hell the dog doing?
And now I have the opportunity to tell everyone a little bit more about urban-gro.
Well, enjoy yourself, man.
As a whole. All right, great. Thank you very much. Well, thanks. Thank you for joining today. I'm Bradley Nattrass. I'm the founder, chairman, and CEO of urban-gro. We trade on the NASDAQ under the symbol UGRO. We're a horticulture company that engineers, designs, and integrates complex environmental equipment systems into controlled environment ag facilities. Further, once facilities are operational, we have a managed services platform, which we brand GrowCare, that leverages our expertise, and it provides our clients with a suite of service solutions that are focused on increasing crop yields, preventing downtime, just really overall driving business continuity for our clients. With that, I'll get started.
And hey, Brad, just a quick heads up. We don't have your screen up, so let's
Shut
make
up,
sure
baby
before we
dick.
get too far in that we've got you. If indeed you want to share some slides.
Yeah, that's right. Good call. Thank you very much. I do indeed. 1 second.
No problem.
Thanks for interrupting me.
No, all good.
Let me
Okay,
get
so I saw it come up. Let's see if we can just throw that up here. Okay, we've got it on the screen. Go for it.
You got everything? All right, perfect. So moving on, and I'll get started here. We're based in Colorado. We're in our 8th year. We have now increased employees to 51, and out of those
That's almost
51,
102.
about 2/3 are what we refer to as experts. So professional engineers, mechanical, controls, agricultural, plumbing engineers. We have masters of plant science, horticulturists, environmental scientists. Overall, it's a group of individuals who have a history of growing multiple crop types. And it's these skills and the expertise acquired from working on over 300 controlled environment ag facilities, that's what sets us apart. It provides our competitive advantage, and it drives new clients to Urban Grow and existing clients to keep expanding with Urban Grow. From a results standpoint, we really have strong momentum. We finished 2020 with 26 million in revenues, and most importantly, carried a lot of momentum into 2021. As I reported last month, in the first quarter of 21, we had revenues of 12 million, a
I can't
record.
remember what that
record adjusted
weed
EBITDA
ETF I used to
of
follow was
500,000.
called. I think it
And
was
so on the trailing 12-month
MAJA.
period, as of today, we were at
Started with an M.
Q1, we're at about
remember what it was.
$33.5 million. One of the important metrics.
Good luck,
that we
have
report
fun,
now,
and
it's,
beat 'em,
really important
probably.
to keep following and look at. But at the end of Q1, we had 15.2 million in backlog. So backlog
Indeed.
for Urban Grow is signed contracts with deposits in hand, but they have not been shipped, and therefore the revenue has not been recognized. The majority of our backlog ships in the following quarter or two. And so therefore, combined with our $50 million plus cash position, we're in a strong position right now to execute our strategic plan and also execute our M&A plan as well.
More shoebox
Urban Grow
depot
operates in the
thingy.
controlled environment ag market, and we execute on opportunities in both cannabis and non-cannabis, so food focused.
Well, was this
Further
guy
defined,
Zorg? Yeah,
controlled environment
Zorg.
ag is a segment where
I
a
must have
facility is
subconsciously knew that because I took my
self-contained
gas at the right
and
time.
it has a fully controlled environment. Urban Grow sees 3 types of facilities in this segment, 2 in which we operate. The first, and our sweet spot today, is indoor facilities, so a ground-up build or a building warehouse retrofit. The second, where we are expanding, is vertical farms, so smaller footprint, but you can build straight up really as high as you'd like, as long as you can control that environment. And then the third, we have engineered greenhouses. In the past, it's just an area that we're not focused today. We're really focused on indoor ag. We're also really strongly focusing on increasing our involvement in ag tech. Ag tech are solutions that use technology to enhance operational efficiencies. And it's important to us because it allows us to share these solutions with our clients, and they in return can increase their yields and increase their performance. These 3 key deliverables, engineer, integrate, commission, that's where
Command Center got the insufficient
and
gas.
it's important to emphasize that the majority of our business has been in the legal cannabis market over the last 8 years, but it's given us a decisive advantage compared to others when entering the food-focused segment. We've learned from working with the most valued, most expensive crop in the world, and we're taking those learnings about properly controlling an environment over to the vertical farming segment, where challenges seen in the last 5 years typically revolve around controlling that environment. So regardless of the crop being grown, we engineer and integrate controlled environment ag facilities. It uses the exact same engineering team, design team, and as most all of our complex regular systems have been born in horticulture, it uses those same solutions as well. Going a little deeper into the solution, we're much more than an engineering firm. we offer 3 engineering and design service solutions to our clients, and it all started with acquiring an engineering firm in 2019. So we do have the stamp construction, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, but we don't stop there. Cultivation space programming, it involves looking at the future performance desired in a facility, taking expansions, maybe 1, maybe 2, into consideration, and bringing it back into current state, and making sure that facility is designed to drive the most efficient use of space possible, which of course results in the highest yield possible. ICD, or integrated cultivation design, that involves designing the inner workings or the guts of the grow. And so in addition to designing benching and lighting systems, we design the flow of air in a facility, the flow of water when it enters the facility. How does it need to be treated? Maybe reverse osmosis. Does the temperature need to be taken up or brought down? But more importantly, when it leaves the facility, it's called wastewater. And wastewater regulations vary by country, by city, by county. And we design that wastewater treatment system according to those regulations for our clients. As just talked about on the integrating and commissioning, our experts are continually vetted. Best-in-class environmental equipment systems and regular equipment systems from sources or manufacturers around the world. I say complex because it involves the use
that was a lot of
engineers.
lanes, so I'm going to make sure I can take this wall off.
It requires dozens of hours of specific expertise and design prior to the installation. And then once the installation is complete, we don't stop there. We send engineers on site. They make sure that the systems are operating to manufacturer specifications, and they also make sure that the staff of our clients are properly trained on utilizing So talking about European future relationships and where we operate today,
that wasn't too bad.
We grew up in the North American cannabis segment, and we work with some of the most well-known MSOs in the space. Organigram, Chronos, Cresco, Trulieve. They represent about half of our business in cannabis. The other half is single-state operators. As new states open, and we work closely with those groups throughout the life of their grows and work with some of the largest single-state operators.
Did I forget to make my fucking armory? I could have sworn I made it.
Expanding to Europe,
I definitely forgot
year,
about.
we continue.
That's a bit of an issue.
In the European market, we are in the process of opening a European office later this year. Q1, we signed 2 commercial participation agreements. That was a move made to get ahead of the curve before we opened the office.
Not enough minerals.
It's resulted in us working on multiple opportunities already. As I mentioned on the panel,
not enough
energy. I remember that.
Today,
mineral
and the world's beginning to open up for business again. And I'm making certain that that Urban Grow seizes this opportunity. We also have a team traveling over to Europe in the next week as well. Multiple countries working with very clients and new prospective clients in the market. Finally, the equipment systems, both regular and complex. We work with some of the best equipment manufacturers in the world. And utilizing David from Fluence, who was just on the panel, is important because technology and equipment systems are consistently evolving and getting better. And so a company like Fluence has a team of a dozen engineers
not
that are
enough
working
minerals.
on their next iteration of
Minerals
their fixtures
now.
ready for launch in 1, 2, 3 years out. And so that's why we choose to work with manufacturers and represent best in class. We've built strong partnerships also in the European market with integrators and contractors, and our foundation is set for a very efficient launch in years.
Command Center government.
Control environment and market. Both cannabis and vertical farming. When you look at vertical farming versus field farming, efficiencies of 10 to as high as 50 times can be realized, and that's why the market's growing. The market's expected to grow just over 25% a year for the next 5 years until about $13 billion. The U.S. cannabis segment market is expected to more than double to approximately $42 billion in the same period.
The minerals have up and gone.
The European cannabis market only got a $250 million market that's expected to
Minerals
grow
now.
to over $30 billion in the next decade. It's a tremendous market opportunity in both segments.
You're going to need a tad bit more energy.
I'm going to talk a little bit now about how we
Mineral field
strong cash positions to execute our growth strategy.
Not enough
it's built on
energy.
3 pillars: organic growth, acquired growth, and invested growth. I'll start with organic growth. It's important to note that growing with our current clients as they expand is one of our fastest and greatest growth drivers right now. But complementing this, there's 5 key components that will further drive our organic growth. The first is our sales infrastructure, building it out further, not only in North America, but around the world. Not only is this
we finished that add-on
to capture additional demand in current markets, it's
enough
also
energy.
providing us with more efficient access to markets. We're accessing new talent relationships that they've built over the years, both with clients and also equally as important, with new vendor partners as well. Second is our digital marketing strategy. Our marketing plan this year revolves heavily around investing in digital marketing for the purpose of lead generation, and results in engaging clients as early as possible, early on when they're making decisions on perhaps a location or the type of facility they want, so we can help influence that efficiency from an early stage. We launched an SEO and AdWords campaign across digital and social earlier this year, and we're getting strong results of that, actually not just in North America, but globally as well. Third is expanding aggressively into the European cannabis market. I see the European market really where the North American cannabis market was 4 to 5 years ago. There's a demand for services and expertise. There's a demand for controlled environment, GMP certified, pharmaceutical grade indoor facilities, and that's our sweet spot.
That'd be a solid
and
no
it's
on
really helping us focus more on turnkey solution as well for our clients in Europe and also in North America as well.
Complete. The minerals have up and
Fourth
gone.
is entering food-focused
Not enough
vertical
minerals.
farming. Regardless of crop type.
Minerals
Our
now.
engineering teams and design teams, they're
Insufficient
cross-agnostic.
Vespine
It's the same team, the same complex environmental equipment systems used in both. And finally, we're really strongly focused on building out a higher margin service offering, which we refer to as GrowCare.
Not insufficient Vespine gas.
So GrowCare is a managed services program that leverages those experts that I talked about earlier, and also the acquired expertise from the 300 facilities. We are providing a suite of important services
Not enough
for
minerals.
our clients' facilities, and through a monthly subscription program, we offer solutions that help them strengthen yield results, reduce downtime, and really just overall operational efficiency of their facilities. Some of the services that we're providing are going to ongoing auditing and facilities, and we're providing optimization recommendations, troubleshooting and fixing operational problems. We have to test out or cooling issues with unspecified chemicals. We start there with a peer review, solve the issue, then we're a partner for the long run to that client. We remote monitor using technology and partnerships investment in Visa. And the crop protection program helps proactively write IPM programs, so they don't have a conflict experience that they apply. The second is acquired, and there's a gap in the market. We saw it in Europe, we're seeing it in the U.S., and there's a global demand for end-to-end solutions in the form of some turnkey cultivation facilities that suit and that also are available at a reasonable price point for our clients. By making just a couple of smart strategic acquisitions, we'll be able to tap into these significant revenues. And so we're targeting accretive, synergistic, service-focused acquisitions, profitable companies that complement our existing business with a cascading approach. Perhaps we're getting involved with clients So we'll have a chance to build that relationship early and then engineer and integrate and commission those facilities as well. We're using acquisitions to enter new markets around the world and then also access pre-existing customer and vendor partnerships.
You're max, buddy.
Too.
No more stuff.
Hey, Brad, this is Patrick. We have just around 1 minute left.
Okay,
I'm gonna give you the extra minute here to close this up.
All right, good. I really...
You're going to need a tad bit more energy.
We've got a lot of strong results right now.
Mineral field depleted.
Had, for 3 quarters in a row, record revenue. In Q1, we had positive income from operations of about $150,000. We're just getting started. From a valuation
minerals have up and gone.
Our enterprise value is about 1.5 times trailing 12 months revenue.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply.
Over 15 million. 1 million of low interest debt. We represent, in my opinion, a very attractive opportunity. And, please feel free to reach out. I have it on the screen here. Our investor relations group, J2C, investors at urban-gro.com.
Finished learning.
And you can learn more, set up a separate. But 2021 is
a bit more
for the company, and
not
I look
enough
forward to coming back in the future, Patrick, and continuing to tell
we finished
tell
that
the
add-on.
audience
Nice.
Brad, it would be great to have you. I really appreciate you being here. I was going to ask you a question because I feel like the institutional amount, or the amount of institutions that own the stock is a fairly sizable and enviable number, I would say. It seems like you guys got a lot of attention on that up list, and it seems like it's really gone well for you.
Yeah, it is, and we're enjoying that. We're delivering results. That's the primary. We will continue to deliver results as well, but it's nice to see that attention, right? To have groups that are in the company want a position for the long run. I think the fact that we have learned in cannabis, are strong in the cannabis segment, and now are taking those learnings to a very another market, food, also equally great momentum. Driving those investors as well.
Well, Brad, thanks for joining us, man. You
Yeah,
guys
thank you very much.
again, the CEO, chairman of Urban Grow, UGRO. I'm sure we'll see you again soon, man.
Look forward to it. Thanks, Patrick. Have a great day.
All right. Safe travels, too. All right. Next up, let's keep this rolling. We talked about Latin America. We talked about the opportunity in Europe. Who better to now take the reins than Kyle Detweiler from Cleverleafs? How are you, Kyle?
Kyle Detweiler.
Doing well. How are you?
Kyle Detweiler.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Right,
yes,
Grok?
I got you. I will let you jump right in.
Kyle
but you guys,
Detweiler.
again,
Of course they bring
Cleverleafs,
in Kyle Detweiler.
CLVR.
Who else will they bring in at a time like this?
And Kyle, I'm sure we'll have some questions
Kyle
for you,
Detweiler.
in a bit here.
Great. Well, as always, thanks for having me, Patrick. Excited to share the story about Cleverleafs.
You thinking they should have brought in someone else?
Cleverleafs was built on a very simple idea, and that is that cannabis production facilities.
Who do they bring in?
Until recently,
Jose
were not constructed where they made
Domingo?
economic or environmental sense. They were just constructed where it was first.
Would they bring in
needed.
Unk
And
Shine?
there was an opportunity for a significant disruptor like Cleverleafs to come around and figure out
Let me
that,
eat you one
probably shouldn't
time.
grow cannabis in the country of Canada. You should grow it near the equator
Hey, listen,
or in
Gert.
good places in
After
Europe,
I
like
eat
Portugal, where
you sleep for
we
3
can do it
days,
that
my
in
baby.
a way that enables the industry to move forward with a lower cost structure and also make a better impact on Mother Earth. So who is Cleverleafs today? We are a NASDAQ listed business. We are one of the leaders in a low cost pharmaceutical quality cannabis production system with our main operations in Colombia and Portugal. We have just under $80 million cash on hand in our balance sheet, and with a
Kyle Detweiler
footprint
was the only
of
choice.
1.9 million square feet of total cultivation. We are also, as a single company, responsible for approximately one-half of the country of Colombia's THC production.
I don't know.
In the U.S.,
kinda
when
retarded.
we're talking about brands and kind of cannabis quality, often it results on celebrity endorsements, the location of your retail location, that kind of thing. In pharmaceutical cannabis, i.e. everything outside of North America, Cleverleafs is the only company in the world that has an EU GMP certification, an Envima GMP certification,
as well as what they call
Just
the
meat
EACP
things. Just talking meats,
certification
smoked
for our
meats, cured
cultivation
meats.
facilities. Talk a
You
little
know,
bit
just
more
meats.
about that, but that recognition has also earned us to be named as a project of strategic and national interest by the
Do you follow
Colombian government.
r/banana split?
As I were just talking to an investor prior to this, you know, the concept of regulatory arbitrage is an important one for Clever Leaves.
Numa,
With
numa,
that large
hey.
footprint,
Numa,
if it was
numa,
as
numa,
easy
hey.
for us to sell our products as it is for a U.S. MSO or a single state operator, Clever Leaves would be a very, very profitable company. But because legalization has not yet happened, you know, we believe we are very well positioned for legalization. And one of our strategies to further help us spring into the United States was the acquisition of a non-cannabis business in the United States, which we call Herbal Brands, and that will also serve as a good platform for a CBD product launch later this year or early next. So maybe just hopping straight into, you know, how I think about the industry.
AMC
What's
yet?
different
AMC back
about
up to
Clever
60.
Leaves than a traditional cannabis company that you might know, whether it's a Canadian LP
Lot of volume,
or
lot of
a
volume
US
there.
MSO.
On
Well, the
AIM
first thing that's
Sizzle.
different is that we are very focused
I'm
as
not
a
gonna touch it,
B2B
though. That's too
operation.
much of
We
a
do not
meme for
try
me.
to compete with our customers. We focus on cultivation and extraction. We also believe that the model of a multinational operator transcends different states. We're not confined to, you know, if we have a license in Florida, all we can sell to is in Florida. With our federally licensed operation, you know, if a new country like Spain or Mexico or Italy comes online, we can simply add on to our existing infrastructure and sell into a completely new geography. And since this operation is fully federally licensed and legal, you know, we are not subject to 280E taxes, and we were able to achieve a NASDAQ listing. So when I think about the future of legalization, as barriers begin to fall in this industry,
President
that can help
Biden
some players,
expands
but it can
blacklist
also
of
hurt other
Chinese
players.
companies
And
banned
we
from
think
taking
Clever
U.S.
Leaves will do
investments.
much better in a world where, you know, products
COS
begin
on
to
list
flow across international
include
boundaries, which is now beginning
Zhaohang
to emerge.
Electronics.
So looking at our core platform, as Patrick
not
mentioned,
plural.
you know, we are one of the leaders in Latin America
Jiangxi,
today. We are the continent's only
Hongdu,
EU
however the
GMP
fuck you say
certified
that, Jesus
cultivator
Christ.
and extractor. But Colombia today only allows us
Jiangxi,
to sell
Hongdu,
extracts or
Aviation,
isolated cannabinoids.
China Unicom,
So a
China
couple years ago,
Telecom,
about 2 years ago, we went into
CNUC,
Portugal, acquired 9 million square feet of land, and have built one
Huawei,
of Europe's
SMIC.
you know, emerging
SMIC is their
low-cost
chip giant, and
licensed cannabis producers.
Huawei is
So I think we've proven to the world
phone
we can grow
developer.
it, we can extract it, we
A little
can
bit
get
of a chip
it
war, a
certified,
little
just
bit of a
like,
chip
you know,
battle
anybody
going
in a
on.
very high-cost jurisdiction like Germany or Canada. Now the focus for Clever Leaves is really
I was
on
just
distributing
saying
that
to
product.
Grog earlier
So we have a
that
number of exclusive
World War
partnerships in Brazil
World
to
War
talk about.
good job,
We
me.
have a couple
World War III
businesses in
sparks
Germany,
off.
including,
I
you
wonder if
know,
it'll be over
narcotics and
Taiwan,
importation
because
companies,
Taiwan
because cannabis is still
semiconductors,
a
ticker
controlled substance,
TSM,
it has to
is
pass
pivotal in
through,
the semiconductor market.
a
Like
very cottage
every
industry
semiconductor
of
company
narcotics
relies on
importers.
them.
And then, of course, I
Nvidia,
mentioned our
AMD,
US
Intel,
nutraceutical business
Micron,
called Herbal Brands,
all of them.
which sells to over,
And
I think it's now 15,000
China has said
retail
that they want to
locations
take
in the
over
United States.
Taiwan. And they said they're willing
So
to
let's
use
start with the
force
basics
if
of why
necessary.
Colombia. You know, if you're looking around a Southern California greenhouse that might be growing cannabis today, maybe 20 years ago they grew red roses there. The logical question is, where did the roses go? And today, Colombia is one of the leading flower importers to the United States. Colombia is responsible for approximately 70% of all cut flower imports. And cannabis, like red roses, love the equatorial location of Colombia. You know, 12 hours of sunlight, 12 hours of darkness. That's exactly what cannabis facilities in Canada and the United States try to trick cannabis to feel like, and we like to say that in Colombia we get all of that for free. So in other industries, I've spent time in the oil and gas industry, manufacturing. Sure, you can extract hydrocarbons from the tar sands of Canada. Sure, you can manufacture in the United States, and there might be some good reasons to do so. But if you want to produce oil cheaply and environmentally friendly, you should do it.
Your bitch ass better not come up in here and just post a basic ass burger patty.
Will be
this needs to be high quality meats.
Compared to some of these centers that are built, in a tundra.
I'm talking tomahawk motherfucking steaks.
We can have over 9 times cost advantage, so even more significant than some of those other industries. So when you look at the cost per gram, we have cultivated our cannabis.
You're either talking tomahawks or you ain't talking at all.
Canadian
That's what I
average
always
of
say.
over $2 a square foot. And it's not just lower cost labor. It's everything that Colombia brings. We talked about the year-round cultivation environment. We also cultivate about 8,300 feet of elevation, which if you're a botanist or an agricultural expert, you understand that pest mitigation is a very big challenge in cannabis because you can't use pesticides or traditional fungicides or herbicides. So having that high elevation, helps mitigate a number of the pests. If you also think that we're at the beginning of the cannabis industry as opposed to inning 7 or 8, capital costs are also important. Cleverleaves was very successful in stretching our dollars as far as we possibly could, and for the same capacity or productive capacity that the Canadians built for over $200 a square foot, we at Cleverleaves did it for 14. That means that a dollar invested with Cleverleaves went almost 14 times as far as compared to some of those other geographies in terms of constructing capacity.
Real talk.
So here you can see our cultivation and extraction footprint, put up against a lot of other names that you might know: Afria, Curaleaf, Truleaf, Aurora. So we are already one of the largest producers in the world, and it's just a question now about how quickly we will be able to move that product and begin, the large-scale commercialization.
Jesus Christos.
When it comes to certifications, we are also one of the only companies in the world which has an EU GMP certification for the production of cannabis. Now, a lot of people say that's a fancy acronym. What does it mean?
You don't want to miss one second of that.
The important thing in Europe
I heard he hangs
is that cannabis isn't treated like a nutraceutical in the US or Canada. It's treated like a true pharmaceutical product. That means that our products must sit side by side.
If you don't think Always Sunny is one of the greatest shows ever made, at least in the top 5,
and therefore, just because you're in cannabis,
if you, not you specifically, but anyone, if someone doesn't think that Always Sunny is in at least the top 5 best shows ever, then they're making a mistake in their life.
Is all about.
I said, if you, but not you specifically, just like people in general, don't think that Always Sunny is in the best 5 shows ever made, then you're making a mistake. I said, I was anticipating it that
time. In Canada, were there a number of companies that achieved it this far, and as the only Colombian or only Latin American company to do it, it's a pretty remarkable achievement. So here's just a quick visual of our production centers. You're looking at one of the largest contiguous cannabis operations in the world, 1.8 million square feet of canopy. Again, we've been cultivating here for 3 years now, so we've figured it out.
Looks
we
like
also
a
have an
strawberry
outdoor site.
treat or some kind, like some sort of cake.
Isn't good enough. We have a 73 million square foot outdoor operation, which would be 5 times larger
Looks like a motherfucking
than all the other
Superman,
Canadian
bitch.
operators put together if we were to activate that project. It's not necessary today, but
That's some gaba. I'd gaba that ghoul all day, if you know what I'm saying.
So that companies like Cannabis could see that we could scale with it. Here's a quick snapshot of our extraction facility. Again, looks like a pharmaceutical
Dog's
lab.
doing in a tree? What the dog doing?
In Latin America.
Them dogs shouldn't be in a tree.
Quick
Dogs
overview of our
don't
U.S.
climb.
business. We acquired a brand in 2019 that had been around for 30 years. We have a 50-person team that's focused on sort of nutraceutical sales in the United States, and we now reach 15,000 different retail locations with high-quality customers like CVS or GNC, Walgreens, the Vitamin Shop. So as you think about sort of a mass value CBD product, which
the tail, I thought the tail of a beaver is fucking super hard
for us,
the high
perfect platform that we can attack the U.S. opportunity. Shifting over to Europe, I enjoyed the last presentation talking about the future of Europe, and I do agree. Europe is like being in the United States in the cannabis industry in 2017. Now is really an interesting time to get involved, and that's why we have one of the larger operations in Portugal in the last 6 months. We've seen Afria and Tilray come together. That was one of them. We also saw a company called Curaleaf acquire a business called EMAC, which had a substantial footprint in Portugal. And so, I think the value of the Portuguese operation is becoming more and more important to Cleverleaves and the industry. So if you're trying to compare Cleverleaves to other operators in Latin America, it's pretty easy to slice it. We're one of the larger in terms of square footage. We're the only one that has GMP certification. We have announced our THC quota, which we can talk more about. And again, we have a ability to sell flower products as well as the extracted products from Colombia. So, there have been other companies, some of the big Canadian operators came down as well and were not able to make their projects work in Colombia. So I think it's important to recognize that there is a local skill set that is important to survive down there. And in most of my career at KKR and the Blackstone Group, I spent a lot of time in Latin America investing in agriculture and in healthcare, and so it's been a very
Have you ever been called the premier scat man of your
generation,
generation, Grog?
So if you're a card counter in the industry,
Scatman Crothers couldn't even scat.
Come up with a similar
You ever listen to one of his sketch sets? He'll throw a Scooby Bop after a Doobie Doo Wop, and that ain't scat.
But in Europe or even a market like Brazil, we can sell to over 1 billion people in those two geographies in a federally legal way. And really the amount of people focused on these markets is not that high. Mostly because it is very expensive and time-consuming to get set up there. You have to have things like EU GMP.
Thing is, Greg, it's very expensive and time-consuming to get set up when you're in that market sector.
And so that also translates into higher.
But I mean, Detweiler knows what he's doing.
In Germany, cannabis is selling at the retail location, i.e., a pharmacy, for almost $22 a gram. And in Brazil, where you might sort of leap to an assumption that pricing is, very low because of the lower purchasing power. The average price per gram in Brazil is still north of $4, which is pretty close to.
I mean, the average PPG in Brazil is close to $34.
Very few companies have been able to attack those markets. So let's talk about Germany. Germany is one of the fastest growing sections of the European cannabis market. 70% growth in 2019. It was about 30% growth in 2020, slowed down a little bit by COVID, but we're really just beginning. Only 1 in 1,000 people in Germany have access to medical cannabis at this point, and so we're about, we're trying to increase that number. And this page probably doesn't do it justice, but a couple of months ago, Cleverly struck an arrangement with a company called Ethypharm. Ethypharm is one of the first pharmaceutical companies to truly enter cannabis, not through distributing cannabis company brands, but through trying to brand their own products. And so Ethypharm is a private equity-backed company. It's owned by a business called PIA Partners. They have 1,500 employees in Europe. They are really trying to develop a strong cannabis franchise, and Cleverleaves is now their supplier for Germany. So another way to say that is some of the biggest players in European pharma have not entered Germany yet. That's maybe one of the reasons why patient usage is so low. But as Cleverleaves helps enable these companies to come to market, I think we're going to see significant growth. Mentioning Brazil very quickly, Brazil is also a very interesting market that a lot of people talk high level about but don't get into the specifics. And I would challenge you to find another company in the cannabis industry which has announced the type of supply partnership
like mayonnaise. A lot of people in
that
here.
We have. We have announced over $15 million worth of take-or-pays in the country. And why is Cleverleaves so uniquely situated to help expand the Brazilian market? Well, one of the requirements is that the Brazilian market is truly pharmaceutical. The product mix is focused on extracts, so there's no flour. There is no domestic production that is permitted. And because of that pharmaceutical nature, everything must have GMP certification. And so Cleverleaves, as checking all of those boxes, in addition to having a Latin American cost structure, it's not a surprise that we're one of the B2B suppliers of choice for downstream companies in that geography. So we've announced partnerships with Entourage, Verde Med, Green Care. Historically in Latin America, we have had a partnership with Canopy Growth. We're having partnerships in Israel with a company called Univo, in Australia with a company called Canatrek, and I talked about Ethypharm over in Germany. And so Cleverleaves is a different business, right? We're very different than the traditional cannabis companies in that we are a B2B focused player. Partners pick us because we speed up their access to market. It's taken Cleverleaves 5 years to get to where it is, and now a company like Ethypharm can enter the space without having to spend that time, without having to build the infrastructure, without having to learn how to grow cannabis, and it's a quite valuable piece of the chain. Our leadership is a strong crew. We're also lucky to be joined by former U.S. Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. Throughout the organization, I think we've got
Dirty Daschle, as he was known in the Senate.
We were joined by our new CFO, Hank Hague, who worked at Agabus Health Products before that business was sold to Charlotte's Web.
Tom Daschle.
So Patrick, I see
Yes,
Oh, I like the sound of that.
You saw my
Steve
face and ran
Smith.
for the hills. I understand.
Yeah.
Man, it happens. I've got some interesting questions in the chat, and I have a feeling you'll want to clarify some of this just about the exporting, right? Especially in the Colombian market specifically. There seems to be some questions here about whether you are allowed to export.
Could you
whether you're
clarify
not,
something about the exporting?
what share of the exports
What's
you
going
guys
on with
have?
the exports?
I wonder if there's any clarification you want to provide there.
Baba Booey, of course.
You know, we
What else would
absolutely
I say?
can export from Colombia. It's a very complicated process. You know, sort of fun story. Just over my right shoulder, you're looking at the Department of Homeland Security box. That is the first commercial shipment of our CBD brought into the United States. That's what we're dealing with, right? You know, this is going to take some time to iron out these kinks. But as we start to work with customs agents, as we work with different governments around the world, this will become easier and easier. So, you know, expect a steady stream of announcements from Cleverleys as we begin to get products into different geographies. But we're absolutely allowed to,
I wish that wasn't stuck in my
export from
head.
Colombia, and that's, you know, really the mission.
Don't waste your time on me.
That's awesome. Yeah, thank you. And for those of you guys in the chat, Clever Leads is very well positioned in that particular market. And I think that's why, Kyle was talking earlier about that's giant, massive, setup they have down there in Colombia and why it's so and will be so useful in terms of supplying the supply chain overall. So, Kyle, you talked a lot about Brazil, which is newer to the discussion this time around. So that's interesting to me. Is that something that you're prioritizing, let's say, maybe even ahead of what you're doing in Europe? Is Europe still the priority number one for you? Or is it the neighboring sort of municipalities in Latin America?
Like any good father, all my children are special. We probably do focus on, 4 key markets, Germany, Israel, Australia, and Brazil. Those aren't the only markets we sell into, but those are probably the biggest. Brazil is a very unique one because of the setup of the market. And so, we believe that Cleverleys has already developed a very significant market share of the API that goes in. And you also, I can't get through the Brazilian regulation in a single slide. It's much more complicated than that.
Sure.
But Brazil is moving. They're going to evolve from sort of a wellness, like where today you can import, products with a very loose standards directly to a patient. It's very cumbersome, but it can be done. That won't last forever. They're going to move into what they call RDC 327, which is like a true farm version of the FDA. So this compassionate use market is going to fizzle out. And then you're going to have, a true pharmaceutical ingredient supplier like Cleverleys. And that's why, Green Care, Entourage, and Med have selected Cleverleys as their partner.
You ever see that episode of The Office?
They see it's not really what
Michael's
has been about Brazil's past.
Takes
it's really about
like hours out of the day and gets everyone together and just watches an episode of Entourage.
U.S. hemp farmer that doesn't have EU GMP certification.
And then they ask him about it, and that's all he says. He's like, "So what are these strategy things you've been doing where you're taking a break?" And
I really appreciate
pan to him, and he just looks at the camera and goes,
great, and it's going to be exciting to watch
that's like
the next partnerships that you guys unfold and to see where you're going next. So thanks again for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Patrick.
Take care. So again, Kyle Detweiler, CEO of Cleverleads, CLVR. Next up, we're going to keep this moving. We have a fireside chat. Michael Chu from Cannabis Resources is here to speak with Aaron Selverston, CEO of Radiant. How are you, Michael?
All right. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks for having us today.
My pleasure, man. Aaron, welcome too. I'll get out of the way and let you guys do your thing.
Thanks, Patrick. Awesome. Well, great to be here today. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Aaron, it's good to see you again. I know you were here a few months ago at the last Benzinga Capital Conference talking about the importance of legacy brands. And I know another core value of Radiant is sustainability. I think that's a huge issue within the industry, and maybe that's something we should touch on here before we get started.
Yeah, sure. Radiant has 3 core values that drive all the decisions that we make with respect to the brands that we partner with, how we manage the supply chain, and legacy is one.
I just
we
pulled
did
up chat.
talk about that a few months ago.
And I looked over.
But sustainability is so crucial. And there's we've really only begun to scratch the surface in terms of understanding the net impact that the cannabis industry is having on the world, and the opportunity for cannabis to become a driving force for carbon sequestration and helping governments meet the very aggressive carbon drawdown goals that we have.
Heavy subject matter.
That is one
on
of
the
the
D
most
gets audited
important
one when Dennis is acting like the politician,
industry,
basic.
and
He's
one
like,
that we're
he's
very,
like,
very passionate.
Can't even remember the full
about.
sentence, but at one point he just goes, "Ooh,
There
yeah,
was an
heavy
article a
subject
few
matter."
days
You know,
ago
like,
by
taking it all
Jonathan
in.
Thompson in High Country.
That's probably my. If I had to pick one
and
episode
he
that was my
talks
favorite, it's
about
probably D gets audited.
massive
Just because I love
amount of
how
greenhouse-
they set up like
greenhouse
Dennis is the
gas
politician,
emissions, caused
Frank
by
acts,
indoor
Frank's role is
cultivation.
like the
I
bankers,
thought there were a
and
few
then
points
Mac
on
and
that you
Charlie are
wanted to
like the
touch on
general
here today,
public,
including some of the
and
statistics he talks about, which I
D
think are
ends up
important,
being kind of like
critical to the
represent,
industry.
almost like representing unions or like
Yeah, I
collective
couldn't agree
bargaining.
more.
She's like, well, here's what
I
you
read
do:
that
you form a
article,
party, and then you
it
guys just vote
really
together.
had a big
And like
impact on
it's
me
just
because
such
it
a
was
good.
the first time that I've seen
Well done, well done.
any detailed analysis of the net greenhouse gas emissions that are associated with indoor cultivation facilities. I have an image that Chelsea, if you could pull up. So this was a story in High Country News. You can look it up. It just came out a few days ago, and it breaks down the energy usage of a typical indoor grow. And lighting and ventilation make up the largest share of that usage. And one of the fun facts here: 18 pints. That's how much beer you could produce with the amount of energy that it takes to produce one joint. Just think about that. One single joint equals 18 pints of beer. We can take this down. So one of the big takeaways from this story is that there's this huge variation in greenhouse gas emissions by region. So for indoor cultivation facilities that require very tightly controlled climate, the amount of energy necessary to keep that climate under control is far greater in locations that have very cold climates in general, like the Midwest, and in regions that have very hot climates, like Phoenix. And so if you look at that in the context of how energy is being generated in different regions, then you can see how bad of a problem this really is. Colorado, New Mexico,
sneaking
Montana,
suspicion
these
that
states
God
still today,
is
in the year
gay.
2021,
Got him.
get nearly half of
God, I
their
got that
energy
fucker good.
from coal. So just connect the dots. I mean, every time
Got him.
500 light, 1,000 light,
I don't
2,000
know.
light. I've even seen there's facilities in
I say,
California
hush up,
kicking off now
baby.
with 4,000 lights.
Okay, well,
This is
I'm done.
equivalent to a large data center, if you are familiar with that impact in tech. So every time one of these big facilities kicks off, that is a lot of coal being burned if that facility happens to be in one of these states, right? Let me rattle off a couple really some statistics that I found quite surprising. In Oregon, when Oregon in the very first summer after recreational marijuana was legalized, the city of Portland had 7 power outages.
The dream of the 90s is
For that
alive
reason
in
alone.
Portland.
Here's another one.
Wow.
$52,000. $52,000. That is the estimated annual utility bill savings that a Portland marijuana cultivator realized simply by installing high-efficiency HVAC systems in a 36,000 square foot facility. That's not even a very large facility, right? And that new equipment had the equivalent
Jan
of
zet
using
me.
300
Jan zet me.
tons of carbon annually from the air. Let me tell you another one.
Oh,
in
thanks there,
California,
fuck sticks.
2,283.
Filled me on 15
That's
shares
the
out of
number
300.
of kilograms of carbon emissions that come from growing a single
That's real fucking
kilogram
neato.
of cannabis in Long Beach.
It filled me on
and
15
a couple
shares
more
out of
for you.
300,
In
and then it ticked in
Colorado,
my direction. So I was like,
the
well, I guess I'll
estimated
just fucking
yearly
flatten because I have
electricity
15
consumption by
shares.
Colorado's
What's a guy
cannabis
gonna do
is
with 15
700
goddamn shares, Grog?
1,000 megawatt hours.
Yeah,
that
well.
is the equivalent of how much
You
power
unzip
it
me.
would take
I gotta
to
find
power
Froggy.
76,400 households.
He was a
in
frog
Colorado.
kid.
So it's a problem that we need to be talking about as an industry, and it's a problem that represents, of course, a huge opportunity. I mentioned that the cannabis industry
Not
can
much
and
you can
should
really
become
do,
a
I
driving
guess,
force,
is the thing.
for carbon mitigation and drawdown, and it absolutely can.
These are some
There's lots of
Appalachia ass
solutions,
bitches
to
right
this
there. What is
problem,
this,
and those
fucking
solutions
West Virginia?
aren't just solutions to the ecological
West
problem,
Virginia.
but
East
they
Virginia.
also
South
invite,
Virginia. When they're
savings
playing
and
that fucking
efficiencies
state
that, of
game or
course,
whatever.
reduce cost, and that's something that we're very focused on as a supply chain manager, as a manufacturer, as a distributor. We have a lot of influence over the supply that goes into the products that we manufacture and distribute.
All the
Well, I
way
know
to
that
Tacoma,
when we evaluate
Philadelphia,
prospective borrowers for our
LA.
platform, sustainability in equipment and supply chain is something that we take very seriously as well. So I can certainly sympathize with some of the points that you're making, although those are pretty shocking statistics to say the least. I wanted to give you some additional time to talk about supply chain.
I guess you're just gonna have to work within our time,
and then we can talk about a little bit about your financing plans. But I know that Radiant manages the entire supply chain for a number of brands. And how is supply chain being impacted by sustainability? What are you seeing there?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like any other
I think that one's
industry,
connected to my mom's
the
Prime
supply
account.
chain is,
And since my mom doesn't use Twitch, I was like, fuck it, free
just to
sub.
break it down in simple terms, you've got raw material, or in this case, cultivation, that gets transformed into
I'm trying to
different
be a swinger,
products,
but
and that's
I'm just a scalper,
largely
you know?
under the umbrella
Scalper,
of manufacturing.
scalper at heart.
Manufacturing.
And then it goes to distribution and ultimately to retail. So when we talk about supply chain in cannabis, that's what we're referring to. It's the
Makes me a real
movement of
nervous
goods from
Purvis
raw
having
material to retail or seed to
capital
sale.
exposure to the market overnight.
And
So you never know
as you
what's
can
gonna happen,
imagine,
you know?
there are
The market's like a box of chocolates,
of,
Grog.
opportunities to improve on the ecological impact of that whatever
If
piece
I
of
can
the
scalp
chain
fucking money out of these
looking
little
at. And
moves.
so it all starts with cultivation. We talked about some of the challenges with indoor cultivation, with sun-grown and
Nice thing, though, is
greenhouse
You
cultivation.
don't really need to catch a
there
few
are
decent
really innovative
swings for every, like,
methodologies
honestly, like, if you
that,
caught a
that we're
decent
seeing
swing
with some of
once
the
per
farms that we
month,
source from, because
that
we're
would
very
be good.
careful
So
to
it's
only
like,
source from
if I could
farms
set
that are
up
practicing sustainable and organic methods.
a
Of course, I can't
reasonable
use the O
swing
word
setup
yet
that was, like,
in
pretty
California,
consistent
but we
and
will be
put
able
just
to
a
starting
percentage of
next
capital
year.
to it so I could still scalp with some too.
And so that, we're talking about living soil.
I think that would be pretty
We're talking
nice.
about
It'd make me feel like I was nice, I guess.
regenerative agriculture. Not tilling the soil up every time you have a harvest, but instead regenerating it. And there's a lot of simultaneously cutting edge and ancient technology that we're seeing and promoting on that side of the equation. But then as you get into processing, or even before you get to processing, you got to transport the product from point A to point B. Well, most trucks today are still powered by fossil fuels, but we're within
Most trucks
years
today
of
are
seeing
still powered
large
by fossil
vehicles
fuels.
moving towards electric, and so we intend to have a completely fossil fuel free fleet within the next few years. Then the product gets into manufacturing, and this is where there's really
Your mom's a fossil fuel.
Today the most common form factor for
You do not say that.
flour are Mylar bags, and second to
Listen
that I would
here,
say are
bucko.
jars. But these Mylar
That ain't
bags,
something
it's
you
just
say.
another single-use piece of plastic that's
Damn, that's a
ending
nice
up in
tight little
landfills
move.
or, God forbid, the ocean. So we need to be eliminating single-use plastics from the supply chain.
Real talk.
Period. And that's something we're committed to doing. Of course, in order for that
I've heard
to
a strong case for the lower testosterone in like the last several generations can be tied to
really great startups
the more and more
working on that,
exposure to
but
plastic
even that has
and
not
just
reached the
plastics
level
in
of
general that
maturity
people have now.
where the
Because
availability
apparently
of
there's
supply
some leaching
is on par with what you can get
from
from
plastic that
the
happens
existing
in whatever it is. They've
manufacturers,
had like a
with Mylar
direct
bags.
link that it's bad
And
for
those are just a couple
testosterone and like
examples,
hormone
right?
levels in general.
So really, if you look holistically at the cannabis supply chain, it is early stages, and there needs to be a level of maturity among all the different suppliers that feed into a supply chain. in order for the cannabis industry to truly become a force for carbon sequestration, because that's what this is. At the end of the day, there's a lot of ways one can
Said
green,
something,
but
something,
the
mate,
most
no lie,
important
baby, bye,
challenge
bye,
that we
bye,
have
bye, bye, bye.
as a
I don't know
planet
something
is
else.
pulling
I don't
carbon out
know
of the
any of
atmosphere
the
and putting it
words.
back in the ground and keeping
What's that little boy? Is
in
that a
the
little?
ground.
Is that a beef
So
ski?
any opportunity we have to do that, we have to consider and take.
That's some minnow spindler ass shit.
Right,
Catching
exactly.
beeves
And I
and
think
shit. That's a baby
something
beef,
that's
dude.
also
That's not even a
important is not
beef.
just the availability of those products, but how they fit into the cost structure for each of the various supply chain members, right? Manufacturing mylar bags for retailers and also manufacturers for distributing product. I think not only the availability is important, but distribution
Just
of those
another
products
player in this
and
game for two.
how they fit into the cost structure of the operators and the tax structure and all those other issues we have to deal with day to day. And I think as a segue from that, I know that you are currently in the middle of a fundraise, something I think we should touch on here, both in terms of what is the opportunity for investors. We have that audience with us
Just
today,
another player
as
in
well
this
as any
game
of
for
the
Juge.
potential sustainability issues that you're addressing with investors as they begin to dig in.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, I mean, first let me say there's a common myth that to go green necessarily impacts
What's that
your
band? Something
bottom line
about in a
negatively.
sink.
And that is that has been true in the past. But you know, I think many of us have probably heard this statistic. But you know, 2015, Nielsen found that 73% of millennials were willing to pay more for sustainable goods, compared to only 34% of Gen X and only 23% of boomers. So this is
Boomers.
and,
Nice word.
Increasingly, the investors that I'm speaking to are not only interested in impact, but some it's a prerequisite. And so, you know, we're very happy to be
Rupert Pumpkin,
to have
Drew.
a group of investors
What are you up
that
to,
is
buddy?
aligned with our values, but that also understands that
This isn't
is
CS.
a necessary
Yeah, sadly.
condition,
You getting
for
some
positioning
gameplay
the
in?
company
Or what?
and our products for the next generation of consumers. We are raising capital.
I'm trying to
I
make a
will say
tiny bit
that
of money
we are
on
oversubscribed,
scalping since I'm down
and there is a little bit of room
a
left
decent
for
amount of
folks
money
if they
on
wanna
not scalping.
participate.
I've been trying to do
But
some
I
swing
can't
trading in
promise how
my
much is
swing.
left.
It looked like a decent
Just in the
setup,
last
but
couple
it's pulled
weeks,
back a
we
decent bit.
closed
So
out we exceeded the $4
get
million
what in? Get a little CS in?
convertible note.
I
that
could
we
probably
are
rub out a
raising.
match or two.
But certainly, if there's folks that are
I mean,
interested in cannabis supply chain and
if you're looking to
anything that
finna.
we discussed today and want to participate in this raise, I'd be more than happy to meet them in chat.
Drew, you have a sub badge. Are you sub, Drew?
Okay, that's
Are you
great.
in here in the sub squad? Holy
what is
shit!
this
Much
sort of,
appreciated, Mr. Drew.
status of the closing of the financing?
That's good to
Is it
see. That's
closed
good to see.
now?
The boys coming
Is it
back.
30 days, just to give investors an
The
idea for
regulars
timeline
stepping
for due
back up.
diligence and those other issues.
2 weeks.
Supporting the
What I can
Juge and
say
his
is, you know, I know it's an
Jugery.
aggressive timeline, but we do
Much
have a lead
appreciated.
investor in
Mucho appreciated.
D4 Investments.
Let's
who
roll. Yeah,
have
all right.
kindly offered
I'm down.
to share the results of their very exhaustive
I've been
due
listening to this
diligence with
cannabis
any other perspective.
investors stream most of the day, but I'm down to get some CS:GO. I can pop on right now if you're down. Otherwise, I mean, I do. I have like a couple hours, but normally I don't work on Thursday. But I'm working today 4 till about 9. So I'll have to leave here at like 3:30ish, but I have enough time for at least a couple games. I'll pop into Discord. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. Might have to hold out till Friday if that's an option. I was gonna have a fast day today because I did OMAD yesterday, so then my blood sugar was low because I only ate the peanut butter and protein bar. That's the wrong launcher. Don't mean nothing, maybe ain't no lie, baby, bye, bye, bye.
It was so rare last time because it was fresh out the fridge, so the inside was still really cold.
It was solid, though. I mean, to be honest, normally I can't, I think normally it's like a mental thing for me, like, growing up, my mom always kind of acted like rare was gross. So whenever it, like, made me, you know, being a little kid, if she was like, you don't want that, you know, it gave me a bias. So now when I eat it, I'm like, try not to have a bias. Just eat it and see what happens.
Yeah, I like it more on the rare side. Like, if you get really high quality beef, best way to prepare it is like a steak tartare where it's rare. You don't even cook it.
I think kind of like a medium rare kind of guy where it's like it's pretty rare in the middle, you know, but a little bit of cooked through.
Wall to wall pink, but like it also is enough of a cook that the fat completely renders, so you can actually eat the fat.
I don't know why my Streamlabs isn't able to pick up CSGO anymore. Oh, let me hop in Discord here. Drew's already in here. Drew's on the ball. Drew's ahead of the game. There we go. Wait. Why isn't my mic? Oh, there it is. Yeah. For the first little bit, for some reason, my mic wasn't lighting up. I was like, what's going on here? I joined your squad. Did you see I changed? Do you know who Uncle Shine is? Yo, I'll send you some clips on Instagram or something. He's so do you watch any like podcasts or anything regularly?
Just like Giant Bomb, a couple like guitar ones.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've gotten really into these comedy ones, and there's one with, do you know Tom Segura and his wife? Yep, yeah. I remember talking to you about her once because we're always like, she looks good in that bright red. She's always wearing that bright red lipstick. She is. And have you ever seen younger Christina? Dude, young Christina was smoking hot. Like, she showed some pictures of her from like years and years ago, where she did like a USO tour. She went overseas, and she was prime, looking prime. She's still looking good, and she's like what, mid-40s, mid-upper 40s, I think. But yeah, I found out about this guy through their podcast, and wow, is all I can say. I'll have to send you some clips because I won't be able to do it justice. I'm down. Yeah. I know what you're saying though. It's like you're in. It's almost like a castle type setting. It's like one side kind of starts outside, and yeah, then there's. I liked it. It took me about 2 or 3 rounds to understand the layout, but I definitely like it. Don't mean nothing, baby. Ain't no lie, baby. Bye, bye, bye. I think that's NSYNC. It's either NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but. Oh, all right. Hopefully everyone accepts this time. Good thing I got Grog here co-managing the stream because I didn't even notice you were in chat at first. Grog pointed to the chat and I was like, oh. I was like, huh? Drew says, sup, Grog?
Sup, Drew?
I think you could probably hear him.
I wanted to know.
Gay, what's this guy's name? Gay actor Michael Douglas. What?
Is Michael Douglas the one who's married to Catherine Zeta-Jones?
Yeah.
Like 2 of them, there was Derek Brennan and Beto. And like with Brennan and Beto, like I didn't have to do it.
Yeah, I know, dude. Sometimes when
like 1-0.
When those guys are just, especially Bren, like when he has those just games where he's on it, it's like he's like 35-1 or something. You're like, Jesus Christ.
More fun to die.
Yeah, Michael Douglas is married to.
Yeah, I know who Michael Douglas is. I don't know. I don't think he's actually gay.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
More fun to die than watching.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Okay, let's buy the good old P250.
Oh shit, dude.
Can I afford a
Steel, you?
I can afford a smoke,
What's
dude.
up, man?
I'll buy a smoke, yeah.
That's not Peter Steele, dude. You don't sound
gay actor Michael Douglas.
You don't sound like a vampire.
I gotta turn these guys' chat down quick. Alright, there we go. Now I'm ready. Ready to rock and roll. Should I shoulder peek it until I see somebody? Here they come, Drew. Nice. Another one, another one. I'd say throw one out in like maybe like 10 seconds. There's at least one vending. I just heard him reload. Ah, they're gonna hear me.
34. Win it.
I hear him. Shotgun. I'll get an Umbrino, and then you can sit up front.
Actually, I think it was both ways. I don't know, been a long time.
No, we don't lose it if they pick it up. They just get 300 extra. Oh, not after the round ends, but during the round, if you shoot it, you'll lose money, yeah. You're doing first smoke, right, or me?
Yeah, I'll go.
All right. Roger. Roger. Oh, you got me through the smoke. That's weird.
94 and 1.
Double kill through the smoke, huh? I saw his feet. My reaction was super slow. I probably, like, we would have killed him. If I would have even got one shot off, we would have killed him. Because you hit him 94.
Shot twice or 3 times.
Yeah, I was definitely kind of off. Like, I saw his feet, and it took me like a solid second or so to process it. And then I was like, oh, I should do something. There's another. Oh, I guess he's pushing out.
Good hostage.
At least one of the scout, I think he's found me. Got him. The Fauci ouchie.
There's some stuff coming out. My family, I'm posting on Facebook some emails or something.
Some stuff coming out for what?
Some of the emails leaked to him.
Oh.
Again, I have family sharing stuff on Facebook.
Yeah, so it's like grain of salt. Can of corn. I'm pretty sure there's a guy with an op coming in like front office. So if I see anything, I'm gonna fucking just dip back. Yep. I think there's one sitting bending, yeah. Nice. That was good timing because I was flashed.
Same. And I hope I went to throw it and then I got flashed.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Get up. Oh, I got
Ah, I flashed myself. Good job, me.
Throwing a flashbang.
I'm a flash.
Yeah, I was at seven.
Windows. I thought there was one guy left.
Terrorists win.
Lost the op, baby. That was. I wanted to rush him a little sooner, but I wasn't confident on it. Oh shit! I need to buy utility.
Do you like being up front, or do you prefer back?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
But for sure, up front is the first one to smoke.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it looks like they're Russian. And I ain't talking Vladimir, you know? Fuck, there's a guy coming this way too. They was on all sides of me. I have pretty good bank though. Do you want a AK or a shotgun or something?
I think a shotgun.
Which one do you like?
Actually, I can't afford armor. I'll just need it.
Roger.
Might be good for you to.
Yeah, if you don't, I'll go the same as you, just Deeg and utility. That way we can worry about next round. Hey, right here, fuck. Yeah, he did. I was fumbling my keys.
One's low or bathroom.
Fire in the hole.
Ha! Random nade through the smoke.
Paper. Go Nova.
Nice. I got a free op too.
Right when I went to pick up the fucking, right when my gun was, I switched my gun, I picked up a shotgun right when I was switching the gun.
You want this op, Drew?
Yeah. You wanna go up vending?
Yeah, sure. I'll do the smoke bathroom meme. Silver, yeah, silver something.
Silver 4.
Gold Nova flex.
Ah, shit.
Side hall, side hall, side hall.
He knows I'm here. The guy
Throwing a grenade.
Nice. Ah, fuck. I poked out too early. I didn't have... Like, I wanted to throw a molly, but I didn't have it lit yet when I poked. Nice. Good work, good work. Good shots.
You want to opt this time?
It's up to you.
Sure.
Everybody, shots, 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 shots.
Can't really break them out.
I'm throwing smoke.
Here they come.
Let's burn it all down.
There's one more, one more.
I'm throwing a grenade. Fire in the hole.
Still.
Oh, an auto! I wasn't ready for that. He got me like half through the wall. I think he must have killed me by my shoulder peeking out.
Fuck.
Burning it all down. Smoke.
I'll buy an auto next round if I can afford it. You know what they say, Greg. Break the ice, you break the price. You pay the price, bub. Yeah.
No, last guy.
He's still windows.
I love how his name's just gay actor Michael Douglas. Like, what the fuck? So random. I think I might try an old-fashioned run. I guess we've been winning this way. Doesn't make sense to switch just yet.
Let's just put do our normal. I don't know what Yellow's doing. It's looking I'm gonna go peek.
Alrighty, I'll play conservative that way. We'll just see what happens.
Yellow's gonna die.
Smoke. Grenade. Burn.
Smoke paper.
I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing a grenade. Molotov. I'm throwing smoke.
He tried some sneakster, like throw his pistol out and then jump across, and it definitely didn't work. That was kind of funny. Nice. Good round.
You guys ready for this?
So yeah, after I smoke, I'll go over into the bush. I threw him an AK too, and he just wasted it. Oh. There's one rushing up on me. Fuck. He stayed. Fuck.
He stayed tight to the wall. I couldn't fucking see him. Yeah, I think next round I'm gonna try to just rush with a P90. So we've been playing pretty conservative. .420 blaze it. Yeah, I'm gonna go garage. Garage indeed. Really? Hits me with a moving, strafing headshot.
One more. Back left. The auto.
Throwing fire. I'm throwing smoke.
Why didn't Michael Douglas didn't have armor? I noticed right before he died. He'll probably be like, I'm a scrub ass. These guys buying autos are kind of pissing me off. Yeah, I guess I gotta just save, and I guess I'll rush again because YOLO. Fucking A. It says I only hit him once, but I was same spot both times. Nice. A couple of these kids are pretty bad. Like you knew that the other guy had an auto, so I don't know why you'd even contest that.
That's like the peak.
Yeah.
Still can't even really
I'm just gonna dig and buy and yeah, I'll daddy chill back a bit. I'm 38. When I hear him, I'm just gonna smoke. Fucking hell, yeah. I tried to push out to get a fucking gun, and I fucking died. You heard him, Jesus Christ. That last guy that died literally heard that guy's scope from Fountain. I shouldn't have pushed out. I got greedy. I saw an AUG on the ground, and I tried to poke out and grab it. And of course, right when I poked out, there was a guy staying in the bathroom with an op. Whoa, I'm kind of like lagging a little bit. What's going on there? I didn't hear anything just yet, but if they're creeping.
Right click that or
left click. I threw it a little low,
So
though.
we can see that bush. I like seeing the bush just in case they...
Yeah, I think I need to hit a little further to my left, because I hit the actual door frame, and if I hit the wall, I think it's a little better.
Throwing fire.
Nice. Where's that guy's auto? Oh, you got it. Nice.
Who wants the auto?
No!
It's yours.
There was an op on the ground right in front of me, and I fucking didn't quite pick it up. Damn. Zam, Zaddy.
Let Green do his thing. Yeah, Green's gonna go along with yours. I'll go paper with yellow. If you don't mind purple. Yellow, go to there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Fucking 4 shots with the auto. He kills me with 1.
Throwing a flashbang.
Yeah, right, dude. That Get Rice is a touch sus. He's the same guy that hit me with the strafing headshot before, and right there he just like peeks and immediately gets me. I mean, he could be a smurf at this level. It's not hard to be a smurf. He smoked there. He smoked there. Oh, nice. In paper.
He's hurt. Paper. Hit him 35.
Nice. That was good work. Good work, gay actor Michael Douglas. What a name.
We got tough hosties. S tier, A tier, B tier.
Yeah. These are sad tears.
These are like B-side.
Nice. Good work, boys. Yeah, supreme effort. YOLO. How many times do you even YOLO, though, you know? You only YOLO once. I'm a homeowner now. Gosh.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Laying down smoke.
Nice. Good work.
Escorting the hostages.
My little Emma Watsons. It's elementary.
I like the MP9.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I've had games, it's weird, like, I've never had bad instances with it, like, a lot of times, of course, it's just like a baseline, like, it does alright, but I had a few games where I just straight up wrecked with the MP9. I remember this game on Train, where I was just, like, obviously a lot of it was luck, I think, but, like, I was headshotting kids from across the damn map. There's one in bathroom lit 60, Drew. Oh, I thought you were behind me. It was gay actor Michael Douglas. Oh! Decent round. Could have been worse. Alright, I'm thinking... You gonna just save? Maybe I'll just save too.
Kind of pushing. Got a guy at the bot.
That was yellow. No, yeah, yellow. That was like, it would have made some sense.
Smoke yellow.
It would have made some sense if you used a fucking flash there, but a smoke made no sense actually.
Throwing a grenade. Escorting the hostages. Throwing flashbang.
Good work, boys. Where's a gun? Let me find a gun. There we go. Oh, fuck, I don't want this thing. Oh, I almost picked up an M4. Oh, well. I'll just fucking... Yeah, I think I'm just gonna, like, just for the sake of being economical, I'm just gonna grab that Negav or whatever it is. Because I got a Deagle, too. So I'll just say, oh, well. As we've said before, Deag's all a man really needs.
One elbow. Sorry.
No, you're good.
You're I gotcha. I got him out.
Fuck! That Get Rice guy has to be a Smurf. Two of them, both there with ops. YOLO.
Careful. Let's all make it home tonight.
Yeah, right, dude. That Get Rice guy is either a major Smurf or sus. I was spamming this wall with an auto. The second I stop and go to and reload, like, and I'm pretty sure you can't hear it reload from that far away. But the second I stop, he pops out and just boom, like.
Throwing flashbangs. Deploying flashbang.
Sick plays.
My bad.
Deke in a dream.
Yellow, you're killing it, dude. Everybody buys pistols, he buys them out.
Go, go, go.
I need an op. That's what I need. Just steal one of their ops and then go
Yeah.
Just follow yellow. No, to get his op, I mean.
Flashbang.
Overplayed.
Yeah, Get Rice is either a major Smurf or a touch sus.
If you're looking at that picture box now, it's fake. It wasn't actually that rare. And if he was, it was like 7-8 years ago.
I was just going off the leaderboard. I hadn't looked at his account, like, and the shit he's been doing. Like, I was spamming a wall with an auto that time. The second I stop, he just pops out and bops me. Might just be a lucky game, though. I've definitely had those lucky games where people thought I was sus. That game I was talking about on train with where I used the MP9, I ended up being like 43 or 45, like something in that range. So, like over 40 kills seems pretty sus, usually. Drew, you want this op? I haven't really been feeling it. I'll get a... yeah, as I say, I can get an M4. It's on the ground right here. I haven't been vibing with it. I'm doing more of a Greco thing. D, you made a smut film with Richard Greco.
Oh, I missed, dude.
I'm gonna flash. I hear him, yeah, I hear him long. Oh, somebody got him, or somebody.
That wasn't him. You need a peek or do you?
I'm gonna jump peek and then you peek. There's definitely a guy. Oh fuck. That was a good molly. Yeah, the molly kind of forced my hand because I wanted to hide behind the wall, but it made it so I had to peek out. Huh, neither did I. I was, yeah. I didn't see shit. Yeah, that's the guy I was saying sus. Or Major Smurf. Ten seconds. Sus. I'm gonna go Deke again. Double smoked. I'm just gonna wait the smoke. Hee hee. Ah! Fuck! I fucked that up. I'm just gonna YOLO it here in a second. YOLO.
Laying down smoke. I'm bringing the hostages out.
Free up, baby.
Hostages coming out.
If this guy truly is sus, if you want an op, I'll trade you. I picked one up for free.
Unsilenced M4?
Yeah.
Be careful. Let's all make it home tonight.
But we'll know if this guy truly is sus if this ends up a tie. Just straight up 15-15. That'll like, well, I guess not. I shouldn't say no. It'll make me think he's more sus. Because if all of a sudden they come back 5 rounds in a row. I've seen it happen, but...
Throwing fire. Grenade out. Fire in the hole. Go.
That homie got too close to me. I wish that dude wouldn't like our teammate was super close to me and it made me not shoot.
Just rushed.
Yeah, I thought he was going in the doorway, so I didn't shoot, and then he backed up and I was like, oh, well, okay. I gotta remember that at this level I should just do whatever I want and disregard my teammates. Like,
Got rents.
Escorting the hostages. Smoke. Throwing a grenade.
nice.
We did it.
Neato.
That one was tough.
Yeah, it was.
Holy shit. Never been that high, dude. I've never been this high.
What, did you just get ranked up?
Yeah. I honestly don't think I deserve it. Could be honest.
Ayo, what is that, Silver Elite?
Yeah.
And then the next one you get the little star and it's like Elite Master or something like that? Do.
I think playing with Brent and Brent playing Brent and good solid time. It was like really good because he got a little sober. So he was like on Brent's level.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is he normally, you say sober, is he normally just like smoking and drinking a lot?
Yeah. I remember him doing it really good for a while in Derek.
I think
I'm gonna guess he's sober because he was talking more normal, he was just playing, you know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess, and then like we asked him, he's like, yeah, just start drinking.
Yep. That'll do it. I always feel like, I know Bryn's slightly, like a bit younger than us, but I think Pedo's like older than us, isn't he?
I think, yeah, like
not, yeah, I was gonna say not by much, but I always felt like he was maybe like 30 right now or something, like just a couple of years.
Yeah.
That's what I've asked that a couple times, Bryn being younger, I know for a while, like when I first started playing with him a couple of years ago, he was like just getting out of high school, I think. But I know, I've always thought that. I was like, I wonder what these guys do for work, because it seems like they're always on, like Pedo at least.
Why is Office as good as it is?
Shit. I don't even know, you know. I can't even tell you that. I don't even know. You know that meme of the long neck kid? I can't even tell you that. I don't even know, you know.
Let's roll.
It's always my goal during the warm-up to get to their spawn and molly them in their own spawn.
Who's the dude from,
Tom Segura?
yeah, that's the podcast name, Toronto. He's the guy, just try it out. He was talking about, like, he wants somebody to live with him or something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Huh. Like, it's his own podcast?
No. It's something. Need to spit on
Are you talking like Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino? Is it a solo or is it a group?
It's on your mama's house. It's like a clip they play.
Oh, gotcha.
Like
It's
random.
Yeah, that's how I found this Uncle Shine guy. Actually, they just always play those like clips and shit they find. I can't recall. I like all their content. Well, they'll show like a chick or someone that's fucking just wow, you know, like this person exists.
Their live stuff.
Huh.
They're like shows. They have like a show. Yes. Like a paid show that they do at their mama's house, you know?
Is it through like Patreon or something probably?
I think it's something like that. Or I think it's more like a pay-per-view.
Oh, I didn't buy a smoke. I'm gonna go get a smoke. I'll be the big spoon. Nice.
Oh, still there. Flash and rush.
Oh shit, right in front of paper.
Give me that deagle, boy. Unk shine. Let me eat you. Come on, girl. I want to eat your booty. Yeah, sure. Roger. I'll play in the bushes. Ooh, you're in the bushes.
A bush.
Alright. Forgot what my key was. Oh, I don't have a key anymore for just smoke. I used to have a key set that brought me right to smoke grenade, like no matter what. I need to reset that. God damn. They all, yeah, it looks like they all tried to rush the front way.
I guess when the smoke comes up, I can flash my mash.
Alrighty. Ooh, Negev.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, we'll chill. Oh. Throw my smoke right as the fucking round ends. Waste of $300 I'll never get back.
Let's go, guys. I'm throwing smoke.
You still got shotgun? Yeah. Yeah, I saved, so. I want to get that nice fat bank, you know? That cake. I want to be caked up.
Here they come, here they come.
Damn it. They're in.
With 33 in confidence.
Roger. And then behind you, behind you.
What the fuck happened over there?
They just yeeted in. I'm gonna go AK. AK-47.
To be honest, I had a finger in my ass.
Don't we all?
It was just massaging, you know?
Threw my molly because there was a free one there. Do you want to smoke next? Roger. Ah ha ha! Nice. Good work, gents. That's that shit that I like. Winning the round.
We should get good at that.
Blocking? Yeah.
First one.
Just block for a second, yeah.
Who that one guy? He's like that one fucker that just like would not listen. He's like foreign.
Yeah. Yeah, he keeps pissing his ass. Oh! 60. I should have just backed up and smoked, but I dinked him so much I figured I could kill him.
Oh.
Throwing fire.
Little early, little early.
Yeah, I was hoping it was gonna work.
Let's burn it all down.
Paper, paper. Last one long. Nice. Good work, Drew. What do they call you, the big killer man? I said, what do they call you, the big killer man? Vending? Yeah. Is that our standard? Is that Omaha? That might be Omaha.
Omaha is
The Bush one? Yeah, yeah. We'll just rename them even if we haven't. Side hall, side hall. God damn, okay. Damn, shorty, okay.
Last one, side hall. Side halls.
Yeah, a 4-fragger. Doubled my kills. That goes to show you don't mess with Unk Shine. I'm down.
Or we can swap it if you want. If you want
yeah, I haven't been very confident with my op since I'm just getting back into the swing of it.
Be a little hairy. I could expect it. Maybe that's the thing.
This could be a little
I'm
hairy.
still looking,
That's
I'm
what she
looking
said.
more open, but I'm still looking side hall. But I have my eye now also. Oh, one past me. Probably going side hall.
I'll listen.
Saw him crossing. I haven't seen him cross properly.
That startled me. I'm glad you got that guy because he was there right when I fucking peeked out to throw a molly. I'm creeping on the low.
I don't even know if he was there.
I'm gonna circle around the other way. Maybe he's just hiding or rotating. He was AFK. Just the Willy man. What's that? We shall. We shall indeed. Indubitably.
Derek he likes to smoke bathroom and be like right up there. I'm like, dude, that is sketchy.
Yeah. Oh, I threw the smoke a little short. Side hall. I hear a scope. Nice.
Throwing fire. I'm throwing fire. Terrorists win. Where did you think you were going?
Good work. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
I'm trying to get you.
But I'm too slick, too sly. I'll sneak up in their house and I'll cream their mom's pie. I've been called the Dr. Seuss of my generation.
I think we should switch it up. I mean, like I said.
Maybe I'll sit plant or what?
Yeah. I'll look at side hall.
I'm still gonna smoke bathroom actually.
Yeah, cool.
Side hall, I heard something side hall. Peeking. I dinked him pretty good.
One behind you, purple. I had to run into a conference, so I don't know if one ran through elbow.
Guy is not watching elbow.
What?
Nice try.
90 fucking 5. I stopped shooting because I thought he'd be dead. Yeah. Like I could have shot slightly longer. That's bullshit. Oh well. Sometimes you come to bed, sometimes the bed comes you. Alrighty.
They're not popping up on the chair.
Side hop.
Oh, you
Damn. 2 coming long.
Too long.
Oh, Long Johnson. I like Orange's picture. What's this asshole doing?
Nice try.
They got us down. Go back to our normal.
Roger.
Looks like Pan toggled.
I don't know how he got me. He got me at 2 hits in the head before I'm pretty sure I shot him, but I'm assuming it missed, obviously.
Wait on the smoke.
Don't be too
You can like wait till like 40.
I think 30 even, or 35.
I think he's talking about front.
Yeah, no, for front.
We got this, bro. Get out of here. Get
Two. Hostage.
Fuck.
One more.
Elbow.
Too late.
Nice.
Hey. White, green, we're watching the cross.
You want to try the... no, we'll sit back, but you go up front, and I'll sit like a little... Or should I peek with the op? And then fall... I'll peek with the op, and then I'll fall back long, so you do like the smoke position. And then when I fall back into the plant, we'll just be in formation from there. Roger.
Switch positions, what you mean?
Yeah, pull the old 1-2 switcheroo.
But whoever, if people dying, whoever's back.
2. One more coming.
Bad smoke.
That's all right.
Okay.
He's in conference.
What is Green doing? Hey, Green, will you go fountain?
I'm trying. There's a guy here, I feel like. Yeah, I got him. He's coming kitchen. He's still kitchen.
Green smoke. Green's now pushing back. Why are you pushing back? What the fuck?
Yeah, he should have just been chilling fountain.
My op sprays are not that they've ever been great.
Do you want, oh, you already bought. Nice. I looked at your money, I didn't realize you already bought. I was gonna swap you. You know what, I'm actually gonna buy like a D.
Just look like 45 or something.
I lagged one.
You can go for it now. I hear many of them.
Nice, that was good placement.
Throw rush so fucking go farther.
Yeah,
I can
and it like
volley after this too.
already. Go for it. And then I got one queued behind that.
Oh, they can dance somebody. Nice.
Molly.
Oh. Yes.
Long.
Nice. Nice. Dude, should we Hail Mary? There's an op there. We could Hail Mary. Damn, that was a good round.
Flash and just be safe.
Yeah, just to like scare them.
Yeah.
Audible, Hail Mary.
You wanna look main or something?
Yeah, I'll go main. You know what? I'm still gonna do the fucking cheeky smoke. Side hull. Nice. I'm looking main now.
You wanna push back?
Yeah. I'm gonna get to the point where if I need to hide, I can hide into that little crevice to the right.
Nice, dude.
I think one's in paper.
Oh shit.
He's in conference.
Roger.
He had an auto shotty, I don't know.
He's at the hostie.
Lit 62.
Right, I got this one here.
If he's lit 62, I'm gonna try to deke. I think that's safer. Because if I shoot with my op and I miss, then I'm probably gonna fumble my keys. Yeah.
Dude, I remember when I found out, like, you remember when you find the op?
Yeah.
Like when you stop being scared of it and you're just like, oh shit, you have that first game of like, oh my fucking god, one of the best feelings.
Mine was on. My game of that was on that map that we don't really play. It's the one with like the playground and shit.
Say it again. You cut out.
It's on that map we don't play much. It has like a playground and shit.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember what it's called even.
Did you get that?
No, nope.
Somebody's blocking me. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. I'm just trying to go. Got it.
One guy just jumped fountain. One fountain.
That's probably the guy inside of it. It's purposely blocking me.
Oh, that was so fucking lucky. That was one of the luckiest digs of my life. I literally just flipped to the side. Pure luck. I channeled my inner brain. We got this. We got this. We're up more this time too. I keep forgetting what color you are. You're blue. Okay. So if I look at my mini map,
you're purple.
Usually I'm yellow. Bathroom? Oh, I think you just killed him.
Clear. One elbow. Elbow dead. Another one elbow. Kitchen?
I don't know how that guy didn't kill me right there. I'm, once again, very lucky. Like, watch this, watch this. I don't know, how does this guy not kill me? I just stopped moving. I was just standing there.
Stack up on me.
What are we, paper rushing?
One right.
I'm bringing the hostages out. Counter-terrorists win.
Rent money! Another Always Sunny reference. No, don't pour the beer out. Drink them. Oh, yeah, and then we'll recycle them.
Be careful. Let's all make it home tonight.
Damn, that's one old-ass lady. She reminds me of, like, what are they on Halo? Like the Prophets?
No, yeah.
Laying down smoke. Molotov.
Yo, Orange has no awareness.
Vending. Still.
Throwing fire.
Thank you.
Hop down.
I'm bringing the hostages out.
What? He must have been in the plant.
Yeah, up on.
I don't see how he could have gotten there.
Where? Oh, I dropped my gun, but I picked up an MP5 instead of the op. I don't know how to do that thing where you like decide what you pick up. I know there's a way to do it. Oh well, it'd be like that. I got good bank. Oh, this might be the last round. I'm just gonna buy. I'm just gonna go for a thick buy. Hamster. Oh! Luckiest headshot of my life.
Affirmative. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang. Throwing smoke. Destroying the hostages. Throwing fire.
Bro, that one's conference.
Huh?
You want to try to kill him? I can wait here.
Last round, anyways. GG.
I got a biss and then you down for one more.
Yeah, I could squeeze one more out before I gotta leave.
Yeah, 5 full
I should say I should be able to. If it's a really long one, I might have to like leave at the last round or so, but I don't have to leave until about 3:40. GG. I kind of got a pee too, but I'll pee once we're searching. Once we're searching. GG easy.
That phone call I got, the interview tomorrow.
Oh, nice. For what? That first one?
The part-time one, yeah.
Nice. That it probably just took a little while to work through their HR. So
Yeah.
do you have to go somewhere, or is it virtual? I know some places still do virtual.
No, I'm going there. It's up by the like Farm and Fleet and the Flying J.
Oh, West End? West Side? Dude, we're making our way back. I'm at 6 subs again already. The first time I streamed, it was like, well, I mean, it took me like 6 months before I even got affiliate to be able to have people sub to me. And then it took like another several, like for the first few months, I had just my buddy Austin, who's still a tier 2 sub. And then I had like one or two other, like occasionally like Drew and Joe, and then would throw me their Twitch Prime. And at my peak, my pinnacle, I think I hit 38. I was like just shy of 40. Because I remember, I think it was like 45. I unlocked one more emote, and I was like, fuck, I'm close, but I don't think I'm gonna hit it.
I'm gonna have to have a celebratory steak lunch.
Right?
Old Texas Roadhouse.
Grog Roadhouse. Grog's a chefing man. But yeah,
A bit of a brunch thing, maybe, because I don't have to go back to my mom to get changed and then all the way back up there.
You said that's what, tomorrow?
Yeah.
That's pretty solid. I always think it looks good if they ask you like when you can do it. If like whenever I get like a call for an interview or anything, I'm like, oh, I can do it tomorrow, like as soon as you guys are ready, really.
Yeah.
You know? But without trying to sound too eager, I guess.
But yeah, like everything in the job description is like something I have experience with, so it's like,
Yeah, it's like, I remember when you read that, I was like, you've literally done every part of that, so you'd be the ideal candidate. I still have my title as SC2 Games. Too late. Ba-dee-ba-ba.
Even if it's what 15 an hour for.
Nice. What was this?
What'd you say there, Drew?
It was just you and I versus a bot.
Oh, like the other people hadn't loaded in. Dude, you're so lucky to have that dirty fast internet. That's how mine used to be, and like that's like 4 to 5 times better than what I have now. I'm gonna go AFK real quick. I'm gonna piss and refill my water before the match.
Oh. So even on the low end, I'd be getting like an extra 300 a week. So
yeah, like, and that's all you need, because if you can cover bills, like that mental aspect makes it so you're not trying to force anything. Like when I started, like a couple months I wasn't working, I was way more like impatient, you know? I didn't want to let stuff set up. And I'm trying to look at it, the SEDG being down as a positive, because even if it goes down much more than it is right now, I'm just going to cut it. But either way, if I cut it where it's at now and it doesn't look like it's going back, then it'll be under PDT for a bit. But the one nice caveat to that is it'll force me to actually, like, instead of trading for a few hours, I'll read and study for a bit, and then it won't take all that long to just have enough to just deposit back.
Yeah.
And if I just text, or if I just message them and tell them to unlock it, then I can still take screens. Literally, the only thing that PDT takes off the table is like the active scalping. Whereas the downside of that is, like, that's been my most consistent moneymaker recently. Like, even today, I barely did it, and I'm up like 75 bucks on it. And I didn't even do it. Like, the best part of the time to do it is, the first hour of the day. And I didn't do it at all the first hour. I did it, like, literally I started at like 10 and went to like maybe 11-ish as far as scalping goes. Grog, what we have here is the red line is currently SEDG. What we want is the blue line to be SEDG. All right? Ba-dee-ba-ba. Samsung girl. Apparently some streamer did like a Samsung girl cosplay and everyone was like nutting, and then somebody was like, if you look up the lore to Samsung girl, she's only 17, and everyone was like, God, the FBI, you know. It's just like an animated character that Samsung has on one of their new ads, I guess. Literally the only reason I know what it is because I saw it on a meme, so I Googled it. I was like, Samsung girl? Well, that's gay.
Oh, they quit. That's why.
Well, sadly, on that note, I might call it, because if the game lasts, like sometimes these games last a full hour, you know?
Yeah.
And like the latest I can leave and still comfortably make it is would be about 3:40. So I'd rather not risk it. But of course I'll be on like this weekend and shit, so we'll see.
Good game.
GG's, appreciate the sub as we grind our way back, and for too long. Hopefully this weekend we can get some 5-man like Bren, Pedo, D-Ray or whatever.
Right? That'd be awesome.
Oh shit. Did I just close? Oh yeah, there we go. I just closed Discord and I was like, oh fuck. But yeah, I will talk to you later, senor.